Chapter 1856. After drinking a mouthful of hot soup, Li Yi's stomach felt better, as if he was drinking a carbonated drink. I had a nightmare. I dreamed that someone was systematically burning the harvested rice and wheat stalks. Thick smoke billowed, and the people who raised cattle and sheep cried. Li Yi saw that everyone was looking at him with concern, so he explained. His was more pure. What he thought about in the day, he dreamed about it at night. When the people were harvesting, the stalks didn't need to be burned. They could be used for other things. Mixed with other fodder, it was suitable for feeding ruminants. In winter, when the family sprouted seedlings and planted greenhouses, or when the weather was too cold or the snow was too heavy, they could keep the winter wheat warm and moist. If it was okay to weave things, wouldn't it be the invention of knitting tools? It was fast. It would be a pity to burn it. What about making alkaloids or using water to kill insects? Or farming? Is there a precautionary measure? Several officials said the same thing at the same time. Li Yi said that it was a dream. They were afraid that it would come true. The people burning a pile of firewood wasn't a big deal to the imperial court. If it was any other commoner, burning a large pile of firewood would cause a serious illness. No one dares to burn it like that. I can strangle him, harming others without benefiting myself. I don't even need to do surgery. However, we have to prepare against rain and snow. We can't feed cattle, sheep, and rabbits moldy. First, we have to prepare against rain. There will be heavy rain in late autumn, and light snow will start to fall in a few days. This, Ministry of Revenue, why are you staring at me? Your Majesty, please pay. I can't continue to take money. Li Yi wanted to arrange things, so he wanted the Ministry of Revenue to allocate funds. Bai Gu bit a bun in his mouth and stared, feeling that the bun was made of human flesh. Okay. Li Longji agreed. He had 2 sets of accounts for his money. One was managed by his people, and the other was managed by the Li family Zhuangzi. Under normal circumstances, the balance of his accounts was always smaller than that of the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi even gave the audit results. It usually fluctuated between 2 and 3 thousandths. This part of the money had obviously been embezzled. Gao Lisher had already killed 17 people. They were the leaders, and 1 dead person was taken down. In fact, there were far more than 17 leaders who were greedy. The key was that others were greedy and brought their subordinates along. The 17 people who had been taught a lesson only cared about themselves. Even if you were greedy, you would still be so tasteless? Look at Wang Xing. He managed the imperial plantation and earned a lot of money. They needed to be trained to accept new things and complete the department management plan as quickly as possible. It was the same as Li Yi's national disaster relief. No matter what disaster it was, as long as a large number of tents were used, the community would be the unit. The people in the community would quickly contact the higher-ups and find the people in their community. The people in the community had a good understanding of the people in the area they were in charge of, including the disabled, administrative units, public institutions, companies, military families, low-income households, and so on. They knew who to look for to deal with the problem. They explained the situation to the other party and asked for help. For example, if there was a logistics company, they could call up the system to help check the situation. If there was a software company, it would be even easier. Come, make a simple program for us to use. We can give you money. Do you want it? There were also restaurants. Everyone lived in tents and needed to cook. They could find more people to cook for them. Li Yi wanted to learn. He wanted to build the basic level of the Tang dynasty like he did. Bai Gu and the others did not know how to read minds. They could not see through Li Yi. They found that it was beneficial to the country and the people. Gang Rou. Are the seedlings at home similar to garlic seedlings? Everyone will plant them in winter and eat them at home. Zhang Jiling made an analogy. In the capital and the surrounding prefectures, there were fewer vegetables in winter. They bought garlic and planted garlic seedlings on the stove. They made soup and scrambled eggs. Otherwise, it would be a waste to burn the stove. Yes, plant them in flower pots. It's best to use a bamboo box with 3 or even 5 layers of oil paper. Use grass curtains to cover the surroundings at night. During the day, open one side and look through the window paper. It's suitable for planting eggplants and cucumbers. It's hard to plant cowpeas and other plants. Many people don't plant them because it's hard to plant them in winter. Let's grow the seedlings. Every household can have 10 to 20 seedlings. How many households are there in the capital? Li used the foam box to plant. The people lived in buildings and showed their farming genes. They planted vegetables on the balcony. In the city, you just need to tell a household that there is a plot of land 5 meters by 4 meters and 20 square meters for you to plant this year. The other party will guarantee that they will plant something. Some people will plant flowers, and some people will plant vegetables. Even the young people who don't know how to farm will check online when they find out that they have land. What should they plant? The land cannot be wasted. Chapter 1857. When will you get your capital back? Baigo was confused by the big pancake that Li Yi had drawn for Tubo. He instantly recalled the bigger pancake that Li Yi had drawn for Tubo. He was skeptical and forced himself to stay calm. Was Xiaoyi digging a hole again? What? Li Yi was holding the bowl and drinking the soup, so he didn't hear clearly. The payback period. Baigu changed the way he phrased it. Based on the annual interest rate of 5% 10 years. Li Yi picked up a fried egg. He didn't dare to eat the soft-core ones. An investment of 10,000 CUN and a payback of 1,050 CUN a year? How come there's still money? Do you want to add compound interest? Baigu instinctively calculated, but then he was puzzled. If the Li family Zhuangzi exchange coupon didn't depreciate, why did he raise the interest rate? As long as the imperial court collects taxes and includes non-production costs in the transaction, I can maintain the currency without depreciating, but the goods will depreciate. The depreciation will not be reflected in the currency, but in the goods. Using the depreciation of goods to stabilize the currency value is a concrete manifestation of the transformation of production technology into productivity. The more technical something is, the more it depreciates under the social system that promotes the advancement of technology. Coincidentally, the thing we want to repair is of this kind. There will be better things to replace it in the future, so I'm giving you an interest rate. Li Yi said the ugly words up front. This thing will depreciate. In the first year, it definitely won't be an investment of 10,000 CUN and a payback of 1,050 CUN. It might be 3,000 CUN or 4,000 CUN. Then it will decrease year by year. In the 10th year, not to mention 1,050 CUN, even 150 CUN would be a lot. Li Yi calculated based on the payback of recovered funds and reinvestment. If he counted reinvestment, it would depend on whether the reinvestment was profitable. Without considering the overall social environment, this model was the same as real estate development. Development with loans, sales of future houses, recovery of capital to buy land, mortgaged land, development with loans, sales of future houses. This was called the extreme cash flow model. If there was a problem with one link, the entire cash flow chain would be broken, and everything would be useless. The fact that Li Yi was able to give such an investment payback period and profit meant that he would control the relative depreciation caused by economic growth to be at 50% in the next 10 years. Li Longji raised his hand and pinched the space between his eyebrows. Brother Yi, where does the 50% increase in depreciation in 10 years belong to? Staple and non-staple foods are all in the Tang dynasty, not the capital government. Next year, the capital government will be able to make at least 30% staple and non-staple foods. At the same time, the original value of the exchange coupon remained at its current level. It did not depreciate or increase in value. After the rise of the Tang dynasty, the currency remained the same, but the value of new goods and the prices of luxury goods changed. The consumption of the commoners and the focus of their consumption also had to change, and the imperial court's tax revenue had to increase by a lot. Expansion of existing industries, new products, and new industries continued to grow. Fiscal savings. Li Yi looked at Baigu as he spoke. Baigu had been listening the whole time. He had even put down his chopsticks. Xiaoyi, leave some for me. I can't spend it all. What if there's an emergency? Baigu actually understood. He didn't want to spend it all. Keeping the money in hand would make him feel at ease. If there's a special situation, can't I just temporarily overpay? After the overpay, I'll slowly collect the collateral. During the overpay process, who can manipulate the exchange coupons? How big is that? If I overpay by 10%, who can raise the other 90% of the exchange coupons to run a bank with me? Believe it or not, if I throw out a new technology, not only will the 10% overpay be smoothed out, but there will also be an additional 10%. Li Yi was not afraid of such a situation. The Tang dynasty's economy was stable. He didn't need to come up with new financial tools. Long Zhe, there's also overseas trade. The officials are different from when Jiuling was in the secret memorial. Yao Chong didn't think there was anything wrong with Li Yi spending so much money. When he was the prime minister, he still owed the officials salaries, so it was not easy to arrange more officials. Now there were many officials, so it didn't matter. He could afford to raise them, those who passed the imperial examinations and didn't become officials for a few years. Now, they can only be lower officials. 5 years ago, those who passed the Jinshi exam wanted to be an official outside the capital. They were not in Henan province, so they had to find a place to be a county magistrate. Don't be a Jinshi. I'll wait for a better position to appear. I can bribe. If there's a vacancy, arrange it for me. I'll wait for more Jinshi to appear. These newly qualified Jinshi will immediately go to the village to be an official and assist the village. If they are good enough, they will be the county registrar, deputy county magistrate, county lieutenant. These people will work hard and wait for a promotion. Previously, a county magistrate who didn't want to be a Jinshi looked for a way out. Fine, I'll go. Unfortunately, it's too late. At that time, you didn't want to be a Jinshi. Now someone else will be a Jinshi. One was a Jinshi 3 years ago. After the exam, he went to the village to lead everyone to make money. Later, he was promoted to a deputy county magistrate outside Chang'an. The other was a Jinshi 6 years ago. He had been staying in an inn. He usually looked for people to compose poems and drink wine. He asked the local people who needed a county magistrate. Who should they choose? What the people knew, the Ministry of Personnel knew even better. Otherwise, why would Wang Han be so anxious? The Tang dynasty lacked everything except Jinshi. You really can't keep some? Baigu still wanted to insist. Aren't the taxes paid continuously? The money spent at the end of the year is not all spent at once. Before the budget for next year comes out, there will be more taxes. There will be money in the account of the Ministry of Revenue. Eat. Li regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have come out for breakfast. The soup was already cold. Eat. You don't go to the political affairs hall. I have to look for you during breakfast. Sui sympathized with Baigu. He felt the same way. When the political affairs hall encountered a big problem, they didn't dare to make a decision. They had to ask Li first. Small problems were not a problem. I'm done eating. I'm going to play with my friends. We agreed to pick wheat today. The little fellow drank the last mouthful of goat milk and wanted to go out to play. Xiaolan, a farmer who was about the same age as him, was a child of Zhuangzi's neighbor. Today, they agreed to pick wheat in the field and return each grain to the granary. They cultivated their sentiments, exercised their bodies, learned cooperation, unity and friendship. No one will go out today, right? Li Yi asked when he saw the palace maid take the little fellow away. Everyone shook their heads. The Li family Zhuangzi worked in the office and didn't hold court meetings. Guazi, who was eating at another table, stood up. He accompanied the little fellow out. The emperor didn't leave, and neither did Li Dongzhu. But the most precious person was protecting him. Officer Gua, give me a hug. The little fellow opened his arms. Guazi directly grabbed the little fellow's shoulders with both hands and lifted him up. He put him on the crook of his right arm. He could attack with both hands. Putting the little fellow on his right arm could paralyze possible enemies. In fact, his left arm was just as good. Brother Gua, let me tell you. When I came out, my pocket was full of pine nuts. I'll give them to you later. Don't make a sound. Just listen. The little guy patted his bulging shirt and trouser pockets with his 2 small hands, making a rustling sound. He indeed packed a lot. These were at least 1.5 caddies. Go and call old Qin and old Fan here. Guazi adjusted the position of the little fellow on his arm and said to the person next to him. The people he was looking for were Qin Li and Fan Fan. With these two people, he could be completely relieved. Chapter 1858. The Li family Zhuangzi ambulance was dispatched, accompanied by Feng Qingdai, Li Fuquan, and some nurses. They would use the equipment in the ambulance. In special situations, they would use the equipment to maintain the patient's vital signs. Then, they would use the walkie-talkie, or two small robots to inform Li Yi. When the time came, Li Yi would fly over to treat the patient and try his best to save the patient. There were luxurious carriages, military horses, and winged knights. The entire team was huge. The wheat they picked up was not enough to feed the horses. Judging from the behavior of picking up wheat, it was purely for show. The little fellow's trip cost too much. It was the expense of a large group of people. In fact, it did not cost much. The winged knight's horses did not need to eat if they did not go out. They had to train normally. The winged knights also had to eat and train themselves. It was equivalent to changing the internal training to external guards. The consumption was still the same. The older children could not go. They had to continue to study. In the future, they would be counted on to support the social system. They mainly studied physics, chemistry, and mathematics. They did not need to memorize many words in a short period of time. Language was a long-term course. They had to learn it all the time. The team crossed the bridge. When the people saw the ambulance, they looked up at the flag. The flag was the little fellow's. It told the team who was in the ambulance. The people retreated. This was the son of His Majesty and Empress Wang. They treasured him. They retreated a little. Let's see who will come forward. There were more heavy machine guns, assault rifles, and pistols in the team than in Princess Jincheng's palace. There were 8 hot air balloons and a 30 feet tall observation tower on the vehicle. There were snipers on it. They told some people in Chang and that the legitimate prince was here. They went out to play. If they had the ability, they could assassinate him. For example, the people of the later Turks. Whether they succeeded or not, this team would be directly pulled to the later Turks' territory to attack. They did not need the heavenly soldiers and the Henji army. They had fewer people than them. Would they be less afraid? The little fellow had just arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi street in the south of the city. The news spread to the Honglu temple. The envoys of the various foreign countries did not have any other ideas. Tubo's envoys even kept an eye on other people. Whoever wanted to go out, they promised to follow and report. They were afraid that people from other places would frame them. Zanpu was still in the Li family Zhuangzi. After Li Yi finished eating, everyone was not in a hurry to go to work. They strolled around Zhuangzi to digest their food. During the harvest season, other than Azhou and a few surrounding prefectures that were affected by the flood and could not collect rent this year, there was no news of any other disasters. This year the weather was good. Large amounts of indica rice were planted, and the people had more grain in their hands. The land that was rented by hand was still collected according to the original quota per mu. Only the long grain rice was handed over, and the rest belonged to the people. Hunan province has a lot of grain. I'm afraid that the commoners won't be able to sell their grain for a good price. Wei Jigu said that the lowly valley harms the farmers and conveniently targets Yao Chong. Zhang Shua was the magistrate of Hunan Prefecture. When he was there to investigate people, he went against Yao Chong. Yao Chong's expression did not change in the slightest. In any case, it was already in the past. If he joined the group, his son would be safe. Don't be afraid. The Li family Zhuangzi's people are there. They will adjust the price of grain. Changping Sung just happens to have a batch of old grain. Li Qingqi looked at Li Longji and said, if the grain merchants dared to lower the price, the Li family Zhuangzi would guarantee that they would draw a line and set a price. If the price was low enough, the Li family Zhuangzi would take it all. They would take as much as they could. Would the grain merchants dare to gang up and kill people? Or would they dump their original stock at a low price? Would they dump the Li family Zhuangzi or take it? Would they take action? Ask Zhang Shua if he would send troops to encircle and suppress them. The people would probably take care of all the grain merchants in Luoyang. If they were found, they would be beaten to death, and their goods would be stolen. Li Longji took 2 steps out with his hands behind his back. The Tang dynasty lacks grain reserves. Changping Song. Sigh. He was afraid now. He was afraid that they would investigate all of the Tang dynasty's Changping Song. The Changping Song itself had losses, and it was man-made corruption. Spread the news that the imperial court wants to thoroughly investigate the Changping Song of all the prefectures. Any losses caused by accidental accidents will be calculated according to all the embezzlement. Li Yi could tell what Li Longji was thinking. He gave an idea and spread the news. Add one more thing. The Li family Zhuangzi will send people to audit. If the accounts don't match, regardless of whether it's the officials or the merchants who helped resell the grain, they will all be confiscated. Sui added that when he investigated the military equipment, he had arrested many people. Some people were imprisoned, and some people gave up on pursuing responsibility. Part of the reason why they gave up on pursuing responsibility was because they provided the military equipment to the tribes outside the Tang dynasty. They hoped that they would fight a war. If the accounts didn't match, they would win the war. They had money, but they didn't have enough military equipment. That money could buy military equipment, but it couldn't be bought anywhere. The local people couldn't make such good things. Others secretly sold things to hunters in ungoverned places, and the money they got was distributed to the families of their dead brothers. Sui didn't want to pursue the responsibility of these 2 types of generals. Anyway, they would have to be replaced, and they could still continue to fight. Those who were greedy would be confiscated and imprisoned. Okay, Li Longji replied. He was in a better mood. He asked the local government to fill up the Chongping warehouse. It just so happened that the grain was new, and the people who participated in the reselling were rich. If the provincial governor writes a letter asking, we won't give a reply. Zhang Juling said. He was sure that someone would be afraid and ask if it was a rumor. When we reach Luoyang, send people to investigate. The people in the Ministry of Revenue need to be trained. Baigu didn't treat it as gossip. The Chongping warehouse was under the Ministry of Revenue's control. His biggest concession was to fill up all the missing grain in the warehouse, and the grain that was replenished couldn't be the kind that couldn't be eaten. Luoyang is an important transportation route. Brother Yi, when we reach there, we will have to trouble you. Li Longji understood the importance of Hunan province. If it wasn't for the existence of the Li family Zhuangzi, he would think that the people were living a good life, and that it was a prosperous era. His goal was to have all the people in the Tang dynasty be similar to the people in the capital government. This was the first step. When they reached the standard of living of the Li family Zhuangzi, it was the second step. The first step was to worship the ancestors. The second step was to call it a prosperous era. The previous prosperous era was a joke in his eyes, including the rule of Jingguan. Of course, he couldn't say that Jingguan couldn't cure it. He was still doing business with other people, but with the addition of Brother Yi, everything was different. It must be because of the blessing of the ancestors that he was given Li Yi, who was both a son-in-law and a friend. Third brother, don't worry. I have prepared a complete plan. Li guaranteed. Which dynasty dared to say that Hunan province was not important? It included a lot of places, the granary of the country. Li Longji smiled. That's good. Brother Yi, you have worked hard. The others' expressions were also relaxed. They didn't argue with Li Yi. At least, they couldn't come up with a complete plan that they had never seen before. He said that it was a complete plan. It was definitely not a simple plan of how to do it. It was guaranteed that a lot of methods to deal with different situations would be combined. What's the first step? Song Jing wanted to find a start and think about it himself. Planting trees. The Yellow River starts from upstream. Try to preserve the original trees and plant new trees to ensure the irrigation system. The current Yellow River coast is not bad. Li didn't hide anything. Let me tell you, I want to plant trees. Do you understand? What's the second step? Song Jing really couldn't think of the next step. Why do they have to plant trees upstream? Is this a plan? Chapter 1859. The first step is a long-term project. The real first step is to repair the bridge that crosses the river, the railway bridge in Haizhou, and dredging the 1,000-mile river in Hunan. Li Yi combined the first step with the second step. The Yellow River was getting higher, and now it was not as good as when he was. He had to take advantage of the time to fix it. There were still many trees in the Yellow Plateau. They had not reached the Little Ice River, and they had not been cut down or burned. When the population increased in the future, and they had enough money, they could build better embankments. The Yellow River could not be changed even if they wanted to. They would rather let a section of the Yellow River not pass the embankment and wash into the fields and people next to it than allow it to be changed. What's next? Song Jing understood. Repairing the bridge, they had agreed on it. I will give you the plan later. Li Yi was not willing to use the good time to ask questions about the written plan. Good. Bai Gu rubbed his hands in anticipation. He liked to read Li Yi's plan. There were advantages, disadvantages, opportunities, and threats in it. At the same time, there were corresponding ways to deal with every possible accident. For example, Li Yi would give the Li family Zhuangzi good craftsmanship. This was an advantage. The Li family Zhuangzi could not break into the low-end market. This was a disadvantage. The Li family Zhuangzi could lead other people in the shoe industry to sell their shoes overseas to make a lot of money. This was an opportunity. The lack of raw materials and the fact that others would copy them were threats. If they used sheepskin as raw material to make shoes, when the number of sheepskin decreased, it would not be enough to support the scale of the industry. The follow-up plan would be to make shoes made of pig skin. The technology for making shoes made of pig skin was already available. How should they deal with other areas that did not accept pig skin products? Should they replace them again? Or should they increase the publicity? Or should they sell them by force? Every single one of them would be listed out in great detail. It included craftsmanship, materials, cost, operation, competition in the industry. If they did not want to take care of the entire industry, the Li family Zhuangzi's model could eliminate all competitors. However, no matter what Xiaoyi did, the first thing she thought of was the people's livelihood. She wanted to make money and bring others along. Looking at Xiaoyi's proposal, he felt like he was watching a war. The other people's expressions were similar to Bai Gu's. Since it involved the plan of the entire Hunan province, there would be a thick book, which was very enjoyable to read. He studied as he read. The proposal directly pointed to the specific situation, which was different from economics books. In terms of administration, they let people follow along slowly. Before a government decree was issued, they first took out a proposal. What benefits could the decree bring? What losses would there be? Where would there be problems? How would each problem be solved? If you want financial support to repair the river channels in the state, you have to get a proposal. When the proposal was submitted, there would be people who would specifically answer questions regarding the areas that might not be clearly expressed in the proposal. If the answers were not good enough, there would be no funding. Of course, the prefectural government could choose not to provide a plan. They could just explain the situation of the river in their prefecture. The imperial court would ask them a series of questions, and the prefectural government would answer them. In fact, if they needed too much money, the imperial court would send people over to take a look. Indeed, they would need to allocate funds and tell the prefectures how to cooperate. When everyone walked to the Terrazzo Square, Qidai Zhudan and Princess Jincheng came over. After recuperating, his complexion was much better than when he had just arrived. He couldn't come into contact with other women, so he exercised when he had enough energy. Recently, he played fixed rollers with the winged knights who had returned from overseas and trained against vertigo. The navy ran away and waited for the equipment to be sent to them. They also had to practice. At present, they couldn't practice non-fixed rollers for fear of falling down, due to poor control of the direction. Qidai Zhudan came over to greet them first. His people were all studying hard. Except for some secrets, the rest could go to class. The longer he stayed in the Li family Zhuangzi, the more he felt the overall gap. In his own tubo, Qidai Zhudan saw slaves who wanted to slack off and be beaten and punished. The people in the Li family Zhuangzi were similar to slaves. How could they fight to work? When it was time to rest, the people who worked were unhappy. They were all weaving. They weaved wool and yak hair products in tubo. The tools were different from those in the Li family Zhuangzi. One person in the Li family Zhuangzi could replace 15 or 16 people in Tubo. The speed was too fast. Some people would stop working and stare blankly, saying which part should be changed. The craftsman would come over and ask, then make a new part and install it, letting the person try. If the attempt didn't work, they would continue to do the original work. After trying and finding that it was better than before, someone would continue to check and ask others to try. If they felt it was good, they would give extra rewards. The rewards were money and a small sign in the name of the Li family Zhuangzi, saying that it was a technical improvement stamp. The farmer didn't care about the money, but he loved the stamp very much. Dr. Li, you don't treat the slaves in the Zhuangzi as slaves. Is that why they work hard for you? Qi Dai Zhu Dan had an idea, so he asked Li Yi. Li Yi was slightly stunned then nodded. Yes, slaves are forced to work and can't exert their subjective initiative. Only when they find that they can get free property through their own labor will they work hard. So, you have to be good to the slaves and let them have their own things. Then why worry about prosperity? Li Yi's expression was serious. When he agreed with the idea of Qi Dai Zhu Dan, he patiently explained. I see. Qi Dai Zhu Dan clasped his hands and stood aside thinking. Li Yi's mouth showed a smile for a moment, but he quickly withdrew it. He was using Qi Dai Zhu Dan. The slave owners and slaves in Tubo were used to the slavery system. Whoever wanted to change it would inevitably affect the interests of the slave owners. And even the slaves would think that they were wrong. Tubo belonged to the alliance system. If you were good to the slaves, others would not be good to you. Internal conflicts would intensify, and you would have to rely more on the Tang dynasty. You were the king in name. If someone was unfavorable to you, the Tang dynasty would have a reason to deal with them. It was hard to fight a united Tubo, but it was much easier to break them one by one. If slavery was so easy to get rid of, why did he still allow the slave trade to exist in Chang'an? Because he had to do it little by little. In 2 years, there would be no slaves outside. If other families had slaves, they would spend money to buy them. Tubo had a slavery system as a whole. Was it possible to change a system without shedding blood? The serfs wanted to turn over, but the white hatta was dyed red by blood, although there was already a red hatta there. Dr. Li, I went to the workshop to see the movable type printing. When I returned to Tubo, can I publish newspapers by myself? Princess Jincheng took time to wander around the workshop. She was not allowed to go to dangerous places, but the printing was fine. She felt that there should be a publicity tool to spread the good of the Tang dynasty in Tubo. You need training on a series of plate making, content editing, ink mixing, and so on. When the time comes, we will have a telegraph machine. Some important things will be sent to you every day, and you will print them. Li Yi supported Princess Jincheng's behavior and controlled the publicity channel to serve politics. Chapter 1860. Compared to the calculations of the adults in national affairs, the children were relatively innocent. The children were not really innocent. The other children understood that they could not bully the little guy. In fact, they did not bully anyone. The activities organized by the Li family Zhuangzi made the children sensible. China grew taller again. She had long forgotten about the Japanese Empire, and no one mentioned it to her. Everyone understood that the Li Dongzhu changed the layout of the entire village for the children. Whoever dared to say something they should not say would be driven out of the village and not allowed to enter the ancestral grave. Many children had also forgotten about the man from Japan. Their homes were all built small buildings, and they even had extra animals to take care of. Usually, people from the Li family Zhuangzi came to teach in Shaolin Zhuangzi. Every few days, they would go to the Li family Zhuangzi to play and stay there for a night. They were older and still had a vague impression that someone wanted to attack Shaolin Zhuangzi. They knew that there was going to be a war. They still did not understand that it was because of the actions of their elders at that time that they were treated the way they were now. And the one who fell was an important minister of a generation who would rise again. The little guy did not command. It was his first time participating in the wheat-picking activity. He first invited his friends to eat walnuts. Each person ate a few pieces and then began to work. They all wore small cloth shoes, long pants, half-sleeved shirts, and a bamboo hat. 3 people in a group walked forward in a row. When they saw wheat, they would pick it up and put it in a small basket. Usually this kind of work was done by the children or the elderly in the family. The main labor force needed to do other work. Harvesting the wheat was only the first step. They still had to threshing. They did not need to remove the husk first. Removing the husk would shorten the shelf life. Under normal circumstances, the work of picking wheat was handed over to the school. The school would send the children to pick it up. After picking it up, it would belong to the school. The school had more flour and rice to make cakes or fried dough twists for the children. Children had a natural advantage when picking up rice or wheat. They were small, often bent down, and had a short recovery time. When they were growing up, no matter how tired they were during the day, they would be so lively the next day after sleeping. If they were in a hurry, they would not walk often. The adults would take the children to walk 30 miles. The child bounced down the stairs and slept. Nothing happened the next day, but Darren's muscles started to ache, and after another day, Darren's soreness intensified. This piece of land now belonged to the village. They worked for themselves, and the children of the Li family Zhuangzi helped them. In the Li family Zhuangzi's rice and wheat fields, they didn't need to pick up the ears of rice or wheat to feed the animals. If they missed any, they would just feed the animals. If it's a stock field, drive the laying hens into the field. Chickens would find their own grains and rice to eat. They would step on them with their claws and pick them up with their beaks. After eating, they would directly add fertilizer and plow them into the soil. The children worked very seriously. Their small hands grabbed the wheat ears that they missed and put them into the basket. If they rubbed their arms, they would leave red scratches. Other places were well protected, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After working for an hour, at the end of each row, the children rested. Usually they were always running and jumping. Now that they were doing some work, they didn't sweat at all. Unless you exercise too much, the weather is hot, and drink too much water. I've prepared juice. The water for the juice is from the hot springs in Lantian County. There are bubbles. Bring an ice bucket and fill it. There are also chestnuts. This year's chestnuts, it's time to eat them. The little guy looked at the scratches on the back of his hands and arms, and shouted to his friends indifferently. Everyone washed their hands. When the soap touched the scratches, there was a particularly refreshing feeling. All the children ignored it at the same time. They were used to it. How could a scratch from a wheat ear be more painful than a scratch from a vine? If the scratch was too deep, it would scab. The chestnuts had been fried when the children were working just now, and now it was just right to eat them. The children happily grabbed the chestnuts. Their small hands couldn't pick them up, so they used their mouths to bite them, and then picked and peeled them. Then, they took the peeled chestnuts to the winged knights and the nurses to feed them. They were floating in the sky. There was no other way. The other winged knights helped to throw the chestnuts up on the table. After everyone had eaten, the children ate by themselves. This was the power of newspaper publicity, and also the result of the winged knights' persistence. When the winged knights arrived, it was time for the people to feel at ease. I saw earthworms that can be used to fish. Do you like to fish? The little guy was carried to the roof of the ambulance and sat next to Guizi. I'm learning to fish, but I don't like to fish. Guizi shook his head and helped the little guy peel the chestnuts. Brother-in-law doesn't like to fish either. He said that he had to buy fish with money or use a net to save time. Bai Zhongshu and the others would go fishing by the river when they have time. If they didn't eat the fish they caught, they would throw it back. Sometimes the fish they caught were from before. Their mouths were rotten, but the fish still took the bait. The little guy took a sip of juice and talked about what he saw and heard. That's why I don't want to fish. Studying fishing is to survive in special situations. To fish for fun, it's a waste of my life. Fishing without eating, fishing for fun, it's also a waste of time when it hurts the fish. If you want to fish in the future, don't catch small fish that can't be eaten. If you want to learn how to catch big fish, I'll teach you. As Guizi spoke, he peeled 6 chestnuts. His speed was very fast. I want to learn a lot of skills. You peel chestnuts so fast. Chicken farmers are going to make money. Chestnut chicken is delicious. The little guy actually began to consider the relevance of the matter. A large number of chestnuts were harvested. It was better to cook them than to eat them as snacks. Eat at night? Guazi asked. Okay. At least the little guy wanted to eat now. Guazi picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke to Zhuangzi. Today, these children were going to be brought back. He was afraid that Zhuangzi was not prepared. In a grassland, the later Turks did not have chestnut chicken to eat. There were pheasants, but chestnuts could not be found. At the same time, they were catching fish. They lived by water and grass. Grass was important, but water was more important. It was easy for people who were familiar with the situation to catch them. There was water around, some rivers, some lakes. They used to catch fish without nets, but now they did. The newspapers taught them how to weave nets, different weaving methods and mesh sizes. It's time to withdraw. According to the Tang dynasty, we should withdraw to the north. There will be battles there, and more opportunities to recuperate. Moyu Valley watched his clansmen pulling nets in the river, and decided to leave. He did not want to find another opportunity to turn the tables. He sensed that something was wrong. Yesterday, 4 scouts of 100 people patrolling in the vicinity came back. How could there be a problem with 100 people? Didn't the heavenly soldiers only target scouts of 20 to 30 people? Some of the 100 people should be able to run back. What about winter? Secret Service K was unwilling to leave. Eat fish. The newspapers introduced the method of winter fishing. There is a big lake in the north. We can still collect enough grass now. We can spend the winter there. If we don't go now, we can't build a thatched house or make a kong with mud. Moyu Valley said that there was a way out. He wanted to learn to build a house, make a kong, and burn grass for warmth. In fact, there were still trees there. If they cut them down now, it would be easier to burn them in winter. In a few days, once it snowed, it would be difficult to store hay. Chapter 1861. The sun was not the only thing shining on the grassland at noon in autumn. The tall grass absorbed the heat and made people sweat nonstop. Mog led his people to the northwest. The people who had just moved here had to drag their tired bodies and continue their journey. They needed to negotiate with the other tribes or fight. The distance was definitely not as good as home, but it was better than death. The scouts continued to run around, but they didn't go too far. They maintained a distance of 30 miles. There were scouts in the middle to keep in contact with each other, in case they were ambushed by the Tang soldiers. The 4 100-man teams that went missing yesterday had gathered together and were captured. The 400 people looked at the Winged Knight's report with mixed feelings. They wanted to live, but they felt that they had lost their backbone by not fighting to the death. The heavenly soldiers beside them comforted them. No one can break out of a 100-man team, surrounded by 3,000 to 4,000 people. If I'm surrounded, I'll surrender if you promise not to kill me. If you're still useful, you might be able to see your family in the future. It's not worth it to die in vain, without being able to kill an enemy. You'll have nothing if you die. Who can remember the name of a small soldier? The captives beside him said. They were afraid that the captives would take things too hard. Dead enemies were worthless. Living enemies had high military merits. They told the later Turkic captives to surrender. If it were them, they would never surrender. If they surrendered, they would never be able to go back. If they went back, they would die. If the Tang dynasty knew that they had surrendered, their families would be ignored and ostracized. The captives were in a better mood. They just wanted to find a reason. When they heard it from others, they had a reason. They really couldn't fight yesterday. When they found the Tang soldiers, there were no gaps around them, and the Tang soldiers had explosives. They could break out of the encirclement with explosives. How could they break out of the encirclement if they scattered? They looked at the telegram and understood why they were surrounded. This thing could easily contact other teams from far away. Gone. Mog led his people to the northwest. They went together. A Tang soldier came to report. They looked at the traces and the direction of the later Turkic scouts. They couldn't enter the encirclement of the later Turkic scouts unless they wanted to fight. The area within 30 miles of the later Turkic team was covered by the scouts. The scouts of the Tang dynasty could still see them when they were in hot air balloons. Otherwise, there was no other way. They could not use drones, let alone satellites. The Winged Knights sent this news to Chang, and along with the information that the Turks had been completely captured. Afterwards, he followed the Turks to see where they were going. When the telegram was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi, everyone was eating. They had just sent chestnut chicken and chestnut stewed pork ribs to the little fellow. In order to take care of the children's taste, the chicken thighs and ribs were braised first, followed by chestnuts, which tasted sweet. Songde handed over a page of numbers and stood by the side waiting. Li glanced at it and translated it. They continued to migrate. Just as they finished migrating, they hurried on their journey again. It seems that the Desire Valley wants to give up their original place. In addition, our men have successfully captured 4 100-man scout teams. Li took a mouthful of rice after saying that. He liked to eat like this. Princess Yongmu didn't eat rice with water. She soaked the rice with juice and ate it with relish. Where will they go? Song Jing looked up and found a big map on the wall. It should be Shaohai. The Hui-Haligan tribe is there. Shaohai freezes in winter. The ice layer is very thick and suitable for fishing. There are many trees around. They go there in advance to harvest autumn grass, cut down trees, build houses with the soil of the small seaside, and build kong beds. They can survive the winter. They need more fur, fire channels in the livestock pen, and change their way of life. The local Hueha surname is under the jurisdiction of the Northern Protectorate of the Tang Dynasty. It used to be called the Hanhai Commandery. Fu Difu is the leader of Hueha, our deputy of the West River military advisor, and Qishui army commander. Li got up, picked up the pointer by the wall, and pointed to Lake Baikal. This place belonged to the Tang Dynasty and was governed by the Hueha people, just like Sulu's Tuki and Western Turkic's Ashinasian. Does the Hui-Haligan tribe have the power to fight? Li Dan listened and watched, feeling comfortable. He liked Li Yi who, no matter when, would immediately give all the answers as long as there was a question. He didn't need to send people to ask and check again. A telegram would come and tell you the local situation directly. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Hui-Haligan territory is big, and the Hui-Haligan tribe is small. Shaohai is not small at all. The Hui-Haligan tribe will either migrate or be exterminated. They may also be asked to provide supplies by the Desire Valley. Both sides live in harmony. What I mean is to move the Hui-Haligan tribe out. The later Turks will go to their place, and they will go around to where the later Turks are. Everyone will change and use them as a barrier. We will plant potatoes and corn. When we build the city, we will build them and slowly turn them into our people. We will teach them to learn the Tang Dynasty's language and official language. Li Yi took the pointer and drew an arc, the escape route of the Hui-Haligan tribe. No, the migration route. If they couldn't beat the later Turks, what could they do if they didn't run? Chapter 1862. Sigh. The ministers sighed. Therefore, the promise of war cannot be broken. Li Yi looked at Song Jing. We don't kill captives. Song Jing glared at Li Yi and answered as quickly as he could. He was afraid that Li Yi would mention how Lingquan's matter. This matter would not be settled in this lifetime. Prime Minister Song is right. Li Yi smiled. I did not say anything else. Pearl Pill wondered, who is Pei Yan? How could he know so much history? He was still young. A person who wants to seize the power of regent. A person who has no ruler in his heart. A person who wants to overturn the court. Do you know about overturning the court? Old Yao and Zhang Shua, who was the magistrate of Hunan, were the same. Now it's me. I have no choice. I don't need real power, but I still have real power. It's not that I don't want to step down. Li gave an example and pointed at himself. You have to deal with those who have more power? Pearl Pill understood. If you deal with your family's Daloan Calixu, you will be useless. Li dispelled the idea that Pearl Pill should not have. He was still counting on Calixu to expand to India. It would not work if it was someone else. When you go back, I will give your family's Daloan Calixu some nourishing medicine to strengthen his body. Bring a set of spectacles, and try it on one by one. I think he will be dazzled. Your family's Daloan Calixu is similar to the later Turks' Moyu Valley. This time, the later Turks gritted their teeth and migrated. The idea must have come from Moyu Valley. Li lowered his head to eat. This was the good thing about eating water. There was no need to worry about the food getting cold. Everyone tacitly kept quiet and ate quickly. They would ask again after eating. Otherwise, this lunch would last until the evening. Xiao Yi, let's go out for a walk and digest. After everyone finished eating, Bai Gu invited Li Yi to walk around. Don't you have to work in the afternoon? Bai Gu wanted to be alone with Princess Yongmu and hold hands or something. Next to you is the office. Sui added. Let's go. Li Yi looked at the others with the same gaze, compromising. Everybody walked east along the Ba River. They would pass by the Zhang family's village and take a look at the Zhang family's land. Most of the Zhang clan's village was used as experimental fields and breeding fields. A small portion was used to plant soybeans on the scattered ground, and by the river, they fed the bean worms with cowpeas, kidney beans, and grape leaves, as if they were raising silkworms. The children who were about the same age as the little guy went to gather wheat, while the older children went to class. Instead of attending classes in the village, he was with Zhuangzi's children. The tourism industry in the village had stopped, and they no longer helped others take care of their children. The members of the imperial family rented their houses. He worked for the Li family Zhuangzi and was in charge of the Chaotian Fund of the Tang dynasty. They were mainly interested in the medical conditions of the Li family Zhuangzi and were worried that he would suddenly fall ill. Their families and villagers were working. The cucumbers and eggplants had been planted in the garden. Those that had been planted in advance had to be set up in greenhouses. Small eggplants and small cucumbers were used to make pickles for winter. The large eggplants were cut into slices. In winter, 2 slices were sandwiched with a layer of meat. The handle on top of the eggplants was the handle. The core inside was taken out, and the outside was dried in the shade. It was stir-fried and eaten. There were also dried cowpeas that were cut vertically in the middle. They could be used to make pickles and stew meat. The villagers were not short of money, so they were reluctant to throw it away. They were used to a hard life and knew how to cherish food. The families of the members of the imperial family helped them. They had never looked down on the villagers. Li Yi was in charge of the management and accounts of the Zhang clan's village. Other than Her Majesty, who was qualified to ask Li Yi to manage the accounts, the Zhang clan's village did. Just like the neighbors who were willing to help Xiaolan fight and hide when Zhuangzi was attacked, the Zhang clan's village was destined to have its current status from the moment they handed over the wordless account books. Her Majesty is here. Hello, Her Majesty. When the members of the imperial family saw Li Longji and his entourage, they all stood up to greet them. The villagers did not call them Her Majesty. They smiled with joy on their faces. Li stared at the cowpeas. The cowpeas were placed on the chopping board and cut bit by bit with a kitchen knife. Don't you all have a washboard? Place the cowpeas in a concave area and press a small blade down. It will be cut open with a pull. I will get someone to make a separate groove and blade buckle for you. Li Yi took out his walkie-talkie and spoke briefly. The craftsman would be done quickly. There was no technical requirement. At the same time, he also asked the printing workshop to write on the newspaper. Many people would know how to use it. No one said anything. They were used to it. Seeing a problem and solving it was Li Yi's routine. The later Turks had a hard time. Write in the newspaper about how to live better in a cold winter area, especially one with a lake. Li suddenly became concerned about the later Turks. In Lake Baikal, the temperature in winter was minus 30 degrees Celsius. Sometimes it would exceed 4 degrees Celsius. When the ice froze, it would be 1 meter thick. Did they know how to skate? What about sleds? Li Lang, what's the problem there? Princess Yongmu blinked her eyes. She thought that Li Yi was trying to trick them. The thinnest part of the ice layer in winter is more than 2 feet. The thickest part is 3 feet. The later Turks did not know how to weave nets. They did not have good materials. They could only use grass to weave nets. The grass net could not be worn under the ice. They had to use leather and sunken objects to make baskets. The water temperature under the ice was about 4 degrees Celsius. Fish would gather in places where there was light and air. They would use baskets to catch fish. In addition, the dug ice holes would freeze again. In one night, half a foot of ice would be formed. When the weather is even colder, it would be 1 foot. We have to help them think of a way to prevent the ice holes from freezing. It would be easier for them to catch fish. Li Yi was worried that the later Turks would not be used to the new way of life and would not be able to grasp many techniques. Is there a way? Dongzhu, we want to use it too. The villagers of Zhang family village looked at him anxiously. Yes, you can use rice straws, wheat straws, and sorghum straws. Tie them into bundles and place them in the ice holes. They will not freeze. If you want to raise fish in a pond, make some holes and place them there. The fish will not suffocate. If you build an ice rink on the river, you are afraid of cracks and bulges. Make a few holes like this to vent the air. At the same time, you can also destroy the stress structure of the ice surface. This is more convenient. Actually, you can also use iron hooks to make ice holes. If there is blood, it will attract more fish. Li Yi continued to make calls. They had already gone to Lake Baikal. It was difficult for them to survive. Actually, he did not want to kill the later Turks. Killing people was not his goal. He wanted to turn them into his own people and strengthen the Tang dynasty. Now that there were many races, they could integrate them together. He could help the later Turks to survive the difficult period at Lake Baikal. As long as the later Turks did not have the energy to cause trouble, the gap between the later Turks and the Tang dynasty would decrease by a lot every year. The later Turks recuperated there. After a few years, they felt that it was enough. When they wanted to attack the Tang dynasty again, they would find that the Tang dynasty had started to use new guns, bullets, and cannons. Can't you always run to the north of the Mo dynasty? Continue to run. Run to the Mediterranean Sea, and see if the people there will attack you. If you can't run to the English Channel, you can run to the Americas. You will find that the earth is round. I will send troops from here through the Pacific Ocean. The place you go is called the Atlantic Ocean. Now, you just need to stay here obediently. We will talk about the future later. Xiao Yi, are you really going to help the later Turks? Baigu did not understand. You think they are a threat, so you want to destroy them. In my eyes, they are just children who can't find their way home. If I want to kill them all, won't it be easier for me to go there myself? Li Yi handed the walkie-talkie to Tao Hong and shrugged. Chapter 1863. Everyone, including Li Longji, didn't know what to say for a while. That's right, this timid guy could fly, and he had a heavy machine gun. If he wanted to kill someone, he could fly over and kill them. Dr. Li, since you can kill the enemy's leader, why don't you kill him? I don't want to. I'm kind-hearted. Li gave such a reason. Yes, Xiaoyi can't bear to see blood. Baigu proved. Brother Yi is the kind of person who doesn't hurt ants when sweeping the floor and cherishes moths. Li Longji also lied. Xiaoyi is good in every way, but she's soft-hearted. When Yu Huaid came, Xiaoyi even knelt down to save him. This time it was Chi Dai Pearl's turn. When you said these words, did you ask the souls who died in his hands? Did they agree? Go east. There's a well that's quite deep. I've tested the water quality. It's good mineral water, not heavy water. Li pointed ahead. It was still 15 or 16 miles away from their current position. The terrain there was higher than the surrounding area, and there were many rocks, so it was not convenient to draw water from other places. After drilling, they found that the water was cooler than other places, so they put a pressure well there. The terrain was higher, so the water was drawn to the village. The villagers usually drank this water and changed the bamboo tube every once in a while. The water did not go through the canal. Chi Dai Pearl wanted to say something, but seeing the team moving, he could only shut up and follow. The people of the Tang dynasty knew the situation. One person couldn't be a butcher who always ran to kill other people's leaders. After killing them, the army had to take over and take over. If the army didn't fight, the logistics wouldn't be useful. The entire Tang dynasty relied on one person to kill? What if all the weapons were exchanged with lifespan? The army had lost morale and was afraid of death. The people were used to having one person who could kill other people's leaders and no longer felt threatened. Wouldn't it be dangerous if the world was at peace? The Tang dynasty was the people of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty was the Tang dynasty's people. Li Yi could be killed, but it wouldn't be of much use to the country. Therefore, he should devise a strategy. He had said that as long as the men of the Tang dynasty were still alive, he would not use women for political marriages. Then, As long as the Tang dynasty's generals and soldiers were not all dead, it would not be his turn to fight in person. He had already taken the risk to go out to sea and bring back seeds from far away to help the following teams open up the sea route. He had done enough. He couldn't keep tormenting him. The group of people began to talk about the scenery and poems. The small robot that followed the team occasionally added a sentence. He was both envious and helpless. He was still young and had not started learning poetry from a young age. They covered their feet with their boots and sweated. The inside of the boots was still wet. The others continued to pressurize the well and drink water, as if they did not hear anything. He was envious of Li Yi's speed and casual way of dealing with problems. He thought that if he had the same ability, the other people in Tubo would be surprised and shocked when they saw him. He selectively ignored the attitude of the other people in the Tang dynasty. They did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. He was used to it. Li Yi should be like this when dealing with small matters. If he did not have this ability, how could he say that whoever he asked to join the group must join? The relationship between power and ability was proportional. Otherwise, why would others love you so much? Do you think you are an exchange coupon? After sweating for a while, the digestion was successful. Everyone walked north and returned from another route. The next day, the newsboy came early to collect the newspapers and sold them until class time. The rest of the newspapers were thrown to the shops that provided newspaper services. Time to go to school. When the shops got the newspapers, they increased the price by 50 jiao. Buy it or not? Who asked you not to subscribe to newspapers? Also, when the children were selling, you did not buy them. After that, you bought them and increased the price. We chased the later Turks away. Jalempo belongs to us now. Someone saw the contents of the newspaper and found an important news. Not all of them belong to us. There is also the Wuxia tribe. They belong to the Shirwei tribe and have the same ancestor as the Khitans. The southern Khitans are called Shirwei. The Wuxia-kun of Shirwei and Jalempo will be with them. However, they have fewer people, unlike the later Turks. They should have escaped, right? Otherwise, when the later Turks are dealt with, they should be targeted. Someone looked at the introduction and started to make his own judgment. Jalempo needs to be caught in winter. The newspaper said that there are big and mini fish. There are also small animals with good fur. However, we should try to catch them and breed them. Look to the side. 1,000 later Turks were captured. Later, they captured another 400. None of them died. The later Turks want to run to Shanghai. It is very cold there in winter. Do the soldiers of the Tang dynasty fight in winter? It is so cold. Why don't they take a break and go again in spring next year? Don't freeze. The people looked at the contents of the newspaper and started to discuss. Chapter 1864. The people discussed the contents of the newspaper. The first 4 pages only wrote about this matter, and the number of newspapers was increased. In winter, the local temperature drops sharply. The way to keep out the cold, the north wind, the northwest wind, and other winds that suddenly change direction. It is very important to prepare the stove. Some people stumbled as they read. They even looked at the pinyin. Fortunately, the contents of the newspaper were very easy to understand. When they turned to the literature section, it was not within the scope of the people's understanding. The newspaper wrote that to prevent the change of air pressure and wind direction, how to build a few stoves, how to build the outside chimney to guide the wind. In addition, using existing resources to quickly build a temporary kiln to make bricks, the characteristics of fireproof clay, and where to find it, the techniques of cutting pine trees, the precautions of using pine trees as fuel to make kilns. The surrounding plants were harvested and prepared in advance. The method of making simple fishing nets, the best weather and time of day for winter fishing. How to make poisonous rock salt into non-poisonous edible salt. The method of piling up haystacks to keep livestock warm. The method of using sunlight to start a fire when the lake freezes in winter. And the choice of making velvet grass. The newspaper listed the items one by one, teaching people in detail how to survive in the cold winter, especially by the lake. The people read with relish. They liked to read such articles with popular science content. Some students were eating breakfast in a restaurant. When they read the newspaper, they found that the situation seemed to be wrong. This newly occupied land, the Tangs must go. Why is it written in the newspaper? Are the Wuxia tribe literate? Not only that, the people have lived in this place for a long time, going back and forth for years. Don't they know how to survive? Dear friend, please. According to what you say, which side do you intend to go to? Migration. To move the people outside the region to the lake to live in peace. I think so too. The two students talked. They were concerned about national affairs and considered the problem from different angles. Boxy rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi with the newspaper in his hand. He did not eat breakfast and hurried to the Li family Zhuangzi. He and Isimba took turns to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi. Each time they went, they had to take a bath and change their clothes. It was troublesome. The people outside were responsible for leading the members of the diplomatic mission to work and earn money. They also sent people to send messages to Tubo. When he saw the contents of the newspaper, he found that it was not about Zhu Luanbua. It was clearly teaching the later Turks, who ran to the north, how to survive the cold winter. That place was part of the Mabe region. Normally, the later Turks were not willing to go there. Summer was fine, but in winter, the number of people and livestock that died far exceeded that of other places. In extreme weather, it was normal to lose a third of their members. Boxy could not understand. Why would Li Yi help others when both sides were fighting? Is it because you are too capable and are afraid that the later Turks don't know? I admit that you're amazing. You actually understand the local situation of Little Hai. You're just short of teaching him personally. If you had helped the later Turkic Khaganate, the later Turkic Khaganate would have been able to expand their influence and unite all the surrounding tribes. You're not. You're from the Tang dynasty. You have to think about the Tang dynasty. Don't be a good person. What's going on? You've broken my heart into pieces. Wuxia hurried to Zhuangzi and was brought to take a bath. Even his teeth were brushed. It would be even better if he brushed his teeth gently, so that his gums wouldn't bleed. The person he was looking for was Qi Dai Zhudan. After breakfast, he looked at the fur in front of him. It was the fur of an otter. Let's chase away the later Turkic Khaganate. The place we occupy is the same as the Wuxia tribe. The local lakes are rich in otters. Li gently stroked the fur. It was smooth and soft. The names of the two lakes in Huluan Bir were named after the otter in the local language. The clothes made from the otter skin helped the locals withstand the cold winter. Li wanted to raise them. If he bought them, the local otters would be massacred. Killing without raising them would destroy the ecological balance. He still wanted the otter skin to make clothes. In the cold regions, it was either fur, cashmere, or down. The amount of cotton was not enough. He should use it to make other useful things. For example, cotton clothes and anti-scalding clothes for smelting. Is its meat tasty? Can it be compared to rabbits? Wu Jiyu had never eaten otter before, but she had its fur. Fishy. It's more fishy than pigs, cows, and sheep. Let's see how to cook it. It's written in the medical books that I copied. Including the liver, it needs to be processed when it's slaughtered. Li Yi had eaten it before, including some things that were not allowed to be eaten by the country. It's not about whether it's tasty or not. Eating those things is eating identity and status. He has to treat people to a meal. What others like to eat, he will prepare it and eat it himself. Oh, thank you, Dr. Li. When Wu Jiyu heard that it was medicine, she immediately lost interest. Who would take medicine for no reason? I think the newspaper will be sent out today. Xiao Yi, you helped the later Turkic Khaganate so much. Have you considered the soldiers who died in the hands of the later Turkic Khaganate? Will the later Turkic Khaganate be grateful to you? Yao Chong did not care about the otter skin and meat. He knew that the envoy of the later Turkic Khaganate was going to take the newspaper to find his people. One was to tell him that 1,400 people were captured alive, and the other was to ask Moyu Valley to analyze the attitude of the Tang dynasty. The purpose of the martyrs is to let the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Their people will no longer be poor, not to kill many people. I don't want to force the later Turkic Khaganate to return the favor. As long as their population increases, it's best to regain control of 1 million people. The Tang dynasty will inevitably be affected by more wars. Even if you don't want to fight, Others will attack you if you defend your place. Your people live a good life, have a lot of wealth and trade. Others are envious and will attack you. Your people don't live a good life and have no money. Others see that you are weak and will attack you. You close the country and don't communicate with others. Others will attack you for resources. Li Yi explained the reality of the situation. People live to fight. In the family, they have the right to speak. In the business, they have money. In the work unit, they have to suppress others. No matter what, they will kill if they are anxious. You want to use them to fight outside? Can you control them? Song Jing thought that the later Turkic Khaganate always surrendered and then rebelled. He was worried. It's not them, it's us. We are a family. How can there be no tongue that doesn't touch teeth? Isn't that right? Li looked like a kind old man. No one around believed him, including Chi Dai and Zhu Dan. You make it sound so nice. Then why did you start to mobilize resources from Hunan and force them to the north? Why didn't you use the fireworks you made as fireworks? Or the explosives for the sake of sound? When he fought, he hated that he couldn't destroy the enemy in one day. After defeating the enemy, he started to pretend. Chi Dai and Zhu Dan inexplicably shuddered. He was afraid of Li Yi. How did you lose the land of 9 bends? How many people in Tubo died, fighting for the source of the Yellow River? If it weren't for your weapons and logistics, would I, Tubo, have let you fight to the point where the enemy is at the city gate? I signed the alliance under the city. You have bullied me to the point of my home. Xiao Yi, this child is worthy of being a doctor. He has a benevolent heart. Noble consort Lu praised Li Yi. Lu Jiu smiled and nodded. Xiao Yi is like this. He would rather suffer losses than make others suffer. Every time I think of him, I feel sorry for him. What a good child. Why is there someone who can't stand him? Chapter 1865. Gang Ro, why do I feel that you have never placed the Turks and Tubo in your eyes? Ah, that Tubo is uncle and niece, so keep it in your heart. Zhang Jiuling was anxious and said the wrong thing. He quickly followed up with another sentence. There was nothing much to say, as he was right. Li Yi raised his brows. We are always interacting and getting familiar with each other. He gave an irrelevant answer, as it was indeed hard for him to say. He was familiar with places, and some tribes had disappeared in the river of history. The end result was not bad. You used the word interact well. Bai Gu said in disdain. That's right. Old Bai knows me. Li didn't care. He changed the topic. With the large amount of cotton we have this year, I am prepared to make more beautiful tents and military coats. Military coats can be used as mattresses and blankets. Purely making blankets has few uses. We need convenience on the grassland, so there are limitations to the use of cotton quilts. Wind will leak when wrapped around the body. Are you going to give it to Jalunpo and our people? Sui started to think about where to migrate. Wasugu tribe, Shi tribe, Khitan, all of them. If the Turks run away, they will not only lose their territory. Li Yi said with a smile, as if they were chatting about daily life. The later Turks were already in a precarious situation after Matsu was killed. In history, the tribes that betrayed the Tang Empire didn't have a chance at all. Now that they had suffered consecutive defeats and shifted their strategy, the other tribes would hit them when they were down. Everyone would push the wall when it was there. Not to mention that the tribes there were all red and white. Just by using force to bully others, the other tribes would take the chance to take a bite out of them. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Like a wolf pack. Once the wolf king was defeated by other wolves, it could only run away. If not, it would be killed. Like dogs, many normal dogs would leave their owners when they realized that they couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't that they were sad, but many times, the owners would kill the dogs for meat. Dogs also had the genes of wolves, and this continued. If a dog could die peacefully in front of its owner, it meant that the person treated the dog well. The kind of dogs that were raised in the courtyard in the countryside. When they were old, they would go out if they could. They were afraid that they would be eaten if they could not move. The successive strategic defeats of the later Turkic Khaganate had caused the tribes that had previously been intimidated by their martial prowess to be eyeing them covetously. Since the Tang dynasty was strong, it was a good opportunity to integrate them. He told them that the Tang dynasty had the ability to destroy them, and also told them that the Tang dynasty had the ability to bring them a better life. Regardless of whether it was a pack of wolves or a crowd of people, all the fights were for power and benefits. After getting used to this kind of contact, the next step was to integrate. With Brother Yi here, I am at ease. Oh, it's me who's at ease. Li Longji felt very comfortable. He even thought of asking Brother Yi not to come up with any ideas after he was done with the Turks. He wanted to train the officials. If you do all the work, what about everyone else? You need to train others. When others can't do it, you can ask and solve the problem. In addition, there are also iron brackets to set up their big tent. Their tents were made of wood or bones. The smaller tents were made of cow bones, horse bones, and camel bones, while the larger ones were made of wood. They don't have much metal. Needless to say, I can't give them copper. Iron is fine. They are all assembled in modules. As long as they are skilled, they can set up a big tent that can fit 30 people in half an hour. The advantage is that it can be assembled quickly and is sturdy. I will make triangular fasteners. The previous tents were made of felt, which can be fireproof. Now the felt will be hung, and there will be a layer of cotton cloth inside to reduce the dust of the felt. The disadvantage is that they can't buy it themselves. It's expensive. Zhuangzi's electroplating technology is not good enough. I will use roasting technology. It's better to deal with rust. Li Yi wanted to give benefits. The people in his grassland area lived better than the people in the other grassland area. Not only did each family have off-road vehicles and money, but the tents were also different. The big tents were beautiful. When there was a snow disaster, the government immediately took action. They mainly provided fodder and cleaned the snow around the tents. On the other hand, the tents in the other side were small and pitiful. If they lacked grass, so be it. Counting on the government there? Dream on. The inner layer of the tents, whether it was felt or leather, was gray and big. 3 sets of cotton cloth. When the weather is good, put it outside to dry. Use a stick to beat it. Where there is water, wash it diligently. Washing cotton cloth was much easier than washing felt and leather. Leather was hard to clean, and if it was not handled well, it would be denitrified. Dr. Li, our army needs these things. Su Yi heard that there were good things, and he thought of himself first. Our tents will be open and inlaid with iron rings. We will use blended canvas. Below, we will add a chimney made of blue iron, a cast iron furnace, and enamel kettle. Li Yi nodded to Su Yi. Don't worry. Our people will definitely use the best. As long as my Zhuangzi's technology is up to par, I guarantee that it will be used in the military first. Dr. Li, the tents you mentioned. Chidai Zhudan quickly said. Don't wait to change the topic later. Tubo also used tents. They were made of felt, leather, and wood. Who would bear to use iron? I will give you 500 sets. We have a good relationship. Li Yi sincerely said to Chidai Zhudan. It's just tents. If you give them, talking about money will be far away. Chidai Zhudan was instantly moved. He had always misunderstood Li Yi. Li Yi was actually not a calculative person. Li Yi turned his head and said to Princess Jincheng. Someone took a set of tents from our son-in-law and wants to reserve another set. If they look for you, you can tell them that we don't make money. We will sell them at cost price. Princess Jincheng was stunned at first, then she smiled and nodded to show that she understood. She was not Chidai Zhudan. She grew up in the palace and knew too much about these things. Understood. 500 tents sounded like a lot, but it was not enough for the red-white palace. Chidai Zhudan was a Zhanpu. He had to set aside at least 100 sets. As for the others, they only brought 1 set when they went out. Didn't the other subordinates use it? Not to mention others. Even if they went out for a walk, would 50 tents be enough? The things were good, and those who were not qualified to enjoy the rewards could only buy them. The cost price, it depended on how it was calculated. Chidai Zhudan. He had improved his IQ and EQ through hard work. He turned his head and looked at Baigu. Bai Zaifu, do you collect taxes? Baigu stroked his beard. I don't accept gifts. The imperial family of the Tang dynasty should give you another 500 sets. The imperial family will pay for it. If others want to buy them, they will pay a 30% tax. However, 10% of the tax belongs to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Ministry of Revenue will exempt it. Xiao Yi, is that okay? Old Bai, what do you want to eat for lunch? Li Yi was satisfied. Yes, I don't lack the tax money, but you have to give me an attitude. I will help you make money. It's going to rain. Do you still have tomatoes? How about tomato hot pot? Tomato beef brisket? Bai Gu felt that his teeth were good, so he challenged the beef brisket. Yes, Zhuangzi's ice cellar can preserve meat for a few days. Put in medium-sized potato cubes. Don't leave any seeds. Li Yi said and looked at Princess Yongmu. Do you want braised? Stewed is fine. Princess Yongmu's attitude towards Li Yi was also full of happiness. It doesn't matter if I eat or not, as long as you think of me. Chapter 1866. Zhanpu. Wuxia finally finished bathing and rushed over with a newspaper in his hand. When he arrived, he bowed first to the retired emperor, noble consort Lu, Li Longji, Empress Wang, and the others. The Prime Minister Fu and the other members of the regiment did not bow to him. They bowed to Li Yi. The corner of Li Yi's mouth curled into a smile. This brat is bad. He never forgets to mess with the Tang dynasty and sow discord. He pulled Princess Yongmu back to find a place to eat fruits. Isn't this just playing tricks? Let's see if you still dare to do it next time. This group of people were all smart except for Qi Daizhu Dan. When the minister saw that Li Yi was gone, they knew which attitude to use in an instant. Qi Daizhu Dan did not find anything wrong. He frowned. What's the hurry? Congratulations to the Tang dynasty for occupying Jilempo. The newspaper wrote about how to live next to the lake in winter. We have a lot of them there. The one here is called Haizi, and our place is called Quo. Like the more distant Shaohai, the place where the Turks went. They read the newspaper and are afraid to follow. Burberry unfolded the paper with an effort and winked at him. It's written for them. There are other ways to deal with Jilempo. Dr. Li has already thought about it. Qi Daizhu Dan knew the purpose of his people coming here. Wuxia was not bad. But what a pity. He could not compete with Li Yi. The world was big, and there were all living things, but there was only one Li Yi. Zhanpu, Wuxia is talking nonsense about the Tang dynasty. Do you have any instructions? Bai Gu was the first to ask. Qi Daizhu Dan was dumbfounded. What's wrong? He shook his head slightly. Since there is no instructions, Wuxia is also an envoy, but he is doing things outside of his job. He is recklessly speculating about the Tang dynasty's foreign strategy. He can be considered a spy. Song Jing's face was gloomy. He directly looked for trouble from the official level. When two countries are at war, the envoys are not killed. I ask that before the war is over, Wuxia should not be in danger to avoid being harmed by scoundrels. Sui knew how to play even better. If you want to expose me, I'll protect you. We concur. The group of people said in unison. No, well actually, Boxy was dumbfounded. You have thought things through thoroughly. Guards, escort Tubo's envoy to a safe place, and prevent him from having any contact with the outside world. Only by protecting him can I be at ease. Li Longji spoke. A group of people came over and brought Boju away, taking good care of him. I'm looking for Zhanpu. I want to. Zhanpu. Sigh. Wuxia struggled for a bit before being dragged out. He felt helpless. The only fortunate thing was that he knew that he would not die, and would only be under house arrest for a short period of time. Seeing his own people being framed and taken away, he learned a lot more. Simba watched the entire process from the side. He was somewhat angry at Wuxia. Why did you have to play such petty tricks when you came over? Look, he knew everything. If I get locked up, I have to go out. Who will take care of Zhanpu? He looked at Nagli. Nagli nodded slightly and took over the heavy burden. Li Yi ran to another place with Princess Yongmu. If the two Jua's envoys want to leave, I estimate that at least 4 of them will have to go out. The 4 of them have to walk so far. Will they be eaten by the wolves? Princess Yongmu was worried about the others. It's autumn. It's possible. All the animals in the north try to replenish their food in autumn. Even the wild geese that want to fly south have to eat their fill. Otherwise, they won't have enough strength to fly to the next supply point. They should continue to send people to increase the number of envoys. Doesn't Moyu Valley understand? Li Yi was worried. He was afraid that the envoys sent by the Tujue would be eaten by the wolves. Horses could not outrun wolves. Whether it was explosive power or endurance, horses were inferior to wolves. Horses had to stop to rest and eat after a run. But wolves could persist for a long time. If humans wanted to use animals to deal with wolves, they could only use dogs, not pet dogs. If they used dogs to herd animals, when they felt that they might encounter a group of more than 10 wolves, they would need at least 20 shepherd dogs. They were the kind of shepherd dogs that would go home for meat for half a month. The rest of the time, they would eat grass, drink water, and eat rabbits. Tibetan Mastiffs were useless dogs raised as pets. When a wolf faced 4 or 5 Tibetan Mastiffs raised as pets, it would target one of them. When that wolf was bitten to death, the other Tibetan Mastiffs would not dare to move. If it were the mountain guard dogs raised by Hufeng, 3 of them would fight against one wolf king. If the wolf king ran a little slower, it would be bitten to death by the mountain guard dogs and brought back to the master. Give them Malay. I will make a batch. Match it with a lighter to scare the wolves. Then give them good arrows and cookery knives. In order to let the Tujue people bring the newspaper back, Li Yi thought of a way. The gunpowder formula for Malay was not black gunpowder. He was making yellow gunpowder. At this time, he realized how awesome his country's industrial system was. The only country in the world with a full industrial system. High precision was another matter. The entire industrial system was perfect, and they could build whatever they wanted. Others were working together, but his country had always been oppressed. There was no choice but to build everything himself. Every time there was a targeted sanction, after a period of suffering, this issue would come up. Once other countries were sanctioned, everything would be over. But when his country was sanctioned, that area would improve by leaps and bounds. Then, his countrymen would develop a habit of competing with the combined technology of the world. Just like cooking, his soup would compete with Guangdong and Guangxi, spicy food would compete with Sichuan, barbecue would surpass the grasslands, stew would be better than the Northeast, seafood rice would surpass Sioux Causeway and Wui, and 9 twist intestine would kick Shandong into the mud. Then where are you? I am a country with a mid-tier diet. Very, very poor. My countrymen lived on tenaciously, and had always been aiming for the first place in every project. Why not aim for the second place? Because the second place is me. Give them 4 grenades each. If they don't want to use them, they can go back and disassemble them for research. Li Yi thought of his country's pride back then, and suddenly felt more pity for the Turks. There was no such thing as killing Tatars on a full moon night, or sowing discord. There was also no such thing as the red hero of the grasslands Ulaanbaatar. The envoys of the Turks had indeed taken action. They had lost their territory, and many of their people were captured alive. Their own people had to go to further places. Their newspapers had explained it in detail, so they had to bring the newspapers back. They found the officials of the Honglu Temple and applied for a pass. Wait. Lu Tong of the Honglu Temple personally received them. He picked up the phone on the table and shook it, asking for a line. After receiving the Li family Zhuangzi, Tianqing Yuan of the Honglu Temple received it, and immediately made arrangements. This matter was not only the Honglu Temple's problem, but also the Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of War. Tianqing Yuan asked for more spies, and asked the 2 ministries how to deal with it. Should they issue a recommendation letter? When the news reached the offices of Baigu and Su Yi, the 2 of them were unable to make a decision, and called Li Yi's courtyard. In the end they could not get through. There was no one. The 2 of them came out to the door, and saw a small robot standing leisurely under the sunlight, charging with solar energy. Find your Dongzhu quickly, Su Yi urged. Okay. I've found him. My brothers and sisters are beside him. Guess what my Dongzhu is doing? The small robot replied. Guess if I will smash you to death. Su Yi threatened the small robot. Okay, you win. Dongzhu Su Zaifu is looking for you. He threatened to dismantle me. Remember to take revenge for me. The small robot passed on the message. Chapter 1867. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, 30 horses galloped on the road to the north. The 6 Turks opened their mouths slightly, and their eyes were filled with determination. Each of them had 5 horses, and the horses carried their own materials and food. They needed to pass through a small desert, the Wuxia Desert, which was currently being treated. The desertification here was not serious yet. After digging a well, there would be an oasis, and everyone would plant trees. After the Wuxia Desert, the Kabuki Desert was next. The Kabuki Desert was huge, and it was on the south bank of the Yellow River. After this desert and the Yellow River, it was the Tunger Desert. The Tunger Desert was even bigger. At that place, they could change to camels, which could run faster than horses on the sand. On the horses, there were compressed biscuits, meat floss, large grains of salt, pills for simple diseases, medicinal powder, male, small sky monkey, bottles of alcohol, lighters, 7 or 8 pots, water bags, cookery knives, tactical knives. Each of them brought a copy of the newspaper and a letter written by Baigu to persuade the Turks to surrender. Li Yi wrote a letter to tell the Turks that he guaranteed that no one would be killed after they surrendered. He even arranged a place for them. And the original people were still sweating profusely. The 6 Turks needed to pass through the deserts and successfully find their own people. Actually, it was quite easy to find them. The telegram was sent out, and the army watching their people would guide them. Once they found the military forces of the Tang dynasty, they would find their home, and they could even provide them with supplies. If they could not, they could send them back. They walked along the road where there were villages, and the people were making ropes, using straw and wheat straw to make ropes. Straw was the most convenient. In winter, they would wrap it around the saplings to keep them warm. The Wuxia Desert was small, and before it became a huge desert, they had to kill it in the cradle. Li Yi was also thinking of a solution for the Kabuki Desert. He could not think of one himself, but he had the experience of the country's desert management. Some deserts were managed so well that the locals asked them to leave a piece and not destroy it completely. They hoped that tourists would come to see the desert. The 6 Turks did not have the problem of Li Yi managing the desert in their minds. They only knew that Li Yi was good at strategizing. He drove their tribe further northwest, and it was said that he wanted to plant potatoes in their original place. Could it be that his tribe was delaying him from planting potatoes? So he took action? He had to hurry back and tell his people how to prevent people and livestock from freezing to death in winter. Li Yi's ability in this aspect was still trustworthy. If it was written in the newspaper for the people of the Tang dynasty to read, it would not be fake. Facing the current battle situation, the 6 of them were at a loss. When they lived in Chang'an, no one beat them. Knowing that they were from the later Turks, they were treated equally when doing business. This included helping others find horses to earn money. The people who found them trusted them very much. The Li family Zhuangzi's new crops were harvested and sent to the Honglu temple for everyone to taste. He didn't forget them. Potatoes were delicious, and it was said that they could produce more than 10 stones per mu. No wonder they had to find a place to plant them. In addition, roasted sweet potatoes were sweet, stewed rice beans were fragrant, and string beans were suitable for stir-frying. The big pumpkin could be stored for a year, and it could be eaten at any time. However, the Li family Zhuangzi didn't give them any seeds. He only told them to eat it. The cornbread made from cornmeal was really fragrant, and the yield was also high. Will my Khan surrender? Where would they live after surrendering? Can the Turks surrender? Wuxia wanted to ask Li Yi when they were having dinner. He was purely idle. Everyone was eating Li Yi's northeast stew from the farmer's family pot. There were braised pork ribs, potatoes, beans, corn, and a circle of cornmeal pancakes around the big iron pot. If it were braised pork, beans, potatoes, eggplant, chili, and tomatoes, it would be a messy stew. There was more soup in the messy stew than in the farmer's family pot, and the soup was rich. The farmer's family pot made salted fish pancakes, which were derived from Shandong cuisine. They stewed salted fish in the pot, surrounded by cornmeal pancakes. After breaking into Guangdong, there were some northeastern regions that didn't have salted fish, and they wanted to eat it, so they changed it. Li Yi picked up a green onion and dipped it in sauce on the plate. No, it's not easy to become the Khan. If I surrender, I'll lose my power. Exactly. Baigu poured himself a glass of white wine. He wanted to drink 2 taels. The dishes were not bad. In addition to the farmer's family pot, there was also a big harvest of pickled vegetables. The Li family Zhuangzi's greenhouse ensured that Zhuangzi could eat vegetables from all 4 seasons at any time. There were cucumbers, eggplants, and other vegetables every day. They were planted in the greenhouse and on the ground, every month. Baigu picked up the wine cup and smelled it. The letter of surrender is to give them a chance. They can use it in the future. Compared to the Turks who took the initiative to surrender, and were persuaded to surrender, they can save some face. They learned how to survive the winter. Even in summer, they like to live in houses and tents. It's stuffy in summer. When the conditions are ripe in the future, they will surrender and adapt. Baigu didn't need to ask Li Yi about this strategy. He understood, but he was helpless about the technical arrangements and the big strategic changes. 1,400 people, the same as the people who were captured in the previous war, arranged to live in the southwest region? Can the others buy them? Li Riji's eyes were a little uncomfortable. He learned from Li Yi that he choked on the green onion. A portion of the 5,000 elites who went to attack the Shi tribe died. The rest were captured and sent over from the other side. The Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of taking over and throwing them into the southwest region. They didn't have any weapons and worked with the southwest barbarians every day, burning and grinding cement. Both sides looked down on each other. The Turks thought that the southwest barbarians were barbaric and had no fighting power. Did they know how to ride and shoot? The southwest barbarians thought that the later people didn't even know how to write in the Tang dynasty and were clumsy. They could only eat from the big pot and didn't know how to cook. The captured Turks formed a team of 100 people. If something happened to one person, the whole team would be killed and punished. There were another 1,400 people. Some of them wanted to raise 8 or 10 people. It was a labor force. She asked Li Riji to help her find out if it was okay. Li Riji would help her ask if it was okay. I'm not selling. They can't take good care of it. I guarantee that they will use restrictive tools and delay the work. Li refused. He would give him something in exchange for the captives, as well as the replacement horses. The families of the soldiers had to live. Many of the Shi tribe's people died, so he would get compensation. Those who died for the Tang dynasty had to be buried in the Tang dynasty's cemetery of martyrs. Now, there were only tombstones of the winged knights and other martyrs in the north of the imperial city. When the expansion was completed, there would be many tombstones. While being respected, they would also help treat some mental illnesses. For example, they often had nightmares and didn't sleep well. They would be brought to the cemetery of martyrs for a night while taking medicine. If the people in the past felt fear, it meant that they didn't have the heart to support the Tang dynasty. Write down the names of the people who want to buy the captives. Li Longji ordered. What if someone wanted to buy death warriors? They always told the captives how bad the Tang dynasty was, and that they would be used to kill people. Li Riji took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Gao Lishur. He was prepared. When the other party found him, they should have known the pressure and problems he had to face. Who dared to hide the truth from the emperor? Chapter 1868. In Shaolan's Zhuangzi, the little girl was treating everyone to a meal. She was eating the same thing as the farmer's pot. She even invited her friends and adults to try the new crop. The village's income was high, and they had their own livestock. The Japanese Empire compensated them with money. Chiner's family had 2 big livestock, 1 male and 1 female. The male had a heavy responsibility and needed to work for the cows of other neighbors. Raising a cow was better than raising a donkey. The donkey would occasionally lose its temper, while the cow was docile. Children wanted to ride the cow, but they couldn't climb up. The cow would lie down on its own. When the cow was old and couldn't work anymore, she would take the Li family Zhuangzi to get a sum of money to buy a calf and raise it herself. There were also donkeys and mules that were used to pull mills and carts. The people raised their own pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. They didn't raise rabbits and couldn't take care of them all. They found someone to take turns raising ducks and geese. When they came back at night, they would go back to their homes and look for eggs. There was no supervision. The eggs belonged to whoever owned them. The chicken had to be given enough bone powder. Otherwise, The chicken would eat its own eggs, or those of other chickens. It would eat the eggshell to replenish calcium. There were no outsiders during the meal. The little girl would stay for the night and continue to lead the team to work in the fields tomorrow. The adults picked vegetables to eat. The children fished out the spines and gnawed on them with their small hands. They couldn't gnaw on them. There was still meat left on the bones. They put it aside and soaked it in water. They would continue to stew it tomorrow morning. They put in some vegetable leaves and tofu. The adults took it out and gnawed on it. They took the bones apart and ate the joints. Eat vegetables. The bones are worthless. Beans, potatoes, and corn are exotic species. You can't buy them even if you buy them. The little girl was anxious. Why did her partners become stupid? You don't usually eat meat? You always go to the Li family zhuangzi. When was there a shortage of meat? Bones are delicious. Cheener put down a bone and wiped her hands. She reached out her chopsticks to pick up rice beans. She loved to eat beans. I'll eat the big bones tomorrow morning. I'll tell you. The little girl stretched out her hands like an adult. Guazi handed over the walkie-talkie. He didn't eat. He would wait for the little girl to finish eating and rest. No one could break through the defense line he set up. Even the airborne would do. The little guy took the walkie-talkie and began to hesitate. Who should he talk to? After some thought, he dialed the number. On the other end, Li Yi's walkie-talkie rang. Brother-in-law, they love to eat bones. Tomorrow morning, they will eat big bones. The little guy directly addressed his brother-in-law. Sure, I'll arrange the candidates first. Those with more bones and meat, soak them in water. When it's midnight, add a little salt. Before sending it tomorrow, cut open the bone and heat it up in a steamer. You can eat the bone marrow. Also, check the thickness of the bone broth. No, you should kick it together with the pig. Freeze it and send it over together. Dip it in garlic sauce and eat it. Li replied. His brother-in-law had made a request, so he had to fulfill it. He wanted to get along well with the people. Thank you, brother-in-law. The little guy was happy. Why are we being so polite? Li Yi's voice carried a smile. The little fellow handed the walkie-talkie back. My brother-in-law has arranged it. Hurry up and eat. The potatoes dipped in garlic sauce are delicious. Everyone knew who his brother-in-law was. His brother-in-law's status was so high that he could only call him brother-in-law, and not Dr. Li. If he dared to call him Dr. Li, he would be taken back and beaten up. Li Longji and Empress Wang would be mixed in the doubles. You call Li Yi as a subject, yet you still want to be the crown prince? After the children finished eating the bones in their hands, they took the food and waited for tomorrow's big bones. If they didn't eat when others invited them to eat, they would owe them a favor. It wasn't like their family couldn't afford it. Li family Zhuangzi gave it to them. It wasn't a favor. It was family. The adults began to eat the bones. They roughly gnawed and threw a lot of meat into the basin. They didn't drink, afraid that they would get drunk and have problems. They knew how their children would go in the future. They would follow Li family Zhuangzi. Thinking so, they felt that the bones were extra fragrant. Guan Yujin, Zhang Jiajin, and the others also tasted good. They ate lamb spine stewed with pickled vegetables. There was less pickled vegetables and more bones. The rest of the good meat was given to the scouts who came back one after another. After eating, they didn't have to go back to send information. Lamb spine was like lamb scorpion. There were few pigs in the area, so it wasn't easy to raise them. It was all grass. It was normal for sheep to eat grass. Pigs could eat some grass for every meal. They were even more pitiful than wild boars. Pigs wouldn't grow fat if they were fed like that. If they weren't fed bricks, pigs wouldn't be able to stand up after a long time. The strategic goal is completed. The next part is to prepare to plow the land. Before winter comes, plow deeply. In winter, put the farm manure. When it snows, we'll plow lightly in spring. We need to build seedling greenhouses here to accelerate the germination of the crops. Detailed planting instructions will be sent later. Guan Yujin also gnawed on the bones. The rest was soaked and stewed with pickled vegetables tomorrow. The bones and pickled vegetables were put into the pot at the same time. They cooked until the bones were crisp. After people finished eating, there was no meat left on the bones. They were thrown to the dogs. The dogs slowly gnawed, ground their teeth and ate. If the bones weren't cooked, the dogs would easily hurt their mouths and get minor diseases. Li Yi shivered when he saw this disease. If the dogs were treated immediately after being injured, there was still a possibility of them getting minor diseases. If they were treated for minor diseases, the chances of survival were too low. There were a lot of ways to treat them. However, when they saw how the rescue dogs were injured during the rescue and how they died, they understood how difficult it was to treat them. If the rescue dogs couldn't be saved, was it because they couldn't bear to use medicine? How much was medicine? How much was a dog worth? Therefore, the newspaper wrote that if a dog was fed bones, it would either be raw bones or crisp bones. These two types of dogs could adapt by themselves. The only problem was whether the bones were hard or soft. The dogs couldn't control their strength. The heavenly soldiers and the Henji army raised many dogs to find wells, track, catch prey, and chase away wolves. They were given bones to eat. Some prey were not handled. They were skinned and given to the dogs. The dogs ate blood. Now there was dog food. The Li family Zhuangzi specially made dog food as a reward for the dogs. Especially when they were out on missions, they brought along a big bag of dog food. If they were hungry, they could eat it. However, the taste wasn't very good. Send a report to the Li Dongzhu and ask for more dog food. The dogs are in charge of cleaning up the surroundings when others are working. Zhang Jun thought about the dogs. Now there weren't many Shi and Khitans who raised dogs. This included the Turks, Shirwei, and other tribes. Later, the Manchus raised a large number of eagles and dogs for war. Therefore they didn't eat dog meat. Okay, we will build a big ice cellar this winter. Now that there are many returning soldiers, dig it out while the ground isn't hard. It's best to burn bricks and find a place without underground water to build a fixed cellar. It will be used to store cabbages, onions, garlic, potatoes, and other things in the future. Dongzhu said that the purpose of the ice cellar is to store rabies vaccine. Dongzhu is making it and needs to control the temperature. Guan Yujin's tasks, including the anti-venom, all required a certain level of storage environment. Even tetanus shots. When injured in battle, 2 shots in exchange for a life was relatively cheap. When fighting in battle, the tip of the arrow would be stained with dirty water, feces, and the edge of the blade. Everyone knew the mortality rate of the injured. With alcohol debridement and tetanus shots, this method was useless. As long as you don't get fresh poison arrow tree juice, everything else was easy. Chapter 1869. Clouds suddenly gathered in the blue sky and turned gloomy. Then a light drizzle fell and turned into tiny snowflakes that couldn't be held in the palm of one's hand. The first day of the 9th lunar month, the 6th day of the 10th lunar month. The autumn equinox had long passed, and the cold dew would arrive in 2 days. In Zheng County, the administrative center of Huazhou, there were only a few people wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats hurrying on the streets. A team of 3,000 people was marching in the rain and snow. The hooves of the horses fell on the road, making crisp and dull sounds. People were standing in the shops on both sides of the road and watching. The people looked at the team, and the 1,000 people in the team kept looking around. Gao Xiang, do you really know how to fly with a hang glider? Your name is too good. Taijelu wiped the water off his face and talked to the winged knights. His team of 1,000 people was trapped by the fire attack, and all of them surrendered. They passed by Zheng County on their way back. The rain and snow did not matter to them. The people of the Tiela 9 families and the winged knights did not care. However, the Southwest barbarians frowned. It was cold, especially uncomfortable. Fortunately, they had lived in Chang'an for a few years, so they could endure it. The other Southwest barbarians and the people of the Tiela 9 families had returned early, and they were the last batch. The later Turks ran further north, and their mission was over. They went home to continue their studies and work. The 1,000 captured later Turks elites were no longer tied up, but they consciously did not hold the reins, indicating that they were not running, and they could even take off the reins. The winged knights and the people of the Tiela 9 families did not care if you held the reins or not. They were the same kind of people on horseback, and they could not ride without reins. How did they catch the wild horses? Throwing away the rope was not a good man. Directly riding the horse, and after a little bit of time, jumping on the horse and landing on the back of the wild horse, taming the horse without any tools. This was the normal way to do it. Throwing ropes, as well as the lassoing rod that Li Dongzhu invented, were getting worse and worse with each generation. However, the lassoing rod was more useful and saved arrows. When a group of people surrounded a wolf, the lassoing rod was indeed convenient. As for the lassoing of horses, the lassoing rod was embarrassing. The less skilled ones could throw ropes, which could be used to pull down the enemy's buckler during a battle. The horse pole was not sturdy enough, and it needed to be pulled at a close distance. 20 to 30 steps away. Was the pole that long? Gao Xiang, why aren't you saying anything? Taijelu wiped the water off his face again. This kind of rain isn't good. It's considered freezing rain. It's difficult for the people to farm. I hope it doesn't get too heavy. Otherwise, a layer of ice will form on the tents. I'm afraid they'll collapse. As a member of the Winged Knights, Gao Xiang considered the problem from a different perspective. He didn't care if he got wet, but he was worried about the people. Once the disaster struck, the people's lives would immediately become difficult. The translucency of the cloth in the greenhouse was not good. The wind, rain, snow, and sun would cause the cloth to rot quickly. If it weren't for the fact that the price of the vegetables in the greenhouses was still acceptable, they would have lost money if they used such greenhouses to grow them. What does their poor life have to do with you? Taijela thought that Gao Xiang was too sentimental. I'm the Winged Knights. How can I have nothing to do with the disaster relief? The common people suffered, but the army bore the burden. The Winged Knights set an example. If it's too far away, we won't be able to make it in time. Let's use the local government's power first. Huazhou is closer to us, Gao Xiang observed as he spoke. If there was a need, he would tie up 1,000 captives and lead everyone to disaster relief. I've seen the shops around. They're all rich people. If you help them, will they give you money? Will they listen to you in some matters in the future? Taijela's ideology was different from that of the Winged Knights. They only cared about their own small tribe. They would only help if other tribes gave them benefits. The benefits didn't have to be material. It could also be asking for help to prove that they couldn't do it and needed help. Some of them pay taxes, some pay rent. The imperial court took the things and didn't care about their lives. Li Dongzhu said that other people pay rent and taxes and wait for their houses to collapse. If you take the taxes and food, you have to build a good house for them. If you say that this is insurance, and there's no need to pay additional commercial insurance, wouldn't the imperial court be playing hooligan? The money that we, the Winged Knights, take is actually part of the common people's rent and taxes. Don't think that His Majesty gave it to us directly. His Majesty is the Emperor of the Tang dynasty, not the Emperor of the Winged Knights. Gao Xiang tried his best to explain, hoping that the other party could understand. The imperial court had subsidies. Once a disaster struck, they would liquidate their positions and reduce the common people's rent and taxes. If there are lazy people whose homes are destroyed and you help them, wouldn't you be contributing to this situation? Taijelu was quite knowledgeable. He found a possibility that was guaranteed to exist, helping the majority of the kind-hearted people, and a small number of such people won't affect the overall situation. Our goal is to help the people who are affected by the disaster, not to keep an eye on a few people who take advantage of the imperial court. The goal is achieved immediately. Don't put the cart before the horse. There will be other departments to take care of individual situations. Gao Xiang used to think that Taijelu was quite smart, but now he despised him. He was too stupid. Oh, so that's how the Tang dynasty is now. Taijelu got the information he needed. He was not stupid. I'll let you go. I'll send a report first and ask Dongzhu. Gao Xiang did not care. You can understand if you want. When I reach Chang'an and learn something, can you still say this? Taijela did not hide his purpose. Learn? I don't even understand it. You can learn it. It's a huge system. Even the ministers are learning it. Gao Xiang despised him. You're still thinking about what to learn? Go ahead and learn. That knowledge is as ethereal as smoke and as vast as the sea. If you can learn all the skills of Dongzhu, you won't be where you are now. Why didn't you become the Khan? Dongzhu is the kind of person who I don't want to be the emperor. I find it tiring and troublesome. I still have to cook braised pork with soy sauce with my wife. I'm too busy today. If it's you, can you do it? Do you know how to cook braised pork with soy sauce? The kind that doesn't taste too fishy or greasy. Taejelu thought carefully and laughed. You think you can't be compared to Li Yi, so you are afraid of him? Don't try to provoke me. I really can't do it. But I'm mainly afraid that he will bring me out to play. Alright, we'll go back soon. I'll let Dongju bring you out to play. Gao Xiang was one of the first 3,000 winged knights. When they came out, they could all be commanders. That period of time was both a fortune and a suffering. It left a psychological shadow. The Tang dynasty is well prepared. Taejelu was smart. He did not want to fall into the trap. He looked at the situation on both sides of the street and found something wrong. The freezing rain was getting heavier. Everyone lifted the stone slabs on the underground canal and started to pile sandbags at the entrance. The underground canal became an open canal. The water could not flood through. The things on the first floor started to be moved to the third floor. This showed that the people were experienced. It was flooded before. The officials of the entire prefecture were arrested. The officials of the counties were all dealt with except for the officials of Zheng County. Dongju impeached them personally. Gao Xiang explained. The water level was not high now. The people who had been affected by the disaster would not care. Anyway, they had to move the things first. What if the water level rose? After suffering once, they would not fall in the same place again. How's Li Yi doing in administration? Taejelu took the opportunity to ask. At that time, it was Dongju who came to Huazhou. Chapter 1870. The precipitation is not good. Where did the cold air flow come from? The air pressure is also low. Let's go and see Mr. Mu. In Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi knew that 1,000 captives would arrive tomorrow, but he was considering the situation of the elderly. Many times, sudden illnesses were affected by the environment. Hot weather, cold weather, low air pressure, high humidity, low oxygen content, high sulfur dioxide concentration in the air. In addition, there were also factors related to diet. If one ate too much at night, the body would have problems adjusting during sleep. Coupled with the change of the magnetic field, there were many people who died in the middle of the night. There were also people who died in Li family Zhuangzi. Those who were old had too many old diseases. Li Yi couldn't nurse them back to health no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, there were only a few of them. The others could take their time to recuperate. In addition, he was in a good mood and always checked. Li Yi felt that they could live for a few more years. When he found Li Dan was sitting next to the floor-to-ceiling window, reading an economics book. There was a teapot next to him. There was no oxygen bag, which meant that he was in good health. Xiao Yi and Wen Tian are here. Li Dan put down the book and poured tea for himself. He washed the cup first. Li Yi put on the blood pressure monitor for Li Dan. He put the stethoscope inside and tested 3 times in a row. You are healthy. It's all because of Xiao Yi's ability. Do you think the cabinet shop of the imperial government is doing well now? Li Dan was reading an economics book and happened to see a section on finance. He thought of the exchange coupons and public funds, plus the loan provided by the Li family Zhuangzi to buy goods. He was thinking about the cabinet shop of the private camp. The so-called private camp was backed by the family, the imperial family, the officials, and the people in the palace. The cabinet shop of the imperial government could be responsible for mortgaging, leasing, sending things, mortgaging real estate, valuables, and lending money. With the appearance of the exchange coupons, the common people didn't use copper coins, silk, or gold as currency. They directly sent things to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for paper money. The business of sending things out lost its function. If they didn't leave things with you, they would pay you. They would take the exchange coupons with them. The interest of the public funds dropped. In the beginning, the interest was 10% per month, and the interest was collected monthly. If he borrowed $40,000, the monthly interest would be $4,000. After a month, he would have to pay back $4,000. This amount of money would then be used as the principal to continue lending. Some places even required one to pay 7,333 qian per month with interest. Even if the principal was repaid, the interest would still be based on the total principal. The merchants were exploited just like that. There were also the rich families in the area who had to borrow money. As the imperial court had more money, there was no need for public funds. The salaries of the officials were directly paid by the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi insisted on the existence of the public debt. The monthly interest was cancelled, and the interest would be calculated on a yearly basis. The principal and interest would be repaid in December. The annual interest is 12%, or 12%. By borrowing money to buy cows, they didn't need to fork out money every month to repay the debt. The people benefited from this. For example, if the money earned in 6 months was repaid in advance, the interest would be calculated daily. Business loans were different. Interest was settled on a monthly basis, and the capital turnover cycle was short. The interest rate on public funds was low, and the counter workshop was suffering. They tried to think of a way, such as the person behind the scenes, to ban the low interest rate on public money. But obviously it didn't work. They also considered joining forces and borrowing the public funds so that they could lend money themselves. If they borrowed from the public funds, the large amount of money would be checked and approved through various means, such as sending merchants to borrow money. The public funds were not fixed, and the capital pool could be big or small. The imperial court could take out 10 million taels to lend. Would they lend it? If they dared to borrow 10 million taels, the Li family Zhuangzi would lend another 10 million taels. Would they still lend it? Borrowing money required collateral. The collateral's value would be less than 50%. Something worth 100 taels could be lent at most 50 taels. You couldn't have something worth 40 million taels, right? If that was the case, the Li family Zhuangzi would continue to provide funds. When you get your interest back, the excess core will be eliminated. Li Dan knew about this. He read books and felt that he had a better idea. Li didn't have anything to hide. He nodded and then shook his head. The impact is there, but the interest counter workshop will still make money. The better the price control, the more stable the economy, and the more developed the finance. Under normal circumstances, who would lend money? Li Dan was quite regretful. It turned out that the impact couldn't kill people. When the society is stable, commercial loans will increase, and non-commercial loans will decrease. The people have money and food in their hands, and they will no longer borrow money to buy food. This is a non-commercial loan. The people want to build greenhouses, but they don't have money, so they borrow money to build greenhouses. This is a commercial loan. The less non-commercial loans, the more solid the country's economic foundation is. The more commercial loans, the more prosperous the country's economic development is. At the same time, the risks are increased. At present, the current financial industry doesn't directly participate in risky commercial investments. It only provides simple social financial basic services. Li didn't take a fancy to the current counter workshop. The products were limited, the scale was small, and the connection with other places was poor. He didn't stop it because it was necessary for social development. He didn't participate because the Tang dynasty's economic development hadn't reached that stage yet. Xiao Yi, I have an idea. Li Dan listened and wanted to show off his ability. Sir, please. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu to sit down. You talk, I'm listening. The people's wealth is increasing day by day. The business is prosperous, but the business is lacking money. The public funds take the people's money and lend it to the businessmen to profit. The construction of the railway needs money. We can discuss with the people and put the money in the public funds to build the road. When the railway makes a profit, dividends will be given. In addition, the court's infrastructure construction bid should put the deposit in the public funds. If the bid continues, the public funds will go in and out. The extra money can be used to lend money. Although the profit is small, it's like a trickle. It's better than leaving it idle. What do you think? Li Dan figured it out by himself. He was too amazing. Which emperor in the past had this ability? If you don't believe me, look at Xiao Yi. He's stunned, right? Even he was frightened. Li Yi's mouth was slightly open. He looked at the book Li Dan was reading, and then looked at Li Dan. This book. Why didn't you finish reading it? You read a little in the front, so you took out a little in the back? Otherwise, you wouldn't finish reading it and deliberately take the credit, right? Xiao Yi, drink tea. Li Dan was waiting. Hurry up and praise me. Don't just stand there. I know my idea is good. You're also good in other aspects. You're still young. Some things are not comprehensive enough. You can still improve in the future. Oh. Li Yi took a sip of tea. Elder Mu's words are really good and enlightening. This book. I have another one. Let's exchange. Li Yi reached out to take the book Li Dan was reading. He couldn't ask him to continue reading. Otherwise, he would realize that his idea was too shallow. Health was more important. No. I want to read more. Maybe after reading it once, I'll come up with a new idea. Li Dan reached out and grabbed the book. He was hoping that this book would give him more ideas. Good. Elder Mu, look at this tea. Green tea is mostly fermented tea. It seems that this tea was discovered by me. In fact, it's not. People in other places might have also made it. They just drank it in their own homes, and never showed it to others. Therefore, anyone who makes green tea should not belittle themselves, because they see someone else make green tea in advance. The idea is the most important. Even if you find out that there are green tea in Chang, and the green tea you made is still precious. Li Yi hesitated for a moment and talked about the tea. Others thought of it, but he also thought of it before he saw it. He couldn't say that he was stupid, right? Chapter 1871. Li Dan didn't understand it immediately, but she agreed with Li Yi's words. She was in a good mood. Xiao Yi was a studious child. She wanted to perfect her good ideas. She was like making tea, not fighting for the credit. She was old and looked down on many things. Young people needed opportunities. Both sides chatted happily. Li Yi observed Li Dan's complexion, and her tone when she spoke. They were all good. He was relieved and left with Princess Yongmu. Li Lang, did grandfather's idea not good? Princess Yongmu asked in a low voice. It was Elder Mu. Li Yi corrected her first, then said. It's written in the back of the book. There are 3 more books after the first book, and it's getting deeper and deeper. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips and smiled. If Elder Mu read the back. He has oxygen in his oxygen bag, right? I didn't see it. I don't think so. He's been through countless storms. Besides, the book was written by me. At most, he would laugh after reading it. He would say that Xiao Yi is a sensible child. Li Yi shook his head. Li Dan's life was full of ups and downs. How successful would it be if we followed the book's arrangement? Princess Yongmu pressed herself against Li Yi's body. It was raining and snowing outside. They walked along the corridor. The telephone wires were arranged along the corridor to prevent them from forming spider webs. At the same time, it was to prevent the wind from blowing and icicles from forming in winter. Like the telephone poles all the way to Haizhou, the telephone wires were not hung separately. They were connected by a thicker iron wire. The telephone wires were tied to the iron wire. The iron wire was painted. The telephone wires were wrapped in paper, glue, and paint. A total of 8 telephone wires were bundled together. Each station had a branch line and extension. There was also a manual telephone exchange and transfer room in Luoyang. Li Yi looked up at the telephone wires. It will be chaotic. The finance is too advanced. Someone will profit from it. We'll consider it again after the law is completed. It can be fixed by the end of the year, right? It won't be easy to fix without an example. What we're using now is the content you gave us. Princess Yongmu knew about the law. If there was a problem, the law would be changed. The later dynasty would definitely use the laws of the previous dynasty first, and then revise them. In the process of revision, the laws of the previous dynasty would be used if they were compatible and discarded if they were incompatible. Every time there was a revision, there would inevitably be problems that needed to be resolved through discussion and discussion. However, Li Lang had directly taken it out and added it to the list of crimes that had yet to be committed. It could be assumed that many people simply did not understand the use of a large number of new laws. Only when they came into contact with them in the future would they understand. Dongzhu call, our people have been caught again. A small robot ran over. When it said that it was caught, it was sure that it was its companion who was basking in the sun outside the political affairs hall. Usually, he was afraid that he would not be able to find someone if there was an emergency. so he would arrange for someone to be there alone. He was probably hiding from the rain now. When he entered the political affairs hall and couldn't find anyone on the phone, he would look for it. Xiaoyi, foreign merchants have arrived in Haizhou. There are 2 ships with 11 people on each ship. I can't estimate their displacement. Baigu's voice came from the robot. Okay, got it. Li lowered his eyelids and looked down at the ground. Let's talk about it during lunch? Baigu asked again. He had to give Li time to analyze and make a decision. I'm going to the political affairs hall now. Li didn't need to think about it thoroughly. He could discuss it when he got there. A group of ministers, which one of them was free? Okay, we'll wait for you. Baigu replied. I'll go to Wen Tianlan Pavilion to look at the goods. Princess Yongmu knew that she shouldn't go to the political affairs hall. Stay at home. It's raining. Everyone wears a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. It's easy to hide their identity. Read some books or watch some cartoons. Li disagreed. The probability of encountering danger outside would increase. I'll go help with the cotton. Wear a mask and step on it. Princess Yongmu didn't want to read books now. She lacked oxygen and didn't need brain power to work. Okay, pay attention to fire prevention. Li agreed this time. In the cotton processing workshop, the static electricity had to be eliminated, let alone the fire. At the same time, the houses were small in size to prevent dust from reaching the density of explosion. I know. I'll change my clothes and jewelry. Princess Yongmu finished speaking and left with the little robot. She was accompanied by her own attendants. The palace maids and eunuchs of Tao Hong's group stood beside Li Yi. They wanted to go together and take notes. Li Yi walked around the corridor, trying to choose the shortest route. The corridor was like a maze, causing him to exchange for surveillance cameras again. The officials he met along the way greeted him one after another. Li didn't neglect anyone, and returned their greetings one by one. When he arrived at the political affairs hall, a group of people from the group was also there, including Wei Jigu. Xiaoyi knows that the weather is bad, so she brought things to check the situation for us. Baigu saw the blood pressure machine and stethoscope, and thought that Li Yi had specially brought them. Don't misunderstand. I just went to Elder Mu's place to take a look. When I was on my way back, the little robot came over. Li Yi said as he opened the things. Since he was already here, he might as well test it. What's the shape of the ship? What goods did you bring? Did you send back the clothes and weapons you brought back in detail? Li Yi asked as he checked. The goods brought by people from the same place might not be local. They might come out from their hometown, sell their goods in another place, and then continue to the Tang dynasty. Even the Kunlun slaves could be brought over. Kunlun slaves was a general term that included black and brown people. If Li Yi went over to take a look, he would definitely be able to determine the specific situation of the other party. The people of Haizhou are not from Guangzhou. This is the first time they came in contact. They only know that a lot of ivory was brought over, but they don't know what elephants are. There are also a lot of pearls. The people who brought them over said that they are Arabians. Other than these goods, there are also hemp ropes made of jute, knives made of seashells, and utensils for eating. When Song Jing's blood pressure was measured, she told him what she knew. Shells, pearls, ivory, Arabian, jute. What Arabian? It's clearly a small tribe that avoided the big merchants and came here to make a living. Map. Li Yi continued to listen after he finished speaking. He was serious as if he was treating a patient. He had encountered similar situations in the past. The doctor used a stethoscope to press on the patient's body while talking to the patient. After he finished, the patient asked, "Finished listening?" The doctor nodded, "Finished." The patient gave the doctor a big slap, and the doctor was stunned. The reason was that the doctor didn't even put the earplugs in his ears. The earplugs were hanging around his neck, so he finished listening. At that time, it was not the later period, when guns from the northeast, Yunnan, Inner Mongolia, Guangdong, and other regions could be sold on the street. There was no such thing as hitting people was wrong. In the later period, you could sue people if they made a mistake, but hitting people was definitely against the law. These were 2 different matters, and they were 2 separate matters. Li Yi was not afraid of being beaten. He borrowed Song Jing's courage, but he had to live up to his professionalism. The quality of your diet and sleep decreased in autumn? Come take your pulse. Li Yi put down his things and took out a pulse pillow. The other stopped talking and looked at Song Jing worriedly. What's wrong? He came here to just go through the procedures, and now he's taking their pulse? Song Jing was nervous. He didn't take the pulse of the other three before. What did you eat in the morning? Did you vomit? Didn't you find an imperial physician? Does your throat hurt? Li Yi began to ask. There were leftover sausages at home last night. I felt that it was a waste to throw them away, so I ate them in the morning. Chapter 1872. Later, when you feel like it, you can collect some, and I will bring it back for testing. Continue to drink water, don't drink tea. Li Yi looked at Song Jing's current state. He was not anxious and did not have a fever. His blood pressure was high, his heart rate was fast, and it was not very regular. After checking his pulse, he found that there was a problem with his gastrointestinal tract. The next step was to check his bowel. It could be because of the air pressure, or because he ate too much garlic. Of course, the most likely possibility was that there was too much bacteria in the sausage. Xiao Yi, is it easy to treat? Song Jing was afraid. It's a small problem. It's simple. You won't die. Eat porridge for lunch, just millet porridge. Eat some salted vegetables. Don't eat fermented bean curd. Li Yi did not care. After all, he was not the one suffering. Frugality was a virtue, but it could not be eaten casually. Luckily, it was not an overnight crab. Where are the barbarians from? Song Jing suddenly felt weak and needed to be taken care of, but he still insisted on asking. They are from a small tribe. I'm not sure if they are from Asian or Jelyalu. Map. Li Yi guessed. The curtains on the wall beside them were pulled to both sides, revealing the maps of several continents. Li Yi went over and pointed to Bangladesh. Here and the surrounding areas are all possible. It's quite far. When the Silk Road was not broken, goods were transported to the Tang dynasty through land trade. This place was actually the territory of the Turkic Empire during the prosperous period. The Turkic Empire was different. It was similar to the Yuan dynasty. Only the nomads could fight. Are you sure? Yao Chong walked over and used his hand to calculate the distance. He could not calculate it. The distance from Bangladesh to the Tang dynasty could not be considered a straight line. If they took the sea route, they could go around it. If they took the land route, there would be mountains and rivers. I'm not sure unless I see them. Li Yi shook his head. The local situation was chaotic. It could be India or Myanmar. Who made the rule that it was only Bangladesh? Of course, there was no such thing as Sri Lanka. There were no elephants there, but there were more gemstones. The reason why it was determined to be Bangladesh was because they did not bring any gemstones. There were gemstones in other places, but it was not easy to find them in the small tribes. Presumably, the tusks were not big, not as big as those of African elephants, and the texture was also different. Pearls. The local pearls are pretty good. It's a pity to use them as medicine. What's so luxurious about pearls? It didn't look as good as glass, but the glass crystal ball made from it was more beautiful. In Li Yi's mind, he was trying to devalue her precious pearls to the point that they were worthless. In fact, large pearls were very beautiful, especially when they reflected light. Basically, everyone in this area believes in Buddhism. The Peacock dynasty is powerful and propagates Buddhism, including our Tang dynasty. I want to suppress them. When the citizens of a country with a political system have the lowest wealth and overall wealth, military power, and technological advantages far surpass other places, the political power is faith. Li emphasized his own thoughts. In fact, he had studied the teachings of several religions before. Later on, he discovered that the strength of a country was the most important. Many religions propagated their doctrines through force. When we reach Luoyang, all the temples and monasteries of the Tang dynasty will be taxed. How about that? Bai Gu found an opportunity. Why should those people be exempted from tax? They were actually hired for free. Later on, the Grief Field Square asked them to fork out money, and the people even gave them incense money and lamp oil money. In the past 2 years, their income was very low, They also learned to plant greenhouses and did not pay taxes. This will not do. Didn't Xiao Yi contribute a lot to the Tang dynasty? The taxes that he had to pay for his manor had not been missed a single coin. Are you guys as good as Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi can translate a bunch of Buddhist scriptures at once. She can translate better than you guys, but she doesn't have much time to do it. Li Yi smiled. That's right. They have to collect taxes. I collected taxes at that time. For example, I have a certificate. I graduated with a doctorate. People require a master's degree. Bachelor's degrees have to stand aside. After getting a certificate, I can go to some scenic spots without paying for tickets or meals. What's the use of taking a certificate? Aren't there officials there? If I bring them there, they will be corrupted and believe in this thing. They don't have a certificate. I don't believe in it. The certificate is the certificate. It's still the new Chinese nation and the party. When are you going? Sui asked. He needed to explain some things in advance. Wei Zhigu was looking forward to it. If he stayed in Chang'an, he would become the prime minister again, because the capital governor had someone. 5 days later, okay? It's getting colder. My boat has to leave. It's almost too late. Li considered his own yacht. He couldn't leave it here. If he went to the Yellow River, there would be no water in 2 days. He was in Luoyang. If he left the yacht in Chang'an, it would be a waste. The yacht should go out to sea. The other boats had started to head there, ready to take over the Grand Canal. Gongru, aren't you going to take the train with us? Zhang Jiuling wanted to discuss with Li Yi while they were on the train. Train? I'll take the train. The yacht will go by itself and bring some things. Finally, we'll meet at the Luo River. Look at the depth of the water. If it doesn't work, we'll take another river to the Grand Canal. Li Yi expressed that there was no problem. His yacht was intelligent. When the time came, he would bring enough refined oil. He would observe along the way and reach the destination according to the program. In that case, why don't you send it out to transport things? Yao Chong realized that it was a waste of resources. I can refine the fuel myself. I have to exchange my life for the other oils. Yes, I will look at the steam locomotive tomorrow. I don't need to exchange my life for it. When the technology is there, don't count on the yacht. It won't be the same in another 10 years. Li Yi first despised Yao Chong before mentioning the steam locomotive. It ran on land. Once it was built, it would be no problem to test it in the workshop. If the practical application was good, they could start using it. They wouldn't even have to worry about the cold weather. It burned coal inside. It was not an internal combustion engine. It could not burn coal. It could only burn coal. It needed enough water. Mineral water was the most unsuitable, as it left behind too much dirt. Everyone looked forward to it. It was good that it did not need lifespan. The people could use it in the future. Old Lu, are you angry? Is there a problem at home? When Li Yi checked Lu Chong, he realized that Lu Chong's complexion and pulse showed that he was yin deficient. A person with a yin deficiency lacked yin. It was probably not a problem with the lack of women. If he had a lot of women, it would be a situation where both yin and yang were deficient. It would take a lot of effort to make up for it. Lu Chong sighed. How did you set up there? The Wang family, Guo family, and Chui family all have branches. Ah, you are the fire of the heart. Hadong Lu family. When you were poisoned, did they help you? Of course, you can say that they didn't have time and couldn't have known in advance. Remember, the Tang dynasty is the foundation of the royal family. Don't think about shaking it. I won't allow it. You can make money, but remember to lead the people around you to make money. Don't bully them. If you want to bully them, I will slaughter all the big families. No one will dare to resist. I have too many heavy machine guns. Li Yi warned him first. No matter how big your family is, and how many years of inheritance, you can't oppress the current state of the country. He turned his head and said, you can plant the good things first. I will leave some seeds for the imperial court to collect. Don't not hand in the harvest. Chapter 1873. Li Yi did not purposely suppress the aristocratic families in the north. Even last winter, there were also aristocratic families in the north. He gave them all benefits. If they had enough funds and management staff, they could develop. This was a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Even Li Longji used to be an aristocratic family. From Hunan to Hebei, then Shandong, Shaanxi and Shaanxi this region. When the Tang dynasty fell, and the Song dynasty came, the aristocratic families changed again. The only place that did not change was Shu. After that there was another war. Other than the Kong family, many aristocratic families disappeared. The Kong family was not powerful enough. At least the imperial examinations were not all about Confucianism. This could never be ignored. Li Yi knew that in some countries in his era, the president, prime minister, and chairman were all aristocratic families. It was not easy for a small country to not be in this situation. That was also the case of the big conglomerates, or the puppets of other countries. Therefore, the lower the social class, the more they worshipped and trusted the ruling class. The higher the social class, the more indifferent they were. This was because in history countless regimes could be overthrown. The more assets a person had, and the more he or she was supported by outside investors, the more reactionary he or she would be. Li Yi used to have the same thoughts. I can contact all the overseas countries. I can join whichever country I want. It does not matter. Then he was educated by his family. When he was asked about the mean, he replied, "If a country has the way, it will not change. If a country has no way, it will not change. If it dies, it will not change." At that time, it was not just a question and answer. It was more of a comparison. Look at the whole world. Who else could protect their civilization so flawlessly? Li Yi considered this question from a political and philosophical point of view. Others thought more simply. Benefits. Lu Chong was temporarily relieved. He was afraid that the impact on the aristocratic families would be too great. Gang Ro, let's celebrate the steam locomotive test run tomorrow. What shall we eat tonight? Zhang Juling was most used to the current weather. He was originally from Shaozhou Zhujiang. After that, he ran to the Guangzhou governor's office to be the city's ambassador. The local weather was like this. Once winter came, there would be freezing rain. In spring there would be snow. Usually, when the weather was like this, they would boil soup to drink. Hunan, Hubei, and Sichuan used spicy soup to drive away the cold. Guangdong and Guangdong used tonic soup to strengthen the body. Actually, it was not just Guangdong and Guangxi. It was the same in Fujian and Zhejiang. In Shandong, it was stewed dishes. After that, it was passed from Guangdong to the northeast. It turned out that the people in the northeast did not focus on stewed dishes. They mainly ate barbecued meat. Otherwise, why don't you ask the Manchus if they want to eat Korean dog meat stew? Shandong was the land of Lu. At the very beginning, there was soy sauce soup. Later it spread to the Korean peninsula. Li Yi was aware of these situations, so he never attacked. Everyone was doing this for the sake of survival. And when they encountered a problem, they would stick together for warmth. Now that Zhang Jiling mentioned food, Li Yi glanced at Song Jing. "Xiao Yi, I'll only eat porridge for lunch. At night you're so awesome, right?" Song Jing was craving for it. He was too embarrassed to mention it to others, but in front of Li Yi, he could only say whatever he wanted. "I'll make you a laxative now. After you take it, you can empty your stomach. It won't be a problem until noon. Let's eat mutton steamed buns. It's just right to warm your body. Do you want to do it?" Li Yi treated patients better. "Old song, there are many ways to deal with this small problem of yours. It all depends on what you choose. Mutton steamed buns? Give me a prescription." Song Jing was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have eaten that little bit of food. "There's no need for a prescription. I'll get someone to send it over. You just have to eat it and drink more water. It's very refreshing." Li Yi said very casually. Ordinary imperial physicians would not dare to do this. Laxative and nourishing. And it was done in more than 2 hours. How confident was he in his medical skills? Li Yi dared to do it. The situation was like this. It was more difficult to compete. Therefore, at noon, the people in the political affairs hall ate mutton steamed buns, pickled vegetables, pickled cucumbers, and Luoyang's authentic sweet garlic. This meal involved the cuisines of several places. Song Jing ate an extra piece of cheese. At this time, he could not drink milk. After drinking it, he would definitely be more useless. However, he could eat fermented dairy products. Li Yi was also eating mutton, but he did not want to eat steamed buns. He did not want to eat mutton steamed buns. He had a lot of mutton in his bowl. He did not want any mutton giblets. Then he kept adding soup. He ate flour rolls. There were many pictures of chopped green onions inside. It was the kind of small flour roll that he ate in 2 bites. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were eating lasagna noodles. The dish was big plate chicken, the kind with large pieces of potatoes. The belt noodles were cooked. They were mixed together and eaten together. Then he took a bite of salted cucumber strips. Why was it so fragrant? Don't eat too much. It's still freezing rain. It's more difficult to grow this year. Li Yi finished 4 small flour rolls and began to eat the mutton soup. He boiled himself a 60% white wine. After eating, he went to sleep. This weather was the most suitable for lying on the mat and sleeping soundly. He took a small wine cup. In the past, he did not drink from a large glass cup. For example, a 200 milliliters cup. A 3 milliliters cup was the most suitable for drinking high-quality white wine. He could take a sip or sip it. He could take 3 sips in a cup. He had also met people who drank 15-year-old flying apsaras in a 2-liter glass, or even a 1-caddy bowl. In such a situation, he first tried his best to drink the soup, then dry it, then drink the soup with all his might. Then he went to the toilet and vomited. It did not matter how expensive the wine was. He was not short of wine. He had to stay awake and make others happy. Now he drank slowly by himself, just 200 milliliters. After eating, Princess Yongmu picked up the wine cup in front of Li Yi and drank it. When the smell of wine rushed out, she smiled foolishly. Li Lang, I've been hugging things to sleep recently. I feel uncomfortable, both soft and hard things. Later, you hug me to sleep and drink a little more. Xiaolan, the 3 of us drink half a liter. Li Yi also wanted to hug a beauty to sleep. What about the people in Haizhou? Sui came over. He had to ask it this time. I feel like I'm like Ishio. No, Ishio is not as good as me. At least when Ishio eats, no one torments him. Li Yi first muttered in a low voice, and then said, we agreed before to ask someone to invest. I believe they will arrange it properly. How much money should be earned is how much money should be earned. The Ministry of Revenue will collect taxes. Those people want money? It makes the Tang dynasty seem too stingy. Song Jing habitually played the good guy. Old Song is right. Give them a card, and give them a 20% discount. In the future, as long as they or the people they arrange have a special card, they will get a 20% discount. Li Yi said with a look of acceptance. He was not doing it for free. It was the local tertiary industry. Song Jing flattered the barbarians. Did he think the barbarians would be grateful? Haha. They came to make money, not to communicate with you. The more channels you set up to make money, and the more the barbarians spend, the more stable they will feel and respect the Tang dynasty. If you are good to them, so good that they don't need to pay for anything, and you give them money instead, they will definitely not be grateful. They will only think you are stupid. If I treat you, you will not think I am stupid because you know my identity and status. Chapter 1874. After yesterday's freezing rain, the temperature suddenly dropped in the middle of the night. When they woke up in the morning, they felt very uncomfortable. It was written in the newspaper that they had to wear more clothes. When it was hot in the afternoon, they had to take off their outerwear. Today was not the first day of the month, so there was no court meeting. Everyone stopped at the same time. Everyone came to Zhuangzi Square and set up firecrackers. The most conspicuous place was covered with a red silk cloth. The first rear-wheeled 6-wheeled steam engine car of the Tang dynasty appeared on the stage. The people from the Imperial Astronomer made up another story, saying that they had observed the stars last night, and how good the weather was. No one knew where they had observed it. Last night, it had been drizzling, and it had only cleared up in the morning. After Li Longji's speech and the ribbon-cutting ended, the red silk cloth was lifted amidst the sound of firecrackers, revealing the 8-meter-long, 2-meter-wide, and 2-meter-tall steam engine car. The craftsman personally got on the car, starting the engine, adding coal, and opening the valve. Puff, puff, puff. Woo! Rumble, rumble, the car started to move. The rubber wheels didn't seem to bear too much weight. Like a train, there was no need for animals to pull it. Water and coal were given, and the car moved on its own. The driver controlled the speed and slowly made a circle. After 2 circles, the winged knights led the way to Ba Bridge. Everyone followed in the carriage. When they reached the other side of the bridge and reached the spacious main road, the winged knights quickly shouted for the passers-by and cars to move out of the way. The driver adjusted the intake and exhaust valves. More steam started to work, and the car's speed increased. Accompanied by smoke and steam, the car rushed forward at a speed of a little more than 25 kilometers per hour. The commoners all moved to the side of the road to watch the show. Why did the big guy run to the ground? Shouldn't it be on the railway? No, it looked smaller than the one running on the railway. It was much smaller. Why did it have to walk on the ground? After about 10 minutes, the steam engine car slowed down, turned slowly, and sped up again. When it was about 100 meters away from the original position, the stoker removed the fire, and the exhaust valve let out steam. The commoners gathered on the road and looked at the ground. The big guy didn't crush the ground. It still needed to be repaired. It's a little heavy, Wei Jigu said as he walked around the steam engine car. It was too big. Li Yi nodded to the craftsman, who began to move things down from the cart. Stone locks used for training were taken out of the car's storage box one by one. Each one weighed 50 caddies, which was the caddy of the Tang dynasty. A total of 200 yuan. When converted to Li Yi's weight, it was 4 tons. Fill it up with coal and water, and take into account its own weight and load. It can run 100 li at a time. Reduce the load, and increase the driving distance proportionally. In the future, a similar type of steam engine car would be built and used in the capital's Chang, and to travel to various counties twice a day. It was used to help the commoners transport goods, so it was a little bigger. The plow used in the fields is 2 times smaller than this one, less than 10 feet long, and less than 5 feet high. It has 4 wheels and 3 plows. Li Yi gave the answer at this time. Those who needed to run a long distance with heavy loads had to be big, while those who needed to plow the fields had to be small. They were afraid of compacting the ground, which would require the use of ropes. The steam engine cars could not get off the ground, so long ropes had to be tied to the plow to pull them along. That kind of land was not easy to design. The distance was too long, unless the steam locomotive went into another land. The roped plow and the car were not a single unit, so they still relied on people to control the direction and depth. Wei Jigu nodded, indicating that he understood. Along the way, there will be coal and water warehouses. The car itself will pull too much coal and water, and the power will be used to carry the load, like a rail car. For plow the fields, the car itself should transport coal and water to the field. Yao Chong expressed his opinion. Li Dan opened his mouth several times, but closed it again. He had been shocked yesterday. As he read to the end of the book, he realized that the things he was thinking about were in the book, and they were more comprehensive. It was no wonder that Xiao Yi talked about the tea leaves. She was clearly advising him not to speak carelessly in the future. Fortunately, it was Xiao Yi, so he would not laugh at her. Li Dongzhu, this guy will run on the ground in the future? The surrounding commoners shouted. Li Yi glanced at Guizi, and Guizi nodded. Let them come over, don't be afraid. Li Yi also shouted. In theory, it was impossible for the commoners to be premeditated assassins. Without even searching their bodies, the winged knights led the commoners forward one by one. The commoners rolled up their sleeves and placed their palms in front of them, as if this could prove that they would not harm others. Put your hands down, it's cold, so roll up your sleeves. Li Yi went forward and helped pull up their sleeves. The commoners were excited and moved. Li Dongzhu trusted them. After everyone calmed down, Li Yi said loudly, before the end of the year, the governor will make 2 trips a day from Chang into the various counties. Everyone can spend some money to ride between the 2 trips. The exact amount will be printed in the newspapers. Compared to riding a horse carriage or boat, it is faster and can carry more weight. It will only be cheaper and not expensive. In addition, before next summer, the governor will have steam cars in all counties, making traveling between the counties more convenient. Okay. It's cold to ride a plow in the winter, and slow to ride a boat in the summer. A commoner believed Li Yi's words. Li Dongzhu, can it work in the fields? The commoners who owned land thought of using it to plow the land. There were a lot of stone locks beside it, proving that it was much stronger than a cow. It's more expensive than a cow or horse, and it's faster. It can be used to plow and plant new rice. We will give subsidies to those who plant it. Li Yi reminded them that the price was high, so they had to consider whether it was worth it. If they did not think it was worth it, they could continue to rent animals, or use their own animals to plow the land. Write it in the newspapers. I will go back and think about it. I will plow it and show it to everyone. We can't go up the mountains, and we still have to use animals. Anyway, I don't plow, it's tiring and slow. The commoners who plowed did not want to return to the past. They were sad. After communicating with the commoners, the group returned to Zhuangzi. The steam cars continued to run without the stone locks. When they met commoners walking on the road, they invited them to get on the cars and run to the east and west of the city. Before noon, all the commoners in Chang'an knew about it. Li Dongzhu moved the things on the tracks down. The cars could run on the ground. When it was freezing and snowing, they took this kind of car to and from Chang'an. It was said to run twice a day, but it ran so fast that it could run 4 times. Gangro, is it easy to build this car? Zhang Jiling asked Li Yi after lunch. The first car is the most difficult. After that it's easy. Li Yi brought a plate of fruits. Is the cost high? Zhang Jiling looked at the washed fruits on the plate and frowned. He pursed his lips and swallowed his saliva. He felt sour before eating. It depends on the usage period, the cost of coal and water, and the manufacturing process. Increase the loading and seating space of the big car. According to the ticket price I gave, you can get back the cost in 5 years. It's the same in the capital government. If it's in other places, you can get back the cost in 10 years with maintenance in between. If you want to use it in other places, you have to fix the road first. The road that can only pass through the steam cars is not wide enough. It has to be at least 30 feet wide. After the road is fixed, I can use it until it's broken, and not get back the cost. It can be used as a subsidy. Li Yi said what Zhang Jiling wanted to say. If you miss your hometown, I can ship it to the seaside. It's closer to the land from there. You have to fix the road. The road you built has to be widened. Otherwise, the steam cars can't run. Chapter 1875. Zhang Jiling returned to the Political Affairs Hall and wrote a letter to tell his hometown to continue to build roads and release pigeons in bamboo tubes. The budget for road construction needs to be increased. I finally know how to spend more money. Baigu looked at Zhang Jiling's letter and sighed. Without a wide road, the steam engine car could not walk. At least 2 cars were needed to stagger. The road did not need to be 30 feet wide. 20 feet was enough. The people in Jiangnan have more free time in winter. Spending money to hire people to build roads is an opportunity to increase the income of the people. Song Jing habitually considered problems from the perspective of the people's livelihood. The imperial court spent money to build infrastructure. The people earned money, and their lives were better. The people have more money in their hands, and prices are rising. Sui followed his thinking and found the problem. A large number of people who did not have much to do in winter had extra money in their hands. They bought delicious food and meat was expensive. Yes, they buy pork to eat. The people who raise pigs earn money and use the money from selling pork to buy food. The price of food increases again. Baigu was trapped. After he finished speaking, he said to the little robot that he had forced to bring to the Political Affairs Hall. Contact Li Yi. I want to bask in the sun. The little robot protested. I'll move you out after you finish speaking. You're not allowed to go far. Baigu gave in. When Li Yi received the news, he was drawing. The internal combustion engine drawings and the smaller steam engine cars had already been drawn. He wanted to build an internal combustion engine-powered ship that was lighter than the steam engine. Usually, he would not go out to sea. He would wander around the coastal waters and occupy some nearby islands. The local residents were not afraid and gave them benefits. The Japanese Empire, Silla, used for trade, Liuqiu, Wuxia, and turned them into his own. This included some islands and reefs that no one went to, as well as people who lived there. The people who lived there had no nationality, and were from the Tang dynasty. The biggest use of internal combustion engine ships and steam engine ships was in war. In a naval battle, sending out steam engine ships could bully warships and sailboats to death. They did not play with the enemy at all. By the little robot needs to be charged. If you don't catch it, will you carry it back when it runs out of battery? Why don't I send you a human-powered generator and you can charge it? Li heard the little robot complain first. It said that it was under house arrest and was about to starve to death. Little moving still was the pitiful one. Baigu shamelessly quibbled first. It's cold in the morning. I was afraid that it would freeze, so I sent it outside. It's hot in the afternoon. He continued to talk about what had just happened, giving out money to the commoners who were recruited, and the commoners have money to buy things, causing prices to increase. Will this become inflation? Building roads in winter? The northern bank of the Yangtze River had a short cold period in winter, so it was indeed suitable. When the price of grain rises, there is often liquidation. When the price of meat rises, there is farming. When there is demand, there is production. It is most convenient to raise pigs around Datang Lake. Steam engine ships could enter the Yangtze River to fish in winter and lower the price of other meat with the price of fish. Recruit fishermen to help deal with the fish caught. Fishermen will not be affected by the large amount of fish sold. Li wanted the other party to read the book properly, but he felt that it would be too much of a waste of time, so he might as well say it directly. I remember now, supply and demand. Let's go. No one will generate electricity for you if I bring you out to bask in the sun. It's not enough at all. It's too late. I have to find a place to replenish it tonight. Dongju, you wrap a coil and hang it on the steam engine to generate electricity. Baigu talked to the little robot. The little robot complained and gave Li ideas. Yes, I'll hang it up. The coil is easy to wrap around. Li agreed. When the little robot was silent, he put the diesel internal combustion engine drawing aside and drew the structure diagram of the generator. It was the same as the principle of the telegraph battery and the telephone wire. He added more batteries and stored them after generating electricity. He could not always rely on the things he exchanged with his life. The Tang dynasty needed its own industrial system. The steam engine was used to generate electricity. The power was large, and the little robot could change the voltage while charging. The little robot regained its freedom and stopped talking to save electricity. If it was basking in the sun early in the morning, it would hum a song. If someone passed by and was bored, they would chat with it. It's written in the book that the supply and demand relationship promotes the development of productivity. Baigu turned to Su Yi and Song Jing and said. The two looked away. There was too much knowledge in the book, and they couldn't remember it all. How many books did they need to memorize for the imperial examination? Xiaoyi wrote one book after another, and they were all related to each other. The farmers of soft and hard country have gone there. I believe they will help guide the local people. He values the area around Datang Lake very much. Zhang Juling said a reassuring sentence. Don't worry. The envoys of other countries were worried at this time. They all ran to the south of the city. The steam engine car stopped. The craftsmen on Zhuangzi were checking the situation and collecting data. The car stopped voluntarily. It was not because of a breakdown. The Turks looked at the wheels. The wheels were big, and they thought they could run on the grassland. They looked at the body of the car. It was covered with iron plates. Arrows couldn't penetrate it. How many people could it carry? We need more information. Don't play tricks in the future. If Princess Jincheng didn't plead for you, you would die there. Isimba was talking to Boju, who had just been released. When he first came here, he didn't know anything. He kicked the kid who polished shoes, and his leg was broken by Boju. Now he was smart and worried about Boju. What's the use of testing? It's definitely better than a carriage. It can carry more goods. Can it be transported to Tubo? Boju didn't have a temper. He was taught a lesson when he was under house arrest. He was locked in a dark room. There were 2 kerosene lamps and a lot of diesel. At the same time, There was a big bucket and a flushing toilet. Food was canned food and instant noodles. He didn't lack anything. He even had ink, paper, and inkstone. He couldn't hear anything outside, and couldn't see the light outside. For the first 2 days he didn't care. He ate, lit the lamp, went to the toilet, sat on the floor and thought about things. A few days later, he didn't know if it was day or night. He could eat or not. He didn't seem to be hungry. He was afraid of the dark. He always kept a kerosene lamp burning. When he slept, he would lower the flame. He started to have insomnia. He thought he had slept for a long time, but he was still sleepy. Yesterday, he couldn't take it anymore. He shouted and knocked his head against the wall. He knocked himself unconscious. There were still bumps on his head. When he got the news, he couldn't bear to lose a good subject. He begged Princess Jinsheng. Princess Jinsheng interceded, and he was released. He held a clock in his hand and looked at the time from time to time. He lost his sense of time in the dark room. He finally understood how scared he was. He knew it was Li Yi's idea, but he didn't dare to scold him. He was afraid he would be locked in again. He was too wicked. He had food to eat, but he lost a few pounds. Enduring the pain in his head, he raised the clock to his ear and listened. He found that happiness was so simple. It won't be used in the war for the time being. There's no use for it at the moment. Li Yi doesn't care about the Turks. Simba learned about the situation from others. The big guys had to run to the 20 counties outside Chang'an. There were also small ones to replace the cows and horses to plow the land. It was tiring to use them in the war. There were few of them, and they weren't useful. If they fought the Turks, they could run away at any time. Since there were many of them, it was better to develop the Tang dynasty first. If they could plow the land quickly, it would solve a big problem. Chapter 1876. Simba thought that he had figured out Li Yi's thoughts. The people's livelihood was more important than war. The people had a good life. They had endless food and many weapons, which made it easier to fight. During war, they were not willing to kill too many people. It was best to capture them alive and send them back to work. More importantly, they took good care of the captives. As long as the captives worked hard, they could be fed with chicken oil, which was very fragrant. The captives were sent to work in the mines with masks. They were afraid that they would get sick if they inhaled too much dust. For example, the first batch of Turkic captives who failed in their sneak attack on the Shi tribe were given medicine to kill insects, and then their bodies were checked. If the captives' wounds were infected, they would be treated and given medicine. Since there were few steam engines, it was not suitable to use them on the battlefield. Naturally, it was better to give them to the people. The Tang dynasty is getting better and better. What should we do in the future? Boju rubbed the bump on his head and took out an ice pack from the box under his hand. He needed a cold compress. He pretended to be unconscious and was carried out. He said that he had done a CT scan, and there was no problem. The main reason was that he was too tired, and his mental state was not good. He fainted after the crash. At present, he needed to apply a cold compress. If he waited until tomorrow, he would apply a hot compress. If he wanted to speed up, he would be punctured and have a blood clot. He gave himself medicine, and 2 black things the size of mung beans. He said that it was too painful, and he could not help but take one when he could not help it. He was not allowed to drink when he took the medicine. Pain was nothing. A clock was enough. Could Tubo compete with the Tang dynasty in the future? Alas! Simba sighed. He was still unwilling to accept reality. He always felt that there was still a chance if he fought. However, every time he thought that he had grasped the knowledge to lead Tubo to develop diligently, and one day be able to compete with the Tang dynasty, the things that Li family Zhuangzi inadvertently threw out once again extinguished the flame of hope. In front of him was a carriage with a load of 200 large stone locks. Who could copy the tubo that was given to him? When Princess Jinsheng went back, her craftsmen would not be able to know this secret, and would not continue to work for other tubo people. Tomorrow, I will ask Li Yi to draw my blood. I still feel very big. My eyes are sore and the back of my neck. The combination of long grain rice with a steam locomotive that could plow and drag a rake was the most powerful. It would take a long time to finish planting a batch of rice. He would go to the cart and directly use the fertilizer from the farm to plant new rice. At this rate, Hunan province can plant 4 crops a year, as long as the fertilizer can keep up. Boxy had a headache, but he did not forget to pay attention to the grain farming industry of the Tang dynasty. The root stubble of rice and wheat was the main factor that prevented rapid planting. After the highland barley was harvested, there was the same problem. They couldn't afford to dig the roots out. He could only wait for it to rot in the ground. If he wanted to plant something else, he needed to find a gap. And it was not easy to do so. Wuxia had yet to learn that in the future, after the wheat fields are harvested, there will be no wheat stubble, and corn will be planted directly. Winter at the same time as the corn roots. The north was most suitable for plowing the fields in spring and returning them to the fields together. While they were talking, the other foreigners had their own thoughts. They realized that the craftsman's abilities were heaven-defying. The later Turks were helpless. They did not have enough people to send the letter back, and had to wait for people to return. It's done. Send it to the workshop, and let them do it slowly. Li put down his tools and smiled. Actually, he could just draw it on the computer and print it out. But he insisted on drawing it himself. This was to increase his proficiency, and at the same time, strengthen his foundation. Princess Yongmu looked at Fengyu with her hands under her chin. Her eyes were like water. In the royal family's marriages, the women were always arranged. No one could really find the person they liked. When it came to her, she was also arranged. Good. Good. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, my father. Actually, making clothes is similar to making clothes now. If you want to learn, I can teach you fashion design. In other words, it's called style. In reality, it's about what kind of clothes to match your body, face, hairstyle, and location. As for temperament, it's nurtured. No one is born with temperament. It depends on the environment you live in. Li thought Princess Yongmu wanted to learn, so he did not mention style. Style was to wear one kind of clothes on the grassland, another kind on the plains, another kind on a bike, another kind on a car, a skirt, a pair of pants, slippers, and high heels. That's all. Okay. Li Lang, do you think Boxy can't find the time in that house? Is everyone afraid? Princess Yongmu thought of that poor child for no reason. Did he get punished for playing tricks? Do you know the wooden fish? Do you know the rhythm of breathing? Some people who have been specially trained can determine the time by themselves. There are also some people who don't need to determine the time. The work they do can offset the mental problem of having a wrong sense of time. For example, people who have been mining in the mines all year round. They don't know how long it has been. As long as they work and can earn money, they will go up whenever someone asks them to. When they go up, they will cover their eyes with a cloth and slowly get used to it. They are manual laborers. There are also people who write novels in the newspaper. They have to write every day and serialize it. Put the hard-working authors in Guanboxi's environment. They also eat, drink, and defecate before writing novels. When they are sleepy, they sleep. When they wake up, they write. It's even better to give them a pile of books to look up information. They don't care about being locked in a small dark room. Mathematics. Some people only have mathematics in their minds. They are the same as the two above. They hold a pen and paper and calculate crazily. They tear open a bag of seasoning and mix it into instant noodles. They don't cook it. They chew it and think while eating. When they think of something, they throw down the instant noodles and start calculating. Li gave a few examples. For some people, the concept of time is useless. The small dark room only needs to give them enough things to survive. People who are focused on one thing. They are not afraid of loneliness, nor do they care about day and night. They forget to sleep in the morning and forget to eat when the sun rises. They are diligent in the affairs of the people and listen to politics. Is this how it should be? Princess Yongmu instantly understood and brought up the story. She didn't say that it was groundless. That was a derogatory word. Li stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. With an extraordinary speed, he moved his mouth over and kissed Princess Yongmu's face. Princess Yongmu, who was kissed, was surprised. What's wrong? I'll bring you to roast potatoes. Let's go to the big stove. No, let's go to the confiscated soybean field. Bring some potatoes and chili sauce. We can roast them there, Li Yi suggested. His mentality changed instantly, and he wanted to bring Princess Yongmu out to play. Okay. I'll call Xiaolan. Xiaolan will patiently teach others again. Give others a chance to catch their breath. Princess Yongmu thought of Xiaolan. Xiaolan was training. Thus, the three of them set off alone and went to the mountains behind. There were unharvested beans there. A group of palace maids, eunuchs, and winged knights were following them about 100 meters away. Li Yi carried a small jar on his back and a small pipe in his hand. A flamethrower was the best weapon to deal with animals and insects. Regardless of whether it was snakes, centipedes, or scorpions, it was effective with one shot. As for whether it would cause a mountain fire, that was the responsibility of other people. It had nothing to do with him. Xiaolan carried a backpack with 10 medium-sized potatoes in it. She was going to roast them. I told them the story of how Kong Rong played tricks and made Li Li and Sima Guang push their companions into the water tank and then smash the tank. They learned very seriously. I'm very gratified. The lesson went very smoothly. Xiaolan winked at Li Yi and said. Princess Yongmu sighed. Chapter 1877. After walking for more than 10 miles, they were still within Li family Zhuangzi's territory. They didn't see any snakes or hares along the way. However, they saw squirrels preparing food for the winter. Affected by the large-scale freezing rain, some migratory birds began to migrate. According to aerodynamics, geese would form a special formation. Whether they formed a human or a single character depended on the direction of the wind. If the wind blew randomly, the geese's formation would also be disrupted, so they had to adjust their flying altitude. In the past, Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan didn't understand. Who would have thought of aerodynamics? There was no place to understand it. Now they knew that it was just like skating or running in winter. There was also riding a bicycle. The skilled sailors cooperated with each other to create a beautiful curve on the river. When they needed wind resistance behind them, the boat team was scattered, like the branches and leaves of a tree. They waited to go against the wind, like a divine dragon swinging its tail, borrowing the wind from the sailboat in front. They did a good job. Not bad. There are still a few days this year, so I won't be playing with them in Zhuangzi. Li Yi saw that they couldn't even find a rabbit along the way, so he knew that the winged knights had been cleaning up the wilderness in front of them. The traces of the withered grass on the ground were still fresh, and they didn't have time to clean up the traces. The winged knights are indeed strong, but we're tormenting them too much. Princess Yongmu felt that it was too extravagant. From your point of view, that's the case, but from their point of view, they're proud of it. The winged knights are professional, loyal, brave, tenacious, and flexible. You think they're serving you, but they're enjoying the process. They didn't even leave a big bug for me. Li Yi didn't think that he was bullying the winged knights. They were having fun. Yes, these grass can't be eaten anymore. The amaranth has bloomed, so it's useless to cut it now. Princess Yongmu used the scythe in her hand to touch the amaranth and gray cabbage beside the path. After the time limit, they couldn't be eaten as food for humans. They could be fed to pigs. Feeding pigs depended on the specific species of wild vegetables. Some gray cabbage could be poisoned. Her scythe was sheathed. Li Yi was worried that she would accidentally fall, so she fell on the blade and the tip of the scythe. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived at their destination. There was a small soybean field on the hill. The shape of the field was irregular. Overall, it looked like it was about 200 square meters, even if it was 10 meters by 20 meters, and there was a circle of perilla around it. No one would collect it. They probably forgot. There was also a dimmed poppy gourd. Its stalk was bald, and the poppy seeds and perilla seeds had fallen to the ground. There was a small canal next to this place, and the water was still flowing. Moss grew on the edge of the man-made canal. Li Lang, should I cut it? Princess Yongmu was eager to try using the scythe. This will do. The roots will become brittle. There was no need to care about the basil. The poppy seeds had to be harvested and planted next year. That's not right. There are still some Suzy that haven't fallen off yet. Harvest it with a cloth. This is edible. It tastes even better than sesame. Li Yi's voice became louder, and he ordered the people hiding in the dark to retreat. Why don't the people of Zhuangzi use them to make salted vegetables? Xiaolan saw that the leaves couldn't be picked to make salted vegetables. Unfortunately, they were too old. Using perilla leaves to make salted vegetables was a common method used by the Koreans in Li Yi's time. In fact, it was very simple. Look at the green perilla on the roadside in the village. Pick off the tender leaves, wash them clean, and marinate them with salt water. Or steamed sticky bean buns, or something like glutinous rice noodles. Put it as a cushion, and can be eaten together. The people who planted the beans planted the perilla around the bean field to protect the beans. Planting a circle of perilla around the bean field will expel many pests. At the same time, at the seedling stage, if there are birds to eat, they will choose the perilla first. Some birds dislike the smell and hide far away. When the soybeans grow up, some birds want to eat them, but the perilla grows first. It's better for them to eat the perilla seeds. When the soybeans mature, sparrows and the like won't eat them even if you ask them to. They're afraid that they'll die of bloating. Li Yi explained. Planting beans was all about knowledge. At that time he was a farmer. People who knew how to plant beans would plant perilla, corn, sorghum, and other things around the hillsides, riverbanks, and wherever they saw soybeans, beans, and other things. There were also people who didn't know. But people who didn't know usually wouldn't choose that kind of place to plant things. They would only plant small areas, dozens of square meters. If the area was bigger, there would be vines and thorns specially planted around it. The main purpose was to prevent people from entering. Don't guard against a gentleman. Don't guard against a villain. Nothing could stop people who wanted to enter. Of course, there were also places that didn't set up any obstacles by the roadside. They planted shallots, beans, and lentils. However, they didn't plant cucumbers and eggplants. These two things could be eaten raw. When people passed by and were thirsty, they would pick them and rub them together to eat. They didn't plant gourds either. They weren't afraid of eating them, but they were afraid of being touched. As the quality of the people improved, more and more people planted cherry and apricot trees by the roadside. The municipal government was responsible for it. They looked at the flowers. As for apricots and cherries, no one touched them. Why didn't the sparrows come to eat the perilla seeds? Princess Yongmu learned normal knowledge again, but she noticed something. Look over there. When you plant millet, there are scarecrows. Even if you're not afraid of scarecrows, you should eat millet first. The people who planted the millet didn't even think of harvesting millet. The scarecrows were just decorations. If you can't harvest millet, you can harvest straw, and use the straw to weave things. When the people planted something, they would consider which part they wanted to harvest. They would never plant blindly. Nowadays, the people who planted the millet need to harvest the millet stalks and soybeans. They wouldn't waste any more time. Li pointed to another place. It wasn't sorghum but millet. This was because when it came to making tools, sorghum stalks couldn't be compared to millet stalks. Li Lang, planting is so complicated. Princess Yongmu didn't see this kind of situation in the newspaper. This was a small harvest planting beside the abandoned mountains and rivers. It didn't need to be introduced or explained in the newspaper. Those who could plant it knew it by themselves. Those who didn't know wouldn't plant it. The key point was that Li Yi didn't approve of planting things on the riverbank. If there was a big flood, everything would be washed away. The newspaper's introduction was equivalent to encouraging the people to plant. It's hard to survive, so the people have to think of ways to harvest more food. In the future, if there's corn and water nearby, it's also not bad. Otherwise, they have to plant sorghum and millet. The sparrow's beak is small. Planting a circle of millet around it can protect the main food crops. I'll talk about it in the newspaper. I forgot before. These things are passed down from generation to generation. However, with a new species, we have to make better use of the resources. This kind of planting sweet potatoes is actually more worry-free. Li Yi said as he took the scythe from Princess Yongmu's hand. He took off the scythe and started cutting. He couldn't kick it. If he did, the beans would fall. He used it together with the seedlings to light a fire. Then, he scooped up the beans and ate them. The potatoes were placed under the bean seedlings. They needed to be roasted for a while. The fire was just right, so there was no need to touch them. If the fire was affected by the wind, the potatoes would need to be flipped. Is there anyone raising beanworms here? Let's look for them. If there are, we can roast them together. Li Yi said as he started to search. No, I saw it just now. It's probably been taken away. Princess Yongmu shook her head. Look at the bean leaves. There are traces of farming, Xiaolan said. The people in Zhuangzi are really careful. Do you think the people here will eat the beanworms themselves? Li Yi thought of the issue of ownership. Chapter 1878. Impossible. Xiaolan promised. If you want to eat something, tell the cafeteria and the cafeteria will make it. If you bring it home, you still have to cook it. Who does the things in the field belong to? Li Yi asked again. Princess Yongmu gave the answer. The beanworms planted by the tenant belong to the tenant, and the tenant pays the rent. The person who signed the death contract, the things belong to Zhuangzi. Yes, this is not a large group, and it's not a state-owned enterprise. Li Yi remembered that he was the landlord. After a long time, he thought that Zhuangzi belonged to a state unit, a key research department. Now that they didn't collect rent, the contracts of the farmers were probably thrown away, right? They had lost their use. The farmer who hired them said, I don't want to work here anymore. If I want to leave, then let's leave. Let's see if I can leave alive. Princess Yongmu took a soybean stalk to start the fire. A big family to raise and shoulder the responsibility. That's how families appeared. Before the Tang dynasty, other people spent money and scattered leaves through hard work in the previous dynasties. Together, we saw the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty. The great ancestor dealt with meritorious officials and aristocratic families. Oh, he also had to compromise with the Turks. He had to submit to outsiders, borrow horses, and allow the Turks to do whatever they wanted. Yes, if he didn't win back then, the great ancestor would be a traitor. The history books would record it, and everyone would have the right to punish him. Xiaolan looked around as she spoke, looking guilty. No one, don't be afraid. There are suddenly more sparrows. Work hard to eat, fatten themselves up, and wait to survive the winter. Li Yi saw a leaf fall. He looked up and saw many sparrows standing on a tree not far away. Zhuangzi collected a lot. After processing and drying, we'll stew them when needed. Princess Yongmu also looked up and smacked her lips. Other than having many bones, the braised sparrows were not bad. When the grains were about to ripen, not only sparrows, but all kinds of birds that ate the grains would want to eat them. People would think of ways, usually by hanging them on the internet or reading about it in the newspapers. It was inconvenient for the common people to catch sparrows and eat them themselves. They plucked their feathers, removed their internal organs, and didn't have much meat. Send it to a place where the Li family Zhuangzi has business dealings. Zhuangzi will accept it. Zhuangzi didn't lack meat, and the sparrows were used as medicine as part of their diet. We'll add another batch of birds' nests this year, to give the resident birds a chance to survive. At the same time, throw out the old food to feed them. The increase in their numbers won't conflict with us eating them. Li Yi didn't think about these things when he was eating the sparrows. Now that winter was coming, he was worried about the sparrows. From beginning to end, the Li family Zhuangzi was building bird nests made of bamboo and wood, placing them on tree branches and roof ridges. There were big and small entrances and exits, and birds would fight for nests with each other. For example, the cuckoo and the sparrow snatched the nest of the swallow. Swallows like to find a sheltered place to build their nests, such as under the eaves, under the bridge holes, under the cliff protrusions. The sparrows liked it as well. In winter, the swallows would fly away, and the house would be empty. The sparrows would move in with the idea of making reasonable use of resources. For sparrows, it would be great if people fed chickens in winter. They would call many of their little friends to share. Once winter came, the number of sparrows in the Li family Zhuangzi would skyrocket. Li Lang, don't tell me you're raising the later Turks like sparrows? For some reason, Princess Yongmu regarded the sparrows and the later Turks as the same existence. In Shanghai, other than being able to hunt in winter, It's also easy to find prey. After heavy snow, it's difficult to remove the traces on the snow. If we want to occupy a large area of Bohai, it'll be difficult to win without an army that can fight in winter. Bohai is rich in resources, and it's a large area of black soil. Whatever you plant will grow. Only the rice will be fragrant, and we need good varieties. Can you imagine that place becoming the Tang dynasty's first granary in the future? Right now, the first granary is Hunan province, and the second is Guangzhou where Chang'an is. In the future, Jiangnan province, Guangzhou, Luzhou, and Dongting Lake will grow a lot of food. Also, in Shu and the grasslands we've occupied, the Tang dynasty won't lack food. Li Yi could not forget about the northeastern region. Through that region, they could continue to occupy territory and reach the Bering Strait, which used to belong to America. Although the place was cold, it would not affect their accommodation and travel. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan nodded as they listened. They believed in Li Yi's words. If Li Lang said it was fine, there would be no problem. If other young talents dared to come over and say something like that, they would beat them up. Is Bohai really important? Princess Yongmu could not figure it out. She had little contact with Bohai. If we leave it alone, it'll definitely grow. Don't worry, take it slow. It's easy to deal with. First, we'll deal with the later Turks. The next step is to turn the outsiders into internal members. Li Yi flipped the fire with his sickle and looked at it. The potatoes and soybeans were burned together, and it was not easy to control. The Tang dynasty was currently at war. Most of the local people were fighting other people, and it was easy for them to rebel. The regime was not strong enough, the propaganda was not good enough, and the logistics were not good enough. If it was another time, how could they guard the border when they were all ethnic minorities? The local people had their country in their hearts. After we control the later Turks, think of a way to send steam engine car parts from the grassland to the northwest and assemble them there. Give them to the locals, and we will fix them if they break. We will also provide lubricant and oil at the same time. Our current steam engine cars have independent suspension, differential, and other related designs. Right now, the Tang dynasty's technology is at its peak. When diesel engines are developed, it can still be improved. Li Yi had follow-up plans to send cars to other people. When the locals saw it, they were naturally shocked. This thing can walk on its own, and it's so strong. When they were afraid of Chang'an's technology, they were also proud of being part of the Tang dynasty. This was how the self-confidence and cohesion of the people were cultivated. Li Lang, what level has Zhuangzi's technology reached? What level has the Tang dynasty reached? Princess Yongmu did not think that the Tang dynasty's technology was good. The Workers' Alliance was powerful enough, right? There was a gap between them and Zhuangzi's technology. If they gave a few steam engine cars to other people, they could just dismantle them. Whether they could reassemble them was a problem, not to mention replicating them. In the future, the Workers' Alliance will have to strictly manage them. When technology starts to be released, the craftsmen of the Workers' Alliance must learn more. The bean seedlings now should be harvested and brought back to make pellets. I wonder if the later Turks lack refined materials during winter. Send some to them? Li Yi's topic changed a lot. The first sentence was about technology, and the second sentence was about the livestock breeding of the later Turks. Send them. Choose a place for the handover. Give them a few telegraph machines, and code them separately. If they need anything, tell us, and we will help. Xiaolan said with a smile. Play a trick. Attack their minds. If the later Turks go to Shanghai to live, the Tang dynasty will help you at any time. See what your people think. We will give you the telegraph machines, so that you know how to transmit information. Let's see the specific situation. It's better to sell them fur. They can even hire them to help with work. Li Yi followed Xiaolan's words. As long as they were in non-combat situations, he had a way to weaken the enemy's will. Who said that war could only be fought with weapons? He could maintain a trade surplus, and at the same time exchange for cheap labor. Chapter 1879. Rest for an hour. Beside a small lake, the 6 people and 30 riders who had just crossed the desert stopped. As the leader, Wuhan arranged for the horses to be watered. They didn't change camels after all. When they reached the edge of the desert, they met a 1,000-man team from the Tang dynasty. They showed the other party the letter of introduction and allowed them to pass. The other party told them that there was an oasis in front and a place to resupply. It was more suitable to ride horses. They changed horses, resupplied, and entered the desert. After running for 2 days, they found the oasis and the heavenly soldiers. They stayed at night and had a good sleep. In the morning, they changed horses and resupplied. They met 4,000-man teams in a row. They rushed through the last part of the desert and stopped by a small lake. They changed the water in their water bags, unloaded the horses, and rushed into the lake to play. The 6 people took out 7 or 8 pots to wash. They found hay and branches and set up a rack. They filled the pots with meat floss and fried rice. They added water and began to cook. A piece of dried pickled vegetable lump was also thrown in. It was very salty and black in color. Wuhan took out a sealed enamel jar with a screw thread and roasted it over the fire. It could only be twisted after it was heated. It was filled with canned meat and preserved vegetable braised pork. Li hadn't made tinplate and was still working on it. At the moment, they could only mass-produce enamel jars as carriers for canned food. The enamel jars could be sold or given to others later. The cost was high, but it wasn't a waste. The heavenly soldiers usually couldn't bear to eat it. After eating, they would take the remaining enamel jars back and exchange them with the people. The drawback was that the screw thread would always be twisted and the enamel would fall off. Most of the time, the people didn't twist it. They just used it as a big cup, filled it with food, and squatted somewhere to eat. It was also very useful to drink tea. The first enamel jar was called a tea jar in some places. Wuhan hadn't figured out the other uses of the enamel cup. After heating it, the gas inside expanded and easily twisted it open. The fragrance wafted out. Before it entered their mouths, they had already swallowed their saliva. The people next to them came forward to take a look. There was little soup. Most of it was meat, and a small part was preserved vegetables. He licked his lips. A jar costs a lot of money. How can the logistics of the Boshui army fight this war? The others also looked at each other in silence. His own people were struggling to survive. The Li family Zhuangzi's Bahui army was sending things out without caring about the cost. They could actually eat canned food in the desert. It can be exchanged for a sheep. It was already considered good for his clansmen to have a small iron pot. But the other party had so many enamel vats that they couldn't use them all. The inside was said to be made of iron, but the outside was made of porcelain. How was it burned? Fighting a war depended on bravery, combat skills, and logistics. In truth, the Celestial Army could use the same method of survival as the Turks, and there wasn't much of a difference in terms of horses and fighting power. The heavenly soldiers could do what their own people could do. He didn't have the logistics that the Celestial Army had. He still didn't have the weapons and equipment of the Celestial soldiers. Let's take it one step at a time. Wuhan took out another glass bottle with a screw-shaped enamel cap. There was no need to heat it up. Just pry it open with the tip of a knife and twist the lid. It was filled with black bean chili sauce. When he didn't have any appetite, he would sip a little of it in his mouth and instantly feel like he could eat another bowl of rice. It was written in the newspaper that eating chili sauce could prevent heatstroke in hot weather. It was more effective than drinking hot mutton soup. Drinking mutton soup might cause heatstroke, but this chili sauce wouldn't. Furthermore, eating chili sauce in cold weather would stimulate blood circulation. In a humid environment, it could protect the body to a certain extent. The stir-fried rice was cooked, and when it was heated with water, it would expand quickly. The 6 of them ate with the canned food and chili sauce. They sweated nonstop and drank water. Why don't we surrender? Li Dongzhu treats surrenders very well. The Tiela 9 clans who surrendered previously are living well in Huazhou and Tongzhou. Someone swallowed the fragrant food in his mouth and muttered softly. War could only be fought under the premise that they could win. If they couldn't win, they would only be courting death and running away. There was no chance of victory. Don't say such things when you return. It will affect the morale of the army. Wuhan didn't draw his knife and only warned his brothers. He lived in Chang'an of the Tang dynasty, so he naturally knew the situation. That kind of prosperity was something that the Turks couldn't even dream of. As long as the citizens of the capital were willing, they could eat meat for every meal. Eating meat and drinking milk was a part of life for the Turks, but eating vegetables was out of the question. In winter, the citizens of the capital ate fresh cucumbers and eggplants. Dried seafood was shipped over, while the rich ate live seafood. In the Honglu temple last winter, they burned a brick bed to warm themselves. When they woke up in the morning, they spent 50 jiao to buy a big bowl of dried vegetables, chicken wonton, and pickled vegetables. They spent an extra 50 jiao to buy pork wonton, and a side dish with sesame oil on top. This winter, there would be more fish and prawns. When they froze, they would be shipped to the capital, and then sent to the surrounding provinces. If not for the mission of the Turks, he wouldn't want to return. His days in Chang'an were blissful. He had secretly visited the Tianlai clans who surrendered in Huazhou and Tongzhou. Every family had a house, livestock, and living tools. Their children were studying in school, and they ate 3 meals a day. Sometimes they would drink wine at night. As Wuhan thought about it, he sighed and lowered his head to eat. Everyone's heart was in a mess. After the horses finished bathing, they went ashore to eat grass. Some of the grass by the sea was yellow, while others were green. It was delicious to eat them all together. After they finished eating, they put the supplies on the horses' backs and looked at the sky. According to the heavenly soldiers, if they were fast enough, they could catch up with the migration team before dark. As they ran, the 6 of them met 1,000-man heavenly soldiers. The other party knew about the situation and sent a telegram. They gave them directions. 40 li charge forward, at most 20 li. I'm sure you'll meet your scout team. Come on. Wuhan didn't doubt it at all. He was just afraid. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were following them all the time. The migration of the Turks couldn't hide them from the battlefield. No, they could hide them from the battlefield. The troops of the Tang dynasty did it. Sure enough, after running for about 20 li, they met his scout team of 50 people. They all looked thin and tired. Who are you? Wuhan and the others were surrounded. The scout just shouted and didn't raise his bow. What? Are you afraid of revenge for killing the Tang soldiers? Wuhan was angry and sad. You're not the Tang soldiers? The scout heard him and asked loudly. He raised his bow and arrow. We're the envoys in Chang'an. We came back to report. Wuhan was about to cry. He was so sad. Put down your bow. The leader of the other party hurriedly shouted. He found that the situation was not right. Wuhan, is that you? Someone in the scout team recognized Wuhan. Take me to see the Khan. I have important information. The Tang soldiers are less than 20 li away. There are more than 1,000 of them. You guys retreat. Wuhan nodded. He wanted to provide information first and check his men. Don't fight with them. It would be suicide. Yes, go to see the Khan. A few days ago, a few Tang soldiers came out to catch rabbits. They were encountered by other teams and fought. The Tang soldiers ran away. The next day, 4 of our scout teams were killed. Originally, there were 20 people in a team, but now there are 50. It's great that you can come back. Tell us what happened. We don't dare to use our weapons. The leader expressed his helplessness and didn't dare to take action. Chapter 1880. Great Khan, I have important news. The newspaper is here. There is also a decree from Baigu of the Tang dynasty. Wuhan saw Ashina Mojilian in the tent. Although he was addressed as Great Khan, he was actually Baiga Khan. This was the same as addressing Li Longji. It was fine to address him as Sage, His Majesty, or Emperor. It was used in different situations. Li Yi directly addressed him as Third Elder Brother, and occasionally changed to Third Elder Brother. The usage of Elder Brother was not formal in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi insisted on using it for his own convenience. The others had no choice but to learn from him. On the ground in the tent, there were things carried back by 30 horses. The 6 newspapers were the most precious to Wuhan and the others. Mojilian, Tiangwei, and the important minister Meilujia first read the prime minister's decree. Baigu first accused the later Turks of wantonly sending troops to attack the Tang dynasty's commander-in-chief. Lu without any intention of seeking peace. Therefore, the Tang dynasty righteously punished them. Then he mentioned that the emperor of the Tang dynasty could not bear the suffering of the people, fearing that the later Turks would have a difficult winter. Therefore, he offered a large reward to the capable people in the world, to help them pass the winter peacefully. Finally, he said that the people's livelihood was not easy, so he did not want to kill too much. If the later Turks were willing to surrender, he would let bygones be bygones. Everyone understood that the Tang dynasty put all the blame on the later Turks. When they asked for peace, the Tang dynasty firmly opposed it. After opposing it, they kept sending weapons and supplies to the Heavenly Soldiers' Army, Hinji Army, Shi tribe and Khitan. They also roped in the surrounding tribes to oppose the later Turks, and persuade them to surrender. If they did not make the first move, when winter came, the Tang dynasty would gather the strength of the tribes and attack them together. They would not be able to escape, even if they wanted to. They could not migrate long distances in a snowy place, right? Once they were defeated, how many of the later Turks would survive? As for offering a large reward to find someone to help them, you are clearly looking for the person who mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to encircle and suppress us. Looking at the contents of the Prime Minister's decree, only the later Turks were allowed to surrender. For a moment, the atmosphere in the tent became gloomy, and everyone's expression was grave. These are the things you bought before you came back? What are they? Is it expensive? He didn't want to be too depressed at this moment. If the leader's will was depressed, what about the others? As he spoke, he looked at Wu Hehan. Wu Hehan instantly understood, and squatted beside the item to introduce it. This is a kukri knife, suitable for chopping. The scabbard itself can be used as a whetstone. This is a tactical military knife. It can be used in many ways. It can also be placed in front of the Tang soldiers' guns. Yuhan first talked about the weapon. The back cover of the tactical saber was opened, and there were needles and thread inside to sew up the wound and fish. The scabbard of the military saber could be used as a fire sickle. It could be used to make fire and cut ropes. Lighter, alcohol, and grenades were used to target the wolves. There was a catch on the hemp grenade. If it was caught on the arrow, it would be ignited and shot. If it pierced the wolf or exploded near the wolf, it would injure the wolf. There's a bunch of medicine for typhoid fever, diarrhea, injuries, obvious wounds, blood clots and swelling, short-term pain relief, digestion. Yuhan took out the herbs and explained them one by one before putting them aside. He then picked up the canned food, rope, oilcloth used to evaporate water in the desert, folding poles, folding shovels and sand-blind glasses. Combination kettle, hang it up to boil water. It's no problem to sit anywhere. It's filled with water. The big shell outside can be used to store food, and the small shell can also be used to store things. Folding shovels can be used as saws, knives, hoes, and shovels. It uses the casing method. We can't make this iron. We have to ensure its strength, but it can't be too brittle, because it's inconvenient to carry fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, and pickled vegetables. Most of the canned food is preserved vegetables with meat. Preserved vegetables are fermented vegetables. With fermented tea, it helps digestion when eating meat. There's chili black bean sauce in the small bottle. It's toilet water to prevent mosquito bites. It's soap with extra things that can withstand the high temperature of the desert. Yuhan's voice gradually lowered as he spoke. He found that everyone's mood was not better. He took a deep breath. In fact, these things are not easy to use. Warriors don't need to rely on external things. Once they get used to it, it will weaken their fighting spirit and make people read the newspaper. Moyakuk interrupted Yuhan's words. He insisted that the things the Tang dynasty equipped the army were not easy to use. It was self-deception. We should tell our people that the Tang dynasty has a lot of good things, and we have to grab them. The Tang dynasty people occupy the most fertile land, with coal, petroleum, iron and copper mines. Although we don't have those resources to use, we are stronger than them, and we will eventually replace them. Moyakuk encouraged the people around him. Anyway, it was just a propaganda tone. Everyone shared the newspaper, and those who could get it were those who could read the Tang dynasty's words. The more they read, the more fascinated they became. It turned out that the small sea they were going to had so many resources. And according to the steps taught in the newspaper, winter didn't seem to be very cold. As long as they reached the place, they could harvest the pasture while building. When winter came, the livestock and people would be protected. When the small sea froze in winter, they could put the straw bundles on it while the ice layer was not thick. They could take them out at any time to fish, make a simple kiln, burn pottery, braise some charcoal, and purify the surrounding rock salt. Later generations would not get sick after eating it. Moyakuk looked at it, his face slightly red. Just now, he said that there were no resources in his place. That Juluan Lake, where his people left, had other resources there. We don't have to worry about the cold and heavy snow anymore, Kay said happily. Why didn't he think of it before? One step at a time, there was enough time. After the people passed a warm winter, they could be strong again. In the future, they wouldn't have to worry about many people dying in the north. There was a good way, but who came up with it? To appreciate sheep and good horses, this person. Sigh. Kay thought about it and found that the person didn't belong to his Turkic people, and there was no shortage of sheep and horses. Mei Lucy was affected by Kay's voice and stopped temporarily. Li Yi of Ba Shui and Zhuangzi and Chang, and is helping us? Is he leaning towards the Turkic people? He is leaning towards the Tang dynasty. If we are gone, there are other tribes in the north who can take our place. It is always easier to fight with a familiar opponent than an unfamiliar enemy. He is telling us that he has many ways. If he wants us to live, we will live. If he wants us to die, we will die. Mo Jillian's expression changed, and one could tell that he was in a dilemma. On one hand, he was being suppressed to lead his people to escape, and on the other hand, he had to use the other party's methods to survive. It gave people a feeling that the other party was too strong, and they could never think of defeating the other party. They couldn't lead the army, and they couldn't lead their people to live. In distant places, the other party didn't need to come personally to know the local situation. Strategizing and deciding victory from 1,000 miles away was indeed not nonsense. When that person wanted to fight, it was as cold as the northern wind and snowstorm in winter. When that person didn't want to fight, it was like the gentle drizzle in the hot summer. The pressure from absolute power made it difficult for people to breathe. Chapter 1881. Xiaolan, you can't eat beans anymore. You'll feel bloated when you sleep at night. In the Li family Zhuangzi's small bean field, Li Yi stopped Xiaolan, who still wanted to eat roasted beans. The three of them ate potatoes and beans. There were streaks of black ash around their mouths and faces. They didn't need to eat dinner. When they were free, they helped to collect the beans in the field. I think the field is other people's. The more I eat, the more delicious it is. Xiaolan found that eating like this felt different. Yes, stealing other people's sweet potatoes and breaking other people's corn cobs always feel better than our own. Li nodded with a smile. Yes, when he was young, he took stolen sweet potatoes to the commune's rice field in winter and roasted them with straw. They were especially delicious. But there was one thing he had to pay attention to. He had to stay away from the stacked straw. Children in the countryside learned to behave under the sticks and belts of adults from a young age. It was okay to steal ripe things but not to harm them. It was okay to pick cucumbers planted by other people by the river and eat them. Choose the medium tender ones, and don't touch the small ones. No matter whose field it was, they had to walk through the furrows. Stepping on the seedlings was called cheating. Once they were off the ground, they couldn't touch the big cucumbers tied with cloth strips. They were planted by other people. Picking cucumbers and pinching their butts didn't involve pulling the vines. The rope tied to the frame was loose and tied it well. How to pick vegetables in one's own field was the same as how to do it in other people's fields. Stealing was stealing, but it was two different things. When neighbors were chatting, the other party would say, "Your child is so good. He helped my cucumber field kidnap again." Their parents smiled and promised, "I'll beat him when I get back." The neighbor said, "My child also needs a beating. You can't beat the child blindly. It's not good for the child's health." So the two parties began to talk about how to beat the child happily. Now it was stealing other people's beans. They helped to collect them, and tied the bean stalks with straw ropes. Li Yi was in charge. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan cooperated. They didn't know how to do it. Li Yi skillfully did the farm work. He pulled the bean stalks and kicked the soil. If he used too much force, the beans would fall out of the pod. Take them back and use the flail to make beans. Let them dry in the sun for 2 days before returning them to the warehouse. Li Yi wiped the sweat off his face. There were even more underhanded tricks. Princess Yongmu brought Xiaolan to help pick up the fallen beans on the ground, and her face was filled with happiness. She felt like she had found someone to live with, just like a farmer. Of course, that was just her own opinion. Li Yi would not admit it. If such commoners were happy, why would he need to take out a large number of tools to help? Li Lang, after the autumn harvest, there will be people coming over to exchange new grains for old grains. 1 bushel for 1 bushel. Zhuangzi will exchange half a bushel of fine bran for half a bushel of rice chaff. Xiaolan picked up the beans and placed them on the ground. She gathered them into a small pile and told Li Yi. Li Yi wasn't usually in charge of such things, and Songde didn't care either. He only looked at the accounts. There were 6 stewards in the manor, and there were stewards under the stewards. The relationship between the managers and the department managers was like that between the managers. We're all used to living a hard life. How can old rice be more fragrant than new rice? It's just that there's more meat after cooking. Is the bran still fine? Li suddenly thought of a skit. Exchanging rice for old rice with new rice was definitely not a 1-to-1 ratio. The central idea reflected in the skit was not the food problem in the people's lives. In fact, it reflected from a side angle that everyone loved to eat new rice. It's beaten into powder. Our Zhuangzi's equipment is good. Take it back and add some noodles and wild vegetables. It's okay to make steamed dumplings without cutting the throat. Xiaolan nodded vigorously, indicating that the commoners didn't suffer a loss. The bran and rice chaff were like noodles. They couldn't be used as pillows. Is there anyone who can exchange popcorn sticks? Princess Yongmu looked at the beanstalks and asked. The beanstalks were processed into feed pellets for the ruminants. The feed pellets were made by the machine that made the popcorn sticks. Yes, there are people who want to make popcorn with new grains. Sorghum, rice and yellow rice can't be popped. They contain too much moisture. Xiaolan continued to answer. She began to secretly collect information about Zhuangzi. No one taught her. She understood it herself. Just like when Princess Yongmu used to live in the palace, Xiaolan was in charge of various affairs. She was a personal maid. There were specialized people in charge of other affairs, but she still interfered. She could not directly interfere, but she could not understand. She was afraid that Princess Yongmu would be at a disadvantage. She lived her life for Princess Yongmu. Others treated her as a human, but she was a human. Others married Princess Yongmu, but they did not treat her as a human. She did not have a sense of existence. Xiaolan, I'll give you a few books to read when we go back. They're about management. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. Li Yi tied up another bundle and said to Xiaolan, Are these the books that Bai Zaifu and the others read? I read them too. Xiaolan was very happy. There are similarities, but there are also differences. The administrative management of officials includes a lot of content. The administrative management of enterprises is only for the sake of stability and the pursuit of profits. The government office is based on the interests of the people, while the company group is focused on money. The similarity is that the responsible group needs to assist the ruling forces to fulfill their social responsibilities. The difference is that the existence of the group is based on survival and development. The group is more flexible to the outside world, and the government office is more stable to the people. The relationship between them is very complicated. A large group can control the political power of a small country. Li Yi was willing to train Xiaolan. Xiaolan was used to these things. She did not see management as a burden. The 3 of them talked. After finishing their work, they went to the hot spring sink to wash their hands and faces. They took the remaining 2 roasted potatoes and a bowl of roasted beans and walked back. They did not care about the beanstalks and beans. Others were responsible for them. They walked back to the cafeteria. and were about to eat some fruits before going back to rest. The three of them found that there were fewer people. The people in power and not in power were all gone. Li Longji and the others were there. Third brother, where did they go? Li Yi was not used to it. They're going to Luoyang soon. They went home to pack their luggage. Their families will follow them. They have to account to the officials in Chang'an. Li Yi placed a braised pig trotter and a bunch of white wine in front of him. He told Li Yi about the situation. Our cruiser left first. It's slow and there are many boats on the river. It's the last period of navigation. Li Yi remembered that he was going to spend the new year in Luoyang this year in Henan province. He actually wanted to go to Kaifeng to take a look. It used to be Bianliang in Tokyo. Beijing probably could not be the capital anymore. Every capital was actually shouldering the task of fighting the enemy on the front line. Nanjing used to be the capital too. Later, it could not be used as the capital because it needed to deal with the countries in the north. As long as a country's political power still had fighting spirit, it would never put its capital in the most stable place. The capital had always been at the forefront, including the capital of India during Li Yi's time. In fact, they were just in the range of Li Yi's country's rocket launchers. Yes, rocket launchers, not rockets or missiles. Li Yi still wanted to put the political center in Chang'an. He wanted to complete some deployments by land. In terms of sea routes, was it possible to build a capital in Guangzhou? It was not suitable. Izhou was not suitable either. Although it was called Chengdu, it was not Chengdu. It was too far away from the sea and the road was steep. There was no sense of urgency there. If he wanted to continue to expand, the more land routes to the north, the better. He was just 1 month old, less than 100 days old. The baby was wrapped up tightly, especially with a mask. It was made up of several layers of white gauze. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to bring his wife, child and concubine to Luoyang. His son had been injected with a vaccine. After that, when they were a little older, they would be beaten again and again. Ordinary children would not be able to enjoy such treatment. The vaccine was special now. Li Yi had exchanged his life for it, and it could only be gradually cultivated in the future. As long as one type was cultivated, the rest would be relatively simple. There was a process: anti-venom, smallpox vaccine, rabies vaccine and tetanus vaccine. With these 4 types, the rest could be cultivated according to the same cultivation and manufacturing methods. He wasn't allowed to ask for special bottles. Those bottles were the ones that cost more. Li Yi was using the Tang dynasty's industrial system as a foundation, so it was impossible for him to create them. He didn't need them either. Would there be no side effects after using a good bottle? This was a matter of who had the most advanced technology, and who set the rules. Strength determined everything, or rather martial strength determined everything. Zhang Sun Xian didn't care about technology. He knew that following Li Yi was the right choice. When his wife gave birth, she would run to the Li family Zhuangzi to wait for delivery. If natural childbirth didn't work, he didn't care if Li Yi personally went over to take the child out. The female nurse was capable, and had done it many times. He was still worried, and asked Li Yi to be ready at any time. I'll leave my wife and child to you. It's cold. Come back quickly. The sick baby is uncomfortable. Wang Yuyan shouted angrily. Usually, she always gave face to her husband. After having a child, she almost became a shrew when it came to matters related to the child. Let's go back. Take him to the sun. Clothes can't block the ultraviolet rays. It's good for the baby to be exposed. Zhang Sun Xian smiled and compromised. He carried his son into the house. The house was quite messy. Everyone was tidying up, including the Qiangong step bed he made for his wife. This thing had to be checked in. He had agreed with the third steward of the Li family Zhuangzi that he would give enough money, and the other party would arrange it. For this he almost lost his life. What he meant was that in the future, he would cooperate with the third steward in transportation and charter the carriage. He felt that he was smart to have thought of this situation. The carriage was worth a lot of money. If you can't charter a carriage, I'll find someone else to work with. Isn't that fine? Then I'll take a percentage of the profits. In the end, the third steward gave him a set of industry regulations that could cause problems. There were many details. As for what you're thinking, our master has long known about it. He has set a rule that anyone in the manor who touches it will die. As for the carriage, it wasn't open to the public now. When it starts to be open to the public, there will be a public announcement, and it will not be your turn to interfere. The entire railway operation system will be a fishing operation. Someone will deliberately give you benefits and arrange the carriage at the station you share. If you catch them once, you will catch them 100 times. There is no reason to talk about it. If you are really honest, you can sign a contract with this person and report it. Your official evaluation will be at least high or even high. After Zhang Sun Exan knew about this situation, he did not back down. He had 4 assistants who passed the Jinshu exam. They gave him an idea. When there are more carriages in the future, and the operation is normal, he will help others to operate. First, he has to familiarize himself with the process. When others are new and do not understand, he will help to arrange and collect a certain service fee. It was like the scalpers in some hospitals in Li Yi's time. They don't want to snatch the number anymore. They are familiar with the process. If someone in your family is not in good health, you can contact them. They will bring a wheelchair or a stretcher and help you to arrange. They will be responsible for which step to take and which building to go to. If you need to be hospitalized, normally, a department's inpatient room will be full. You can't stay even if you want to. This refers to the key hospitals, not some of the so-called 3 grade A hospitals. There are a large number of empty wards. The scalpers will not participate in the transformation. They usually provide services in a hospital affiliated to a medical school, where inpatient rooms are scarce. They will help you register for another department, and then say that you have a physical problem and need to be hospitalized. This way, you can spend more registration fees and diagnosis fees to stay in the inpatient department of this department. You can go to the real treatment department at any time. Hospitalization and medical treatment can be separated. It is not a separate ward round after surgery. The railway system in Li Yi's time is better than the hospital. The reason why everyone ignored it is that it has nothing to do with life. It is a capital difference. If a sick person can't get a hospital bed, they will be angry. If a person in a company can't get a carriage, they will work hard to adapt and invest in public relations. Zhang Sun Exan found this loophole. It is not in management, but in the size of the industry's capital. Tell Li Yi about your matter. Don't you have a phone now? Give us a separate one. Don't mess around. Mrs. Zhang Sun Exan took the child in her arms and said softly, "Tell him to go to the north and be the commander-in-chief. I'm not worried about his work. If it weren't for the fact that sea trade is more important, I wouldn't want to go to Hunan Prefecture at all. The matters in the north haven't been properly arranged." Li Yi felt that he could not do 2 things at once. Hunan was in charge of the economy, while Chang'an was in charge of agriculture and warfare. He couldn't be at ease with either of these 2 matters. He even wanted to fly over and use his heavy machine gun to force Moji Lian to surrender. Li Longji was not worried and turned around to inform the chancellors. "Little brother Yi, when we arrive at Hunan province, we will look for skilled craftsmen in the area to build zhuangzi. What do you think?" Li Longji discovered another problem. They lacked manpower. The Li family zhuangzi should have more manor owners, and the current manor owner had become a steward. If he nurtured them together with the students in the future, if there were any officials who were disobedient, he could directly send a farmer to deal with them. "When we arrive, I will exchange for a set of hospital equipment. Here, I will leave it for the nurses to teach and operate." Li Yi was willing to move the things away, but he also pondered about the large number of people in the medical industry in the capital. For example, the people who passed away in Grief Tianfang had no relatives. Their bodies were brought over for others to learn. There were also prisoners on death row who did dangerous work. They were also used for practice. He had things that could be used for teaching. First, he would use the 4 ways of diagnosis. If he could not make a diagnosis, he would send the patient to the Li family zhuangzi for examination. Whether it was surgery or diagnosis of illness, it all required experience. If he used the equipment to practice, He would have to learn how to treat patients without equipment support. Slowly he would systematize everything. Can I make up for it? Li Longji was conflicted again. Yes. Fine people. Let's make it clear first. Once he entered Zhuangzi, he did not turn back. I will use the equipment to detect lies. If you don't tell the truth, I won't take it. Li Yi mentioned the exchange of equipment because he wanted to solve the problem of finding people first. He put the equipment on people first. Some could even measure without touching them. He would first chat about daily life and collect a person's physical data under normal conditions. He would not even let the other party know. When the data was collected, he would ask some questions. If the other party had any abnormal physiological reaction, it would mean that they were lying. The first time might not be accurate. He would do it a few more times. Do you know who is lying? Li Longji looked at Li Yi with a strange gaze. Sometimes it might not be accurate. For example, the other party did not lie, but it is determined that they are lying. When Zhuangzi looks for people, he does not care whether the other party is lying or not. He will not take anyone who is lying. Li Yi shook his head. The data was affected by the individual's body. Some people like to let their imaginations run wild. When you talk to them normally, they would always think about other things. The data collected was not accurate. When you asked them some important things, they would still think about other things. When you compared them, they were not lying. This kind of situation was different from normal people's data fluctuations. It could not be determined that the other party was lying. Also, there were people with psychological problems. They clearly did something, but they did not think they did it. When tested, all their data were normal. There were also people with dual personality, and people who were muddle-headed all day. The people of the intelligence department started testing when they were recruited. After getting the data, they would test it every once in a while. It would be relatively accurate. What about during interrogation? Li Longji found a use for it. It can be used as part of the basis for judgment. It cannot be directly convicted. Li Yi said truthfully. In case there was a special situation where the other party was not lying and was not guilty, they would be beaten into a confession. Good. This is a good method. The soldiers at the border. Third brother, you can't. For example, the general guarding the border is a foreigner. You ask him if he has ever thought of betraying the Tang dynasty. He said no. After the test, it is proven that he is lying. What should we do? Li Yi gave a simple example. The other party had the idea, but decided not to betray in the end. In the future, when the Tang dynasty's weapons were more advanced and logistics were better, the generals who had the idea would not think about it anymore. It can't be used? Li Longji showed a regretful expression. Under the premise of not telling them, ask other questions and inquire indirectly. I will secretly collect data. It will be good for us to know. It remains to be seen. Li Yi could not bear to see Li Longji helpless and gave another idea. Not bad. The ministers do not ask, but the generals who ask the situation, the intelligence department. The intelligence department will use it. I have a set of procedures. We will start to use it later. Li Yi supported at this time. Brother Yi, have you tested me before? Li Longji suddenly asked. Third brother, I will teach you how to use it first. Then you test me and ask me this question. Li Yi was depressed. I am just joking. Brother Yi, don't take it seriously. Haha. Li Longji smiled awkwardly. He was indeed afraid of being tested and felt uncomfortable. Find people in Henan Province's Grief Field Square, especially the children. Li family Zhuangzi will slowly nurture them. The craftsmen can sign up on their own. Li Yi changed the topic. Otherwise, they could not continue the conversation. Chapter 1884. Wu. A train with a passenger carriage slowly drove out of the station. Many people stood on both sides of the road to send them off. The newspaper said that Her Majesty was going to Henan Province, and that Li Yi would follow her, and would not return this winter. The people did not care if Her Majesty left or not. She could go if she wanted to. After Li Yi left, the people felt empty. Without Li Dongzhu, would the Li family Zhuangzi still be the Li family Zhuangzi? With Li Dongzhu living by the Baishui River, they would not be afraid even if the sky fell. Fortunately, it was written in the newspaper that Songda stayed behind. The line in the sky was called a telephone line. It could transmit messages from thousands of miles away. In the blink of an eye, Li Dongzhu knew that winter was the same as last year. If there was a new way to make money, Li Dongzhu would call back. The newspaper would be printed the next day. Now the people were sending their blessings and wiping their tears. They were reluctant to leave, and the children were crying. Gang Ro, if you were a local official, and the imperial court wanted to transfer you back to the capital, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to come back. Zhang Jiuling sat on the other side of the aisle inside. He was impressed. When he went to Chang'an to be the chancellor, the people in his hometown in Guangzhou were reluctant to let him go, but they did not ask him to stay. When he left Guangzhou, the Li family Zhuangzi students and farmers took his place. When the people saw this, they thought, "Ah, these people are good. You can leave. Congratulations on your promotion." When Li left, they said that they could contact him at any time. When he came back next year, the people would still send him off. Li ran to Guangzhou. If he wanted to leave, would the people let him go? If Li were to sneak away, the next governor of Guangzhou would face great difficulties when he took over. The new official could not change any of the plans left by Li. If he wanted to change it, the people would not agree. No matter what he said, it would be useless. I heard that the people without permanent property packed their luggage, hired a car, and even raised money to buy a car to follow him to Luoyang. Lu Chong looked at the people outside the window and felt fear in his heart. When he said he would come back next year, the people could not wait and insisted on following him. Anyway, their jobs were not fixed. Shaoyi assisted His Majesty and served the people wholeheartedly. That's how things turned out this way. Li Dan praised Li. Shaoyi doesn't have much ability. She can only make some tools that benefit the people, help them earn money, and teach them how to prevent illness. Bai Gu said with a smile. He had to support him. If he went to Hunan Prefecture, he would earn even more money. Song Jing narrowed his eyes. Wherever Li goes, he will be the commander-in-chief. If he leads people to rebel, I'm afraid he will succeed. It's not a problem for me to rebel now, as long as I kill Zaifu first. Li turned his head and glared at him. Was he trying to provoke him? The windows could be opened. Brother Yi, if you're afraid of seeing blood, you can just imprison him, Li Qingqi teased. The key is that I lack living human subjects for my surgery. Li continued to glance at Song Jing. Song Jing turned his head and looked out of the window. Anyway, you can't really use me for practice. I didn't say anything bad. Su Yi was the first to clear his name. After saying that, he laughed and everyone laughed together. Li Longji was happy. The previous Zaifu were all scheming against each other. Now that everyone was fighting among themselves, they couldn't win against Li. What was the point of fighting? With less internal friction in the imperial court, the capital could be said to be peaceful. Not only were the people reluctant to leave, but he also thought about Brother Yi's departure after the new year. Looking at the four Zaifu, their work efficiency had also decreased, and they felt that they had lost the most important thing. If it weren't for Brother Yi's plan, their work wouldn't have been easy. Amidst the rumbling sound, the train entered the station and was about to load a carriage. Zhang Sun Xian's family and the local big investors who were preparing to go to Luoyang were in the carriage, including some members of the Su family. Qian'er and Sun'er were going, and the two little guys followed to learn. Usually, they would come to Li family Zhuangzi once every 10 days and stay for a day or two before going home. If they didn't see each other for a long time, not only would they refuse, but their families would also not agree. Learning in Li family Zhuangzi wasn't just about learning, but also about playing. How many princes were in Li family Zhuangzi? No matter how one looked at it, Shang'er was the future crown prince. He always played with his family's children. Luoyang was far away, but at most, he would miss it and take the train to take a look. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. After the carriage was connected, the little guy waited at the connecting area. When he saw Qian'er and Sun'er, he pulled them and ran first. The child's parents and the steward bowed slightly when they saw familiar people. They weren't timid and always met. Zhang Sun Xian's wife carried the child, and found Empress Wang to exchange their parenting experience. Empress Wang had given birth to a son, and was the most experienced. Her method was to throw the child to the uncle, and not care about anything else. Zhang Sun Xian was called to Li Longji, and a folding chair was added. He sat in the aisle. Because there was no cart selling ham, instant noodles or melon seeds, he didn't want to disturb others for the time being. There was a luggage rack in the carriage for people to put things. The seats were also empty. Because it wasn't crowded, there were no standing tickets, and the distance was short, so people wouldn't go under to sleep. There were no sleepers in the carriage. In the future, from Haizhou to Chang'an, sleepers would be added when stopping at stations. Who was willing to lie down and sleep now? They were all looking at the scenery outside. Have you bought the land? Li Longji asked as if they were chatting. He was indeed familiar with Zhang Sun Xian. In the past, they could see each other every day. Otherwise, how could Zhang Sun Xian have a temper? Zhang Sun Xian didn't have a temper now. He shook his head slightly. I didn't buy it. I don't know where to buy it. I'm afraid I bought the wrong one. If you buy it after we go there, the price will be doubled. Li Longji reminded him. It's okay if it's a bit expensive. I want to find a place near the land bought by Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Sun Xian looked at Li Yi. He wouldn't lose out if he followed you. I'm afraid there's none left, right? Song Jing said something that made people uncomfortable again. There is. Li Yi continued to not give face. I'll choose a piece of land alone. I'll tell everyone in advance. Buy the land around here first. I'll be in the middle. There was indeed no land at the moment. Others were smart. The price of the land around Li family Zhuangzi's mountain was sky high. It didn't matter. Wherever Li Yi bought, the land around it would be good. It was even better than the land used to build the high-speed railway. It wouldn't be a problem for the land to increase 100 times in an instant. Are you looking for wasteland? The land isn't fertile enough. It can't even be considered an inferior land? Zhang Sun Xian didn't argue with Song Jing. He came out with his aides. For Jinshe were officials under his command. It was a waste of talent, but the four cousins were willing. Because he was close to Li family Zhuangzi, and his wife was Empress Wang's sister. As long as he didn't continue to go against Li Yi, everything was fine. Li Yi nodded. Land with sand and alkali soil. Luoyang itself has many rivers. Whether the land is good or not depends on its use. Land for farming and commercial purposes can't be chosen in the same way. I want to build an industrial area. Good land is useless. I'll take care of the roads, water and other basic facilities myself. The government can save money. How can there be other people around to participate in the construction of an industrial area? Song Jing jumped out again. It's the same as why there's a market on the other side of Baqiao. Li didn't argue this time. He knew what Song Jing meant. Secrecy was the priority. Secrecy didn't mean that there weren't other people around. Some of the things they made had to be sold. It involved storage and transportation. Chapter 1885. We should send winged knights to guard it. Song Jing agreed. Oh, winged knights will listen to your arrangement. Li Yi retorted. We were talking about serious matters just now, and now I'm picking on you. Song Jing. He was about to cry. Do you have to do this? I said something wrong, and you're trying to push me to my death? Xiao Yi. Is there an increase in profit in the new industrial zone? Baigu helped to resolve the situation. Is it an increase in revenue? Li Yi went straight to the heart of the problem. It's a newly developed land with a large investment. Do you pay taxes? Baigu asked tentatively. He understood from reading books that taxes could not be collected at any time. It was not easy for others to raise money to start a business, and the beginning was the most difficult period. Once taxes were collected, the other party might die. Here, I want to build a match factory. It will occupy a transportation hub and is suitable to produce products for people's livelihood. The technical requirements are high, and the construction cost is low. It can also stimulate the surrounding industries. Even if you are old and weak, you can still be engaged in this industry. This includes the lame, the crippled, the mute, and the blind. Li Yi had finished preparing the technical knowledge, and Zhuangzi had already worked out the production process of various materials for matches. Now he was going to build a match factory in Hunan province, and it was a relatively safe match. It still had a negative impact on people's health, and it could be offset by other auxiliary means. The matches he wanted to make could not be lit by just finding a place to strike. He had to use a special friction material. For example, the frosted glass blackboard in school could be used to strike matches. It required dexterity, speed, and contact surface. Once struck, there would be a fire. Li knew that the production of matches had a negative impact on people's health. He did not pursue absolute profits, and the most important thing was to make it convenient for the people. Profits were money, and the people's health was their lifespan. He also needed to exchange for a set of medical equipment. Was this something that could be solved with the money of the Tang dynasty? Didn't you exchange your lifespan for that thing? Song Jing took out a small package from his arms. He wrapped it with red silk and opened it layer by layer to reveal the matchbox inside. Then he pushed out the matches inside. The matches were oval-shaped and looked very neat. There were a total of 4 rows facing each other. There were 40 matches in the box, but he didn't use a single one. Test subjects, the best batch. You didn't use them? Li was surprised. We didn't use it. We thought you exchanged your life for it. Sui also took out a bag and opened it. You didn't get any extra? You'll get 1 box every 10 days. It's enough for a normal household. Li didn't know that he had Zhuangzi's data. He thought it was a small matter. Everyone is thinking of using your life to exchange for it. Who would dare to use it? You can actually build a factory to mass produce it. Yao Chong took out a sandalwood box and slammed it on the table. Fuck. Thank you. Li stood up, clasped his hands and bowed. This was a kind of recognition from a famous person in history. Gangrou, can I draw one? Zhang Juling had been thinking about this for a long time. Don't. There's smoke. It's choking. If the babies smell it and cry, it'll be hard to coax them. Li waved his hand. The windows were all closed. It was cold in the morning. Lighting a match was not a big deal. How does a blind man work? Sui followed and asked. He had helped a blind man before. At that time, when the chancellors were out, they met a blind old man. The whole team stopped, and he went over personally. Now there was a blind road in Chang'an. When it snowed in winter, the blind road was cleaned, so that people with vision problems could feel the bumps on the ground. Paste a matchbox, a skilled worker. Don't think that a blind man can't do anything. Have you seen a blind man go to the river to collect duck and goose eggs? He's more accurate than a normal person. We'll provide the paste, the kind that can be eaten when hungry. They'll be responsible for this kind of box. After the friction part, we'll add 2 sides. Paste a box. The blind man's speed is not slow. You should have seen knitting before, right? The method I copied is the weaving technique. We can chat and knit at the same time. Li Yi explained the difficulty of the work. It was very simple. When he was young, his family raised ducks, geese, and chickens. During the day, before they were released, they would touch the eggs first. After touching, they would know if they could lay eggs that day. After the poultry came back, the chickens were in one area. If they found that there were fewer eggs, they had to go find them. The ducks and geese were in another area. They also had to find eggs. The ducks and geese chose to lay eggs in hidden and obvious places. They were so hidden that he might not be able to find them, even if he kept his eyes open. There were blind neighbors. They knew where the eggs were. After that, they would pick up a pile of eggs and put them at the door of the yard. They would take their own out first, and the neighbors would come to collect them. They knew how many eggs each family had. They would take what they should take, and not take what they shouldn't. Everyone watched and knew the situation of each family. It was fine if you took advantage of them once, but if you did it repeatedly, no one would contact your family in the future. At that time, there was no internet. The neighbors didn't talk to your family and directly judged that your family was dead. If you bought and sold things at the market next door, people would give you a hard time. If you bought meat, people would give you bad cuts. If you sold things, people wouldn't even look at them. If they didn't buy, they could give it to others for free. However, people from the same village would turn around and leave. If your child wanted to find a partner to play with, no child dared to play with him. Otherwise, they would be beaten when they went home. If there was such a blind man in a village, the village would be very harmonious. As for later, Li Yi's mind wandered as he thought about it. Some things were hard to get back once they were lost. The train came into the station again to resupply with coal and water. The dispatcher called other places, especially the passenger car behind, to ask about the speed and time of passing through the area. Telegram and telephone double insurance. If the snow is thick in winter, can it still be pushed? Song Jing played the villain again. It'll be fine when the dual tracks are in operation. It's now a single track. There are additional sections where the train stops and switches. There's also a type of car that relies on the rails to push back and forth. The speed isn't slow either. When we reach Luoyang, I'll show it to everyone. When operating the car, there needs to be a wireless and wired telephone connection. Li didn't have any problems with whether the train could push the snow away. In his time, the early steam engine trains didn't say that they couldn't run because of snow. Unless the snow was too heavy, it had nothing to do with the situation during the operation. After the train was resupplied, dozens of people came up. They were all local businessmen. They read the newspapers and knew the situation. They waited here. When Her Majesty went out, few people were willing to follow her. If Li Yi went with her, it was guaranteed that there would be business opportunities. They trusted Li Yi. Li Yi's business in the Tang dynasty was not a lie. Li family Zhuangzi's products had never had any quality problems. The after-sales service was also very good. For example, if the kerosene lamps, mirrors, bicycles, thermos bottles and glass were broken, they could go to Li family Zhuangzi to replace them at any time. The Li family's manor promised that if you were unhappy and smashed it, there would still be some broken items. If you brought them back, they would definitely replace them for you. Some of the new passengers were students. They were supposed to go to Chang'an for the exam, but they read the newspapers that they had changed places. So what if they changed places? At their current location, they could get on the train and take out the recommendation letter from the local government. They didn't need to spend any money. When they came to the courier station, they didn't need to spend any money. Seeing that they were students, the courier station would give them extra care. Chapter 1886. The train was moving on the tracks. At first, there was a clattering sound, but after a long time, it automatically became background music and was ignored. The train started again, and the movement was obvious. Noble consort Lu listened carefully. The train is stable, but where is this clattering sound coming from? Everyone looked at Li Yi. You're the one who fixed the tracks, so why is there a clattering sound? There are gaps between the tracks to give space for the track to expand and contract. Li Yi explained. Is there a way to avoid expansion? Zhang Sun Xian was interested in technology. Yes, but I can't make it. Li Yi nodded, and then shook his head. Is it difficult? Several people asked together. If I can make a seamless track to operate normally, I can directly blast the red-white palace to the ground and leave nothing behind. Li Yi compared the situation with a serious expression. Li Yi, who was sitting on the other side, was speechless. Won't it be more convenient to attack the Turks? He reminded Li Yi that there were enemies everywhere. That's right. Even if it's the place where I bring the seeds back from, I can still attack from Chang'an. Li Yi smiled at the other party. What weapon? Su Yi swallowed. Sky Siuan monkey, a bigger one. Launch it from Haizhou and blast it to the red-white palace, and further west. Yes, India, it's India. In less than 2 hours, people and animals within a radius of 100 miles will die. Li Yi corrected him in time. He always thought that the two ends of the country were the furthest, and everyone was more familiar with Haizhou. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and a trace of fear appeared on everyone's faces. After a full half-minute, Li Qingqi spoke first. Brother Yi, when will you be able to make a seamless track? That kind of weapon can't be used. It's equivalent to the night luminescent pearl, given to me by Boizhu and Isimba. Li Yi waved his hands. No. In the Tang dynasty era, who would use nuclear weapons to fight? Machine guns wouldn't work? Cannons that could be carried and moved were not useful? The others did not have any good weapons. Bows, arrows, javelins, crossbows, these kinds of long-range weapons could not reach the Tang soldiers. Lock them up in a room where you can't tell the time for half a month, so that you can vent your anger? He helplessly said. Why do you always mention my Tufan? He didn't quibble, and say that he wasn't sure if the night-luminescent pearl would cause problems. If he wanted to kill him, just do it. At that time both sides were serving their own masters, and both sides were unscrupulous. What crime did they commit? There were some people in the Lingyam Pavilion who also beat us up before. Those who have obtained the world naturally have the capacity to cherish the world. Li Yi said, Don't let these two people, who are always thinking of killing me for the sake of Tubo, die in fear. They hadn't done anything wrong. The Chamberlain of Dependencies had persuaded others to surrender more than once, and some of them had become spies. Wuxia and Isimba were completely unmoved. They were loyal subjects. After Qi brought Zhu Dan over, the two of them took the money they had saved and gave it to Zanpu, telling him to cheer up. The merchants and students who had just boarded the train did not feel that the commotion was too big. The train was much more stable than the horse carriage. The wheels of the horse carriage pressed against the road, and the friction of the axle was no less than that of the train. It was their first time on the train, so everyone was very excited and looked outside through the glass window. They didn't dare to open the window and sat on the fixed chairs carefully with half of their buttocks. A palace maid pushed a cart and appeared. She didn't call for melon seeds, beer, instant noodles, poker cards, and so on. She directly placed a cup, made tea, and placed a stack of fennel beans. Brother Yi, where is the toilet? Li Longji didn't know if he was excited or nervous, but he wanted to go to the toilet. Follow me. Li Yi whispered and brought Li Longji to the toilet. The toilet was relatively spacious, and there was a flush toilet, mirror, and basin. This kind of facilities didn't match the era of the train. It had to be high-end. There was no disposable toilet cover. Before going to the toilet, one needed to wipe with tissue paper. Li Longji used one that only a few people could use, and the carriage also had extra water. The oldest train didn't flush, and the bottom was made of wood. When people went to the toilet, they squatted on it. Many people were imprisoned and escaped, and they ran like this. In addition, if the windows were made of wood, they could also run. Li Longji went to the toilet inside, and Li Yi stood guard outside. Not long after, Li Longji came out with a silk handkerchief in his hand. Brother Yi, where did it go? On the railway. It fell directly into the rain, snow, and sunlight, and it quickly decomposed. Li Yi explained very bluntly that the train didn't have the function of storing sewage. Will the people be able to afford the fees from now on? Li Longji wasn't in a hurry to return. He stood at the junction of the carriages and looked outside. Li Yi habitually touched his pocket. He wanted to take out a cigarette. In this situation, if he didn't smoke, he would feel that something was missing. He put down his hand. There was no cigarette. He could smoke, but he didn't smoke. The poor people can go by themselves. There are relay stations, and they don't need to spend money on food and accommodation. Rich people, officials, merchants, and barbarians, they spend money on the train. It's quite expensive. The real profitable part of the train is the freight. The mobile population is small, and freight is the main source of income. The train is connected to the coast and between the two capitals. The logistics capacity is large, and the profits come from this. Li Yi never intended to let the ordinary people use the train. The relay stations were enough for the ordinary people. If you say you don't have money, at the relay station, the constable will look at you and give you 2 pieces of black bread. The soup will be free, and you will stay in a shared room. There is a relay station every 10 miles on the official road. If you say you can't reach the next resting station by nightfall, how do you get there? Is there a white wind in winter? A snowstorm? Then why do you have to leave the relay station to go to the next one? Are you crazy? Now, if you want to stay in an inn, you need a letter of recommendation. If you don't have one, it's fine. You can't starve to death. The train is not something you can enjoy. Just a letter of recommendation is not enough. You have to have sufficient funds. Brother Yi, do you think in a few years, ordinary people will be able to ride the train? It's cheap. Li Longji felt uncomfortable when he saw the ordinary people walking outside. It depends on the industrial foundation. I have a blueprint for a big bird that can carry people. The kind I can fly doesn't count, but it can carry many people in the sky. It takes less than an hour to fly from Luoyang to Chang'an. Adding up the other things, it takes about 4 hours. When my internal combustion engine is built, I will upgrade it. First, I will build a big bird for the military. It can fly with explosives. For example, 100 explosives can fly into the sky above the enemy's camp, ignite them, and throw them down. Li Yi drew a blueprint for Li Longji. It was a propeller bomber. Its greatest use was not to kill people, but to disrupt the enemy's morale. It would bomb the enemy's headquarters, baggage, and rear warehouses. The runway of that kind of plane was easy to repair. It could also be loaded with guns. If it was fired at the ground, it would be a terrifying deterrent. Just like in the era of valiant singing and crossing the river to fight, their own country did not dare to attack the enemy's reconnaissance planes. As long as they attacked, the bombers would retaliate. With orders, they were not allowed to attack. They could only hide and endure. It was only when a third party's air force joined the battlefield that the enemy's air superiority was wiped out. You don't want to exchange your life for it? Li Longji yearned for it, but he was also worried. No need. I built it myself. Third brother, you will know when the diesel engine comes out. It is better than the steam engine. Li Yi promised. I am also reluctant to sacrifice my life. Chapter 1887. Wuxia. The first train entered the station amidst the sound of the whistle and exhaust. Everyone quickly got off the car. There was still another train behind. Make room and don't crash into it. Henan Prefectural Magistrate Zhang Shua led a large group of officials to wait at Luoyang's train station. The winged knights and the 16 guards, who had arrived in advance, were in charge of security. Among the crowd, the villagers of Xiaoluanan village and the person in charge of the Li family Zhuangzi were in prominent positions. The village chief of Xiaoluanan village, Ma Jin, tried his best to stretch his neck to look. He was looking for Li Yi. The temporary county magistrate of Feishan County had a worried look on his face. He was afraid that if he didn't do a good enough job, he would be punished like the previous one. He had summed up the failures of the previous administration, which was that he did not keep up with the mainstream. He thought that it would be the same as before, but who knew how fast the rescue would be? When the river on Feishan Mountain burst, the people of Xiaoluanan village split into 3 groups to ask for help. The fastest to react was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi Mountain, which was 30 li away from Shaluo village. They were always prepared to deal with disasters and wars. Their things were packed and placed in the easiest place to take them out. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time after the news spread, a large group of people was already on their way. Following closely behind was the Henan Prefectural Magistrate and the Luoyang Magistrate. Magistrate Zhang said that he had to quickly organize the manpower to set off in the morning and arrive in the evening. Even so, the magistrate still had a sad expression on his face as he said that he was late and that he had let the villagers down. The county magistrate of Feishan County knew of the situation and was still wondering where to go. He checked the books to see the population and number of households in the area. Then, he gathered his men to discuss how to save him, who to arrange for, how many things were left in the warehouse, and wrote a letter to the Luoyang magistrate. 2 days later, the people from Feishan County arrived. The people of Xiaoluanan village were more or less settled. The Luoyang magistrate lowered his head and stood beside the magistrate, Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua gritted his teeth. As a result, the county magistrate, registrar, deputy, and lieutenant were all arrested. He had been transferred to work with Li family Zhuangzi's farmer, Li Guiheng. He was transferred from Luoyang County. He used to be the second county deputy and thought he was very familiar with the work. Only those who encountered the Li family Zhuangzi found that the other party was even more skilled. They seemed to have a way to deal with such disasters. The money and other resources, given by the imperial court according to the rules, could not be compared to 1/20th of what Li family Zhuangzi gave. Princess Yongmu's mother was Lu Jieyu from Hudong's Lu family. She was not an imperial concubine, so her status was low. She enjoyed the same treatment as Empress Wang in Li family Zhuangzi. When Li Yi was free occasionally, he would personally cook and have someone send it to her. Zhao Li, who was not cheated by her brother Zhao Chongnu, was an imperial concubine. Had Li Yi ever cooked for her? Garlic and cucumbers had never been slapped. Li Yi couldn't give the position of empress to his mother-in-law. Mother-in-law was pregnant with a boy. If he gave her the position of empress, what would Empress Wang do? Who was the crown prince? While they were talking, the arrangements on the platform were completed. Li Longji's guard of honor was raised, and Li Yi followed at the first position on the left. His hands were in his pockets. The front of his left and right pockets bulged out. There were 2 automatic pistols, yes, semi-automatic. Automatic pistols were hard to control, so it was better to take out a handheld submachine gun. At super close range, a submachine gun was better than an assault rifle. When the threat at close range was eliminated, he would switch to an assault rifle. Then, the heavy machine gun would be used for long-range attacks, and the sniper rifle would be used for fixed-point attacks. He walked down and thought of a set of attack procedures. He took out his hands and waved them in the air, looking like he was holding a submachine gun. He felt that this was faster. He could exchange at any time and shoot directly in his hands. It just looked strange. Others were in a normal position, but his posture was awkward. Third brother, no matter what happens suddenly, you have to stand still. If you move, I won't be able to throw out a defensive shield. Li lowered his voice and said to Li Longji, the target of protection had to be communicated. Okay. Li Longji agreed. He knew that his brother Yi could use his lifespan to exchange for something useful at any time. And that was a shield. In an instant, a shield would appear in front of him, the kind that no crossbow arrow could penetrate. Guazi led a group of people on the train. He held a sniper rifle, but did not install a scope. The others used binoculars to observe the surroundings. The sniper rifle he used was a blind sniper. He fired based on his feelings and did not scope in. Greetings to the retired emperor and your majesty. Zhang Shua took the lead. When the key figures appeared, they bowed together. No one knelt. Thank you for your hard work. Li Dan spoke first. He knew his position. What happened after that had nothing to do with him. This was because Xiao Yi was here. Otherwise, he would not have shown his face at such an occasion. The sooner he died, the better. No need for formalities, Li Longji said. Chapter 1888. The troops headed towards the Luoyang Palace. The Tianshu had been torn down, and the new one had not been built yet. The Martyrs' Cemetery was to be built in Luoyang and expanded in Chang'an. The new Tianshu in Luoyang was actually the 10,000 Kingdom Pagoda. The original Tianshu was built with copper in order to pursue speed. Just like when Li Yi built the Eiffel Tower, it would oxidize. Li Yi planned to build the new 10,000 Kingdom Pagoda with stone instead of cement. Concrete buildings did not have a long lifespan. No concrete building could withstand hundreds of years of decay. Stone was the most resistant to the corrosion of time. Cement was not good. However, some glutinous rice and pebbles could survive for a long time. It depended on the level of the materials. For example, some bridges were deliberately stabilized by raising aquatic creatures. This was wisdom. Brother Yuanchong, how have you been? Brother Huaishen, you must be tired. Zhang Shua greeted. He had always been hostile towards Yao Chong because of the struggle for power. In the end, he left and Yao Chong joined the regiment. Everything was Li Yi's will. Good, everything is good. Daoji should be fighting for the people in Henan, right? Yao Chong said sarcastically. Some time ago there was a disaster. As the magistrate, I am ashamed of the people of Xiaoluanan village. Xiaoluanan village was flooded and asked for help from 3 directions. In front of me, I could only arrive late that day. The Li family Zhuangzi's mountain was 30 miles away from the disaster and was forcefully broken through. When I arrived, the tents were set up and the people were eating soup. No one died from the flood or hunger. I finally know that I am too weak. I was too late. Zhang Shua said with a sad expression. The people had a problem in the morning, and he arrived at night with a large army. He put the Li family Zhuangzi in front of him and admitted that he was slow. Who did not know the Li family Zhuangzi's reaction speed? Compared to the Li family Zhuangzi, did you think the Ba Shui army was a joke? My logistics and organizational skills are comparable to the Ba Shui army. Are you not afraid that I will rebel? Everyone found it hard to calm down. They didn't know what to say, because there were too many things involved. With Prime Minister Zhang overseeing Luoyang, our Li family Zhuangzi has benefited greatly. Now that there were telephones and telegrams, communication was convenient and easy. Zhang Shun had guided many of the younger generation, and was well versed in politics, and knew how to benefit the people. There is no difference between the two. It is all based on His Majesty's philosophy of governing the country. Politics comes first. Li Yi spoke up at this time to prevent internal strife. I only care about the people. I don't care about anything else. You can fight if you want, but don't hinder the people from earning money. The emperor is here. All the fighting stopped, and everyone resumed their harmonious appearance. Li Dongzhu, is that Li Dongzhu? We will kowtow to you. Kneel down and kowtow. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and a person led a group of people to kneel on the ground and kowtow. Li Dongzhu, look, the people have you in their hearts. Zhang Shua was up to no good. He knew that he would not be able to shake Li Yi's position, so it was better to create some trouble for him. Haha. I said the wrong thing just now. I should have let you join the group. As expected, Li Yi did not care. He smiled and spoke to Zhang Shua. Turning his head, he shouted to the people kneeling on the ground. I am Li Yi. Have you set up a long life memorial tablet for me? Yes. We have been burning incense. We took it from the temple. The commoners kneeling there began to shout in unison. They even mentioned the matter of stealing other people's incense. Where is His Majesty's memorial tablet? Did you put my memorial tablet, and not His Majesty's memorial tablet? Are you trying to kill me? Li Yi shouted again. Yes. His Majesty's memorial tablet is above yours. It was His Majesty who helped us find you. Thank you, His Majesty. His Majesty will live to 100 years old. His Majesty will live to 300 years old. We set up a memorial tablet for Magistrate Zhang Shua. He saw the disaster, and did not have time to report to His Majesty. He personally led a team here. That's right. The general is away from the emperor's orders. The head of the secretariat can't do anything, but Magistrate Zhang is by our side. His Majesty is too far away. Magistrate Zhang's kindness is close at hand. No, it's Magistrate Zhang Shua's virtue. We are where we are today because of him. Magistrate Zhang's kindness is greater than the heavens. Magistrate Zhang is greater than the heavens. His Majesty is too far away. Magistrate Zhang Shua's kindness is near. His Majesty's thoughts are in Chang'an. From time to time, various voices could be heard. Magistrate Zhang Shua was praised to the heavens. Magistrate Zhang was speechless. He trembled. His whole body was numb. He looked at Li Longji. The corners of Li Longji's mouth were slightly raised. He looked at the others. They were all winking and trying hard to hold back their laughter. Dr. Li Dongzhu, brother Li Gangro, I know I was wrong. When Xiaoluanan village was affected by the disaster, I rode a horse and did not take a ski pole. Because of what happened in the morning, I brought people here at night. Previously, when we were in Chang'an, I did not offend you. When Yuanchong said bad things about you, I always helped you. Why do you have to do this? Magistrate Zhang was afraid. He played a little trick, but in the end he was dealt with. If he let people continue to shout, his family should be confiscated and exterminated. The people are too bad. There are even people leading them. Chapter 1889. Li Longji's honor guard was set out, and the team went to Ziwei City in Luoyang. History was changed by Li Yi. Li Longji only came to Luoyang this year. The name was changed by Li Yi. Now that there was no Li Yi Academy, Li Yi planned to make it when he had the time. He also planned to print out the 4 books compiled by others. It was too tiring to copy, and there were too many words. He brought the set of bronze movable type that Princess Jingxian had exchanged for, and continued to publish newspapers in Luoyang. The important content of the newspapers was the same as the Chang'an newspapers. It described some of His Majesty's matters in Luoyang. He made a phone call, and showed it to the people of the capital. The books were printed, typeset, and printed. He prepared a few sets, No, a few hundred sets to prevent them from being lost. The people of Luoyang were as happy as the new year. The emperor was here. Li Dongzhu was rich. Who didn't know that the people in his place had extra income? On the mountain next to them, many people were hired every day to buy and sell things. Some time ago, they had been building and expanding the courtyard. The road from the mountain to Shaluo village was wide and flat. The income of the people working on the road increased by a lot. Li Longji and the others looked for their own palace, but Li Yi didn't. His place was next to Li Longji's palace. He had been worried about it before. Would he live with his father-in-law after getting married? Li Lang, our palace is clean and tidy. I just took Xiaolan to see it. Li Yi controlled the drone to fly in the sky. When he was looking at the overall layout of Luoyang, Princess Yongmu ran over happily. Stay for a few days. After the court meeting at Qianyuan Palace on the 15th of September, we will go to the mountain to live. The repairs are almost done, and the place has expanded. Li Yi didn't want to live in Ziwei City. The place was small, and the hospital couldn't settle him down. The mountains in the east were good. The whole mountain was his. Whether it was a barren mountain or a place to raise silkworms, they were all cleaned up. The big mulberry trees were cut down, and the roots were dug out. The new mulberry trees could already raise silkworms. They were all short and not allowed to grow tall. There were also terrace fields, grape trellis, large shed areas, and breeding areas, replicating the Li family Zhuangzi next to the Ba River. Oh, Princess Yongmu responded. She looked up and said, "Has the phone line been pulled? There's a place on the mountain for the imperial court meeting?" She understood. Everyone went to live in the mountains together, including the prime minister and his family, as usual. The palace couldn't be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was comfortable and idyllic. In the Li family Zhuangzi, even the palace maids and eunuchs were not thrown into the well, and there were no instances of them accidentally falling into the pond and drowning. 2 routes. Don't go to the same place to avoid being destroyed. Luoyang is indeed incomparable to Chang'an. The various squares are too chaotic. Li Yi said as he controlled the drone to fly back. He replaced it with a new battery and released it. Chang'an is under your management. The urban planning should be upgraded and improved based on the existing structure and foundation. When Princess Yongmu talked about Chang'an, she was full of pride. After a period of time, Luoyang will become like Chang'an. All the dirty and messy things will disappear. The underground forces will definitely be honest. You guys are evil? Can you be more evil than my Li Lang? No, my Li Lang is kind. Luoyang is similar to Chang'an. There are a lot of temples and monasteries. Why don't we break the old four? Forget it. The books and other things passed down from the previous dynasty are still very precious. Many county records are kept. This is a legacy of civilization. I can't destroy it in my hands. I have to protect it. Yes, the various counties will copy a copy and send it to Luoyang. I will find someone to organize and print it. Put it in the various libraries. In the future, whoever wants to write a literary work will be able to find it easily. Li muttered as he read. He had been collecting famous paintings and books from the past. He took pictures and saved them on his computer. He had several extra hard drives. If there was an accidental defect, he would find a professional to repair it. Whoever wanted to see it could look at it on the screen or through the glass. The drone buzzed as it flew. Some people looked up and saw it. They pointed at it. Work, don't just watch. Aya, how dare you? You dare to steal in front of me. I'm talking about you. You're wearing a straw hat and gray wooden shoes. Don't run. I'll tell you. If you go to the yamen, I'll consider it your surrender. If you run, I'll send the winged knights to catch you. Yes, stand still. Everyone, help me catch him. I've taken pictures of him stealing other people's coupons. Don't beat him, don't beat him. What if he dies? Stealing isn't a capital offense. Li controlled the drone to watch. He found that someone took advantage of the time when others were looking up to the sky to grab a few coupons and run. Look, this kind of thing can't happen in Chang'an. There's work to do. Clean up some industries. Li saw that the person was beaten up and walked to the yamen. He was relieved. He didn't care about individual thieves. He had to catch the people behind them. Thieves were organized. Few of them fought alone. This included beggars. The beggars sect was not called that now. Those leaders could be sentenced to death if they were caught. It was a good opportunity to practice and work. Who do you know? You have to catch whoever helped you. He continued to collect data and created a complete map on the software to see how he could change it. The people began to spread the news that Li Dongzhu was like a god flying in the sky with a treasure. He was so high that he could see every move of the people below. Li Longji tidied up and held a meeting. Zhang Shua brought people of third rank and above to participate. How's Feishan County? Li Longji asked Zhang Shua. Shaluonan village was washed away, and the other places in Feishan County were unlucky. The Li family Zhuangzi booked the hot springs. They're paying for it. Every family is building a new house with 2 floors. It's better than before. Zhang Shua mentioned the Li family Zhuangzi first. Zhuangzi's people were in charge of post-disaster reconstruction work. Henan Prefecture sent people to record things. How's the public security in Henan Prefecture? Li Longji nodded and changed to the next question. Your Majesty, the public security is good. No one closes their doors at night. No one picks up lost things on the road. Everyone, report. Your Majesty, Li Yi just used a drone to find a thief. The people are talking about it. Gao Lishir entered. Zhang Shua was speechless. Minister Zhang, please continue. Li Longji looked at Zhang Shua with a smile in his eyes. I'm guilty. I don't want any fish to escape the net. Zhang Shua pleaded guilty first. He wanted to bite that person to death. Li Yi used a drone to look at things. You actually dared to make a move. His Majesty is here. Can't you stop for a while? The crime of deceiving the emperor. Yao Chong was up to no good. What fish to escape the net? You're lying to His Majesty. Zhang Shua ignored Yao Chong and continued. The people live a good life. There are fewer people who commit crimes. Those who are willing to work have work to do. What's the plan for winter? Li Longji asked again. He also ignored Yao Chong. Some situations would change in the future. There were no underground forces that could not be obedient. If the Luo River freezes, take ice and store it. Train stations to transport goods. Concentrate on mining coal. Make coal blocks in the open space outside the city. Increase the allocation of funds for Grief Field Square. Ask Li Yi if he has any additional work. Zhang Shua answered from sales, heating and subsidies. Finally, he pushed the question to Li Yi. He did not want to find work for the people. He knew that he was not as good as Li Yi. Li Yi's drone was flying. It did not seem like he was playing around. Where Li Yi was, what was there for him to worry about? The best way was to cooperate. Chapter 1890. Zhang Shua elaborated on the big picture, but he did not care about the specifics. Feishan County's new county magistrate Xiao Wei, Little Luonan Village's mayor Ma Jin, and Li family Zhuangzi's manager Li Guiheng were summoned to the palace. Xiao Wei and Ma Jin's legs were trembling as they walked. They were afraid that His Majesty would ask them something. On the other hand, Li Guiheng's expression was calm. He wanted to end this quickly, so that he could find Dongzhu. He knew everyone in the hall. If he dared to threaten Zhang Shua, how could he be afraid? When he was in Zhuangzi, he could see His Majesty every day. He bowed and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. The other 2 followed suit, sweating profusely. Li Longji did not think that the county magistrate and the village head were timid. He spoke to Li Guiheng first in a gentle voice. Guiheng, it must be hard for you to manage this place. Thank you, Your Majesty. We specialize in Zhuangzi. We were indeed a little flustered when we first arrived, but we quickly adjusted our state of mind. It was mainly for the sake of the people's livelihood, and to provide more jobs, while perfecting Zhuangzi's mountaintop. They took out a portion of their resources, and prepared them specifically for emergencies. In terms of exchange, more benefits were given to the people, and the profits were lowered. However, the rules of business cannot be easily abolished, so that the common people will know fairness. Li Guiheng answered smoothly. Before he came, he had already thought of what to say. He wasn't nervous. Even if he said something wrong, he wouldn't lose his head. He would still go back to his life. Li Longji liked this atmosphere and smiled. Will Shaluo village be affected in winter? Your Majesty, don't worry. We'll lose some houses, livestock, and poultry, but we'll be fine. He built a new house for them. In the name of Hunan Province's investment, he was actually exchanging it for the hot spring management rights. The Drunken Immortal House's branch was open locally. Now that the roads were normal, there was no shortage of customers. The people of Luoyang Palace liked to go there, and the villagers helped out when they were free. Under His Majesty's teachings, they are hardworking, kind, and simple. Li Guiheng didn't say anything about winter. After answering, he indicated that there would be no problem with winter, and the branch of the Drunken Immortal residence was opened. Xiao Wei and Ma Jin calmed down, as the two of them were answering questions and answers. The two of them realized that His Majesty was very easy to talk to. It was as if they were chatting about daily life. What about the county? Li Longji shifted his gaze to Xiao Wei. Everything in the county is fine. Xiao Wei was so anxious that he started to sweat. Before he came here, he had also prepared a draft in his mind, but he just couldn't remember it. How many houses were destroyed? How many livestock were lost? Were the roads destroyed? What is the number of households in the county? How many people are there? Give me some data. Li Longji reminded him. Say it, don't be afraid. Count. This subject wants to look for Registrar Ma. Registrar Ma knows. Xiao Wei's eyes widened. After he took office, he saw that the people were busy building houses, so he arranged for people to check the storehouses. If there was a problem with the previous one, he would check the treasury and check the accounts. He would then hand them over to the military staff to convict others. He didn't need to worry about anything else. The Li family Zhuangzi had taken over. Now he needed to ask for the data and find the registrar, who was in charge of the data. Li Longji was very disappointed. This county magistrate position was just a transition. The only reassuring thing was that he was obedient and listened to the Li family Zhuangzi's words. If he didn't blindly give orders, then he was a good official. Daoji, do you have the data? Li Longji wanted to understand the situation. Zhang Shua stared at Xiao Wei. You only want to clear up the accounts so that you don't get into trouble? This subject. Zhang Shua found it difficult to speak. Your Majesty, the data is always changing. Magistrate Zhang and I have discussed before. We will provide the data every 3 days, especially for large livestock. Li Guiheng took over the conversation. He and Zhang Shua usually had a good chat. Today is the 3rd day. There are 5 villages under Feishan County. Xiao Luonan village is the largest. There are 165 households in Xiao Luonan village, and the population is 811. The other 4 villages have 436 households, and the population is 3,650. In the past few days, there were 30 new births and 6 deaths. The mountain floods destroyed 300 houses, and all the houses were rebuilt. The average number of cattle is 1. 2 horses are 0. 16 mules are 0. 55 and donkeys are 0. 45. The average number of pigs is 1. 5. And there are only 200 sheep. All the destroyed roads have been repaired, and the total number of normal roads is about 270 li. Due to the short incubation period of poultry, it is difficult to record the sales and consumption of poultry. According to the data model analysis, the total number of poultry is between 37,000 and 39,000. Li Guiheng recited the data as if he was very familiar with it. He didn't go to each house to ask, but there is a data model that can be used. When he finished, the hall was silent. Everyone looked at him, including Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei looked at Li Guiheng, as if he had seen a ghost. How did you know? Li Longji raised his hands and clapped again and again. The officials suddenly clapped, and the applause was like a tide. Zhang Shua clapped and nodded quickly. He couldn't wait to hug Li Guiheng and kiss him. You are my brother. 20 seconds later, the applause stopped. Li Longji sighed. Alas! It is a pity that you are a farmer of the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, you can be a county magistrate. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your appreciation. But in my heart, being a farmer is better than being a county magistrate. I am willing to be a farmer. Li Guiheng looked down on the position of county magistrate. Is the salary of the county magistrate more than my allowance? I have no place to spend my money. In Feishan County, Is it useful for the county magistrate to talk to the people? Or is it better for me to use the name of Zhuangzi? Can the county magistrate meet the magistrate? I have no problem. Is the county magistrate nervous to meet His Majesty? I have eaten with His Majesty in the cafeteria. Can the county magistrate's baby meet the Empress? Empress Wang has hugged and kissed her baby. This time, when Dongzhu comes, His Majesty will go to the Li family Zhuangzi to live in the mountains. If he wants to see His Majesty, he can see him. You, the county magistrate, can stay in Feishan County. That is true. Li Longji reacted and admitted that the Li family Zhuangzi's status is higher than the county magistrate's. Whatever the county magistrate can do, the village magistrate can do. Whatever the village magistrate knows, the county magistrate may not know. When you go back, remember to organize the data. Li Longji did not want to deal with people on the first day, so he gave Xiao Wei a chance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Wei's voice trembled. He looked at Li Guiheng with fear in his eyes. You are a village magistrate. Why do you have to remember these things? I have seen you a few times. You are so busy. How do you have time to remember how many things the people have? Bai Gu guessed Xiao Wei's thoughts and asked, why did Guiheng memorize the data? When I returned to Bai Zaifu, I asked, if I don't know the data, how can I arrange the post-disaster reconstruction? Feishan County is an area affected by the disaster. The Li family Zhuangzi intervenes, so it must be done properly. The village magistrates who came with me are all working hard. It is not my work alone. I think that since the Xiao family is newly appointed, they are still adapting to the teamwork. It will be perfect soon. When Li Guiheng passed on the credit, he did not forget to pull Xiao Wei up. This person is very good. He will do whatever he is told to do. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua nodded slightly and winked, indicating that he will not deal with Xiao Wei. Rest. Li Longji got the answer he wanted to know, and told the three people to leave. When they were outside, Xiao Wei bowed deeply to Li Guiheng. Thank you, Guiheng, for saving my life. Brother Xiao is too polite. His Majesty has just arrived. How can he punish people? The thief will be dealt with leniently. Li Guiheng returned the bow. Xiao Wei looked for a place to rest and see if there was anything else. If there was nothing else, he had to return to the county. Ma Jin also wanted to leave, but he was stopped by Li Guiheng. Village Magistrate Ma, I will take you to see Dongzhu. Let's see if he has any good ideas to help the villagers earn more money. Chapter 1891. I want to find more people to fill the shortage of Li family Zhuangzi's villagers. What do you think? Li Longji was in a good mood. Brother Yi's villagers were really useful at critical moments. Moreover, they were loyal and did not accept bribes. The accounts were clear, and there was no falsification. Your Majesty, people's hearts are hard to predict. Yao Chong looked troubled. He did not object to Li Yi's recruitment, but he was afraid of becoming a spy. It's fine. I told Brother Yi that he has a way to predict people's hearts. Li Longji said with a smile. Everyone said in unison, I agree. If Li Yi said that he could predict people's hearts, then he could guarantee that he could. He might have even tested himself before. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the Tang dynasty, so he was not afraid. Brother Yi has never used this method before, and he will not use it casually in the future. Li Longji guaranteed. Don't worry, I won't suspect you. Your Majesty, what do you want to eat for lunch? Zhang Juling asked abruptly, changing the topic. Daoji, what do you want to eat? Li Longji asked Zhang Shua. You are the magistrate. How did you arrange for us to come here? I sent someone to contact the Li family Zhuangzi's people. I think they already have a menu. Zhang Shua expressed that he did not prepare any chicken and duck. Since the locust plague, every family in Henan province has been working hard to raise poultry. Luoyang has a lot of water, so there are many ducks. Li Yi had just been asked by a villager. He chose to buy a large number of poultry from the common people. He would not eat geese for the time being. He then added, for the past half a month, we have been eating chicken and duck. We have been changing the cooking methods. This includes hairy eggs and dried eggs. We will first steam them in a pressure cooker. then stir-fry them and roast them. He did not have any other ideas in this area, including cat meat and rat meat. As long as the cooking method was reasonable, he could eat anything. Oh, he did not eat dead children, placentas, and he still did not drink other people's milk. Before the natural disaster, the elders in his family said that the production team had harvested the fields. A portion of the food had to be handed over, and there was not enough left for him to share. Everyone went to dig rat holes. There was food in the rat holes, and they ate the rats they caught. As long as it was sterilized at high temperatures, the rats in the fields would not spread the plague. This included eating frogs, sparrows, grasshoppers, and longworms. Even if the eggs had turned into chicks, they would still be eaten after being cooked. Usually they would be stir-fried. Nowadays, in the Tang dynasty, the people who read the newspaper all ate it. They had to cook it first. They could not roast it raw. Some parts of the food were not cooked well, and people would fall sick after eating it. Li Yi calculated that since there were many people coming over, he could help the local people deal with some of the things. Thus, they decided to have a full chicken feast for lunch and a full duck feast for dinner. Don't worry, there will be at least 400,000 people coming in this year. After the meal was arranged, Li Guiheng came over with Ma Jin. Dongju, Li Guiheng shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm not dead yet. Do you want to practice first? Li Yi's words were followed by laughter all around. Li Guiheng's previous emotions disappeared as he laughed along. Where's Steward Song? I'll be busy until the end of the year. Next year, he'll be taking the imperial examinations here. How can I memorize the questions? What if he doesn't get first place? Li Yi said that there were questions about filling in the blanks and pasting a large scripture, which were part of the memorization content. With the addition of mathematics and medicine, these two subjects were relatively easy to handle. Current affairs and the final poem were not a problem either, especially the current affairs. Li Yi wanted Songda to get first place. How should he do it? What should he not cheat in selecting talents for the country? That did not exist. Wasn't Songda a pillar of the country? What he was in charge of was current affairs. When it came to testing others, he took care of it well. Dongju, it's not good to cheat. I don't think we should let Steward Song know about pasting the scriptures. We must be fair. Next year, let's all pasting the scriptures be on the Analects of Confucius. The Analects of Confucius is good. There's about governing a country, being a person, being a ruler, and war. Li Guiheng objected to Li Yi revealing the questions, and said with a serious face. Hee. Princess Yongmu at the side could not help but laugh. She laughed like a hen laying eggs. Xiaolon also covered her face, and laughed until she squatted down. The people at the side turned their heads, and looked at their bodies. They were probably all laughing. Only Ma Jin was at a loss. What were they laughing about? What was so funny about it? Good fare. Next year's imperial examination questions will all be from the Analects of Confucius. Li Yi gave a thumbs up, and praised Li Guiheng for his righteousness. What do you mean? Ma Jin asked Li Guiheng softly. He realized that something was wrong. Everyone knows about the Analects of Confucius, and is very familiar with it. It's impossible for there to be a problem. Then, we will use mathematics, medicine, and current affairs to score points. As for poetry, it's not certain whether it's good or not. Li Guiheng explained. If you don't know how to paste the scriptures, how can you have the face to take the imperial examination? Do you want me to change it to the 1,000-character classic? The Analects of Confucius is easy? Ma Jin felt that he had been hurt badly. The interpretation is not easy. It's easy to memorize. Dongju has given the annotations. The interpretation is actually not difficult. Li Guiheng explained again. It's easy to memorize the Analects of Confucius? Ma Jin was still surprised. There are no problems with 3 of your 4 children. The remaining grandson is too young. He's only 2 years old. Li Guiheng was certain. My children can also take the imperial examination? 3. Ma Jin was happy. Paste the scriptures. Your children are far behind in other subjects. If not, they would have taken all the subjects. Li Guiheng was helpless. Ma Jin was thinking too much. Oh, Ma Jin was disappointed. He thought that his children were amazing. Study hard. Teach your children how to govern the village. When the time comes, find a subject that is easy to take. If you pass, you will be put in an important position. Li Yi advised Ma Jin not to focus on taking the imperial examination. In the future, the Tang dynasty would need more talents to go down to the grassroots. The newspapers would always introduce the current domestic and international situation. Taking the imperial examination was relatively easy, and there was no problem of redundant officials. There were few positions for county magistrates, but there were many other positions. After taking the imperial examination, one would be assigned to a very low position and fight from the bottom to the top. Okay, Li Dongzhu, don't worry. I will definitely teach them to learn well. With the encouragement, Ma Jin pulled himself together again. The distance from Xiao Luonan village to the county school is far. Set up a school next to the drunken immortal residence. There are many children in the village. If the adults are willing to learn, they can follow them. Li Yi said to Ma Jin. He was in charge of it now, and Ma Jin went back to arrange it. It involved Xiao Luonan village. Okay. Ma Jin kept nodding and then grinned. At noon, they ate chicken at Qianyuan Hall. There was mushroom stew, but it was not the most important dish. Like double-cooked pork, Shanghai sweet pork, shredded pork, boiled sliced pork, spicy shredded pork, Yuxiang shredded pork. Anyway, everything that could be made with other meat could be made with chicken, including twice-cooked pork. It was just a little thinner. It was a buffet. You can take your own bowl and eat as much as you want. No leftovers. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and Li Yi sat at a small table. The three of them did not go to the buffet. Li Yi made sliced chicken with scallion oil with bean sprouts as the base. It was hot and looked like a small casserole. The three of them only ate this. They would go fishing at Luo River later and collect water samples. If the water samples were good, the fish would be left for dinner. Although everyone ate duck, it did not mean that they had to eat it. The fish that were caught also had to be dissected to see the situation. It had something to do with the water quality. Chapter 1892. Xiaoyi, what's this dish? Bai Gu came over with a tray and pulled a chair to sit down. Sliced chicken with scallion oil. Haven't you eaten it in Zhuangzi before? Li Yi adjusted his position. Just now, he was sitting between Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Now he was sitting next to Bai Gu. It's different, right? Look, there is a difference. Bai Gu looked carefully and gave his evaluation. Yes, the money is different. The annual revenue of the capital government is higher than that of Hunan. We've almost reached the 50 million we agreed on before. I'll add another 1 million to earn more. This year, the Ministry of Revenue will rent out 51 million. Li promised. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay our meal. I'm short of money. 10,000. Haha. Xiaoyi, look at this chicken. It's so neat. It doesn't look like a 5-catty chicken. It looks more like a 6-catty chicken. Bai Gu picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and held it in front of his eyes as he spoke. Bai Zaifu, where can you get an extra 10 million in revenue? Unless my Li Lang prints it for you. Princess Yongmu was unhappy. You're too greedy. You keep asking my Li Lang for money. Do you think my Li Lang prints money? No, you're the one who casually prints money. Wen Tian, don't be anxious. 5-catty chicken. An extra tail will not be symmetrical. An extra tail will balance the chicken wings. An extra tail on each side. Bai Gu immediately lowered the price. He didn't want 10 million anymore. 1 million. Another million. After he finished speaking, he looked very wronged and muttered. I didn't get a single cent. I'm like a beggar all day. Old Bai, you can forget about it. Who asks for 1 million taels? The Tang dynasty will be full of beggars in the future. Li Yi was amused. He laughed a few times. Old Bai, do you know where money comes from now? Many of them are luxury goods. And some people have taken out the money that they saved in the past. There's a total amount. Bai Gu expressed that he understood. It was impossible to always have money saved up and throw it out. Yes, money was the medium for the growth of wealth in society. The issuance of untrustworthy currency is not based on the production of the fields. Li Yi added. It depends on the collateral. including the appreciation and depreciation of the collateral. It's proportional. Baigu continued. He had learned about this before. If it's overpaid, I have a way to quickly fill in the capital and snatch it in advance again. 10 million is not a problem. Trust me, Li Yi said. If you want an additional 10 million in revenue, I will give it to you. Then, you won't be able to spend it, right? Baigu was no different from Squirrel. He only wanted to save up. No matter how much money you have, you can spend it. You can ask for it later, and ask for it after the new year. The place where you can take out 10 million taels can naturally increase to 15 million taels. It is better to raise fish than to drain a pond to catch fish. How can killing a chicken for its eggs compare to raising eggs? I'll give you whichever one you want. Li Yi laid out the matter and casually chose. Actually, I'm fine with any one of them. I just want to hear you say that it's easy to earn money. I'm happy, Baigu said as he threw the chicken slices into his mouth. As he chewed, he carried the plate to another place. I think he's just looking for an excuse to steal a piece of chicken from us. Li Yi analyzed. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan nodded. Yes, that's right. Li Lang, there are too many bean sprouts. After a piece of chicken was stolen, Princess Yongmu reached down with her chopsticks and found a pile of bean sprouts. Chang'an is cold, Luoyang is warm, and the fire is strong. Eat bean sprouts to cool down. Since we just arrived today, I'll give everyone chicken to replenish their energy first. We'll eat duck meat for dinner. However, duck meat is cold in nature, so it can offset the latitude changes. Chicken is mild, so mutton is not suitable. Li Yi explained the purpose of him providing the recipe. There were chili dishes for lunch today. It was like sunbathing. It was hot outside, and many people's first reaction was to shiver and feel cold in their stomachs. Luoyang was hot at noon. It was hot on the outside and cold on the inside. They would eat duck meat at night to help recuperate. Otherwise, there were many pigs in Hunan province. Why didn't they eat it? There was a lot of fat in pigs now. Lean meat and fat meat had to be counted separately. There was too much oil. Will they not be acclimatized? Xiaolan picked up a bean sprout with her chopsticks. No, let's drink water. In the afternoon, we'll go fishing and take samples to see if there are any differences in the bacteria. Li Yi was a doctor. He needed to arrange things first. Otherwise, if anyone fell sick and came to him for treatment, he would not be able to avoid it. In the afternoon, the others went to rest. Li Yi, who did not eat much, went fishing at Luo River. Guozi led the team and was responsible for protection. The cost of fishing was too high. Li Yi rowed the boat and brought the two of them into the middle of the river to take water samples. From time to time heads popped out. Winged knights were swimming. The flow of Luo River was slower than the Yellow River, so it was relatively less turbid. After taking the water samples, Li Yi rowed the boat back to the shore. It looks okay. Let's put it aside and go back to test it. Li Yi took out a fishing rod. It was a very simple fishing rod. It was a silk and cotton mixed line. The bamboo pole was just on the shore. He did not throw the rod or make a nest. He used earthworms to dig the bait from the side. He used local materials. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan prepared to catch the net and eat popcorn, real corn popcorn. It was not fried in a pot. That kind of corn was not available now. Normally, it was fried in a pressure cooker. Then, it was placed in a roller to grind down the outer skin and irregular places. When it was fried, brown sugar was added. There was a caramel taste. Li Yi lifted the rod again and put it upstream a little, waiting for it to float down before lifting it again. He did not float. The current was slower than the Yellow River, but it did not mean that it was not fast. He did not add a lead pendant. He just casually tied a small stone to it. Then he caught fish. There was no other way. There were many fish in the river. Sometimes, he could actually anchor a fish with a single hook. It did not fall, but hung on the fish. This is for the young man. The rod is steady. Someone next to him was also fishing. He came later. Li Yi chose a good position. He always caught fish. He could play with a single hook without drift, which proved his previous skills. It depended on the weather, what to fish, where the current was slow and fast. He used to fish in the wild. He did not fish in a pond. It was not that he looked down on pond fishing, but that his clients liked to fish in the wild. Pond fishing was better than fish. He could buy whatever he wanted to eat. Others fishing for fun, but he fishing for survival. He accompanied his clients well. The identity and position of his clients were more important. Luck. Fishing depends on luck. If I get a fish, it's a fish. Li had no time to talk about skills with the other party. His fishing rod was very simple. The key was that he caught fish. What do you use to store the fish? The other party thought so. Luck. He turned around and found that he had never seen the equipment used to store fish. Everyone either used a wooden bucket or a net to float in the river. This one looked like a cloth. It was supported by a pole. Oilcloth iron pole. It is usually used by the army. It is convenient to get water at any time. The oilcloth is made of many layers. It is strong and durable. Li introduced the military product. This thing was folded. It came in two types, round and square. The round one had a balanced surface and could be used as a normal bucket. The square one was easy to transport. The structure could be used as a simple module. The round one was not easy to pile up. Li brought a square one. It could be folded in various ways. In the end, it could be turned into a stick like a rolling pin. It was used by the winged knights and cost a lot. Where did you buy it? It looks very practical. Is it expensive? The other party had good eyesight. Chapter 1893. Li looked at the person. It's not practical to buy it. It's easy to break after folding it too many times. You still need to improve the craftsmanship. I just like it. I have some money. If the price is right, I can buy it and use it for a while. What's the harm in changing it? The other party had the attitude of, I have money, I don't care. One bucket. Li directly offered a high price, making the other party back off. Buy a 5? The person didn't know what to call the folding bucket. After saying that, he took out his exchange voucher. Give this brother 5. Li wasn't afraid of other people having more money. 1,000 yuan for a folding bucket. What a prodigal. However, if he said it was expensive, he would be wronging this bucket. Ordinary people couldn't make the threads on the rod. In addition, ordinary people couldn't achieve the blending technology. A few minutes later, someone brought 5 folding buckets. The other party sent them away one by one and filled them with water to see if there were any leaks. They all passed. He picked them up and left. No one knew where he went. After fishing for a while, Li felt that it was enough. It was enough for more than a dozen people. He prepared to go back. A group of people ran over, shouting as they ran. Bucket seller, I want 5. Do you have any bigger ones? I'll buy 10. Get someone to bring it over. Li stopped retracting his rod and asked Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Did I ask for too low a price just now? The rich people in Luoyang are no less than in Chang'an. Xiaolan sighed. Li Lang, you didn't say that it's guaranteed for replacement. They can still sell it if it's spoiled. Princess Yongmu thought of the key thing. People who play fishing are really rich. I'll go back and design a set of fishing tools. I'll make the bait and promote it. There's hope for Old Bai's 2 million yuan. Li calculated how much he could sell to earn 2 million yuan. He deducted the cost and could give all the profits to Old Bai to make him happy. The folding bucket was hard to count on. A set of fishing tackle cost 50 yuan. Was it expensive? He couldn't sell the materials used to make the nest. They were considered food. Other materials used in small amounts could be sold, but the price was expensive. In addition to the bait that was suitable for one or several kinds of fish, one rod could be thrown in for a day of fishing. It was absolutely impossible to fish out all the fish in the Luo River of the Tang dynasty. The bait was thrown in to feed the fish. Rich people fished every day and ate the fish they caught. No, they were sick of it. Why don't I open a few hundred ponds? Set up prizes, sell tickets, and mark the fish. Li came up with the idea of gambling in the fishing pond. As for the money, we'll discuss what time the pond will open. Everyone will come together. Each person received 10 coins, and according to their ranking, they would receive different rewards or items. The kerosene lamp could not be sold anymore, But he could not lower the price either. He would calculate the price according to the sales price. When others came to gamble on fishing, they bought bait, rods, and tickets from him. Even if they took out about half of their total earnings to win the kerosene lamp prizes, he would only earn about 99.9%. The reason why he didn't add a 9 was that fish had to be counted as capital, and raising fish required investment. Therefore, he tried to starve the marked fish as much as possible, so that they could bite the bait quickly and end the round. Otherwise, others would catch all the other fish. What are the marks? Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan asked in unison. I'll tell you later. Sell buckets. Li Yi stood up. The surrounding winged knights were ready at any time, and the group of people slowed down as they ran. One person carefully sized up the winged knights, then looked at Li Yi and guessed, Li Dongzhu? How do you know? Li Yi did not hide. He was puzzled. In order to prevent being surrounded, the winged knights did not wear uniforms. I saw them swimming in the water just now, and there were scars where they were exposed. Who can afford to raise them? Who dares to raise them? You're too much. Since His Majesty is here, the guards following him are naturally powerful. You're also selling novel things, and the beauties around you are different from the usual. This person spoke of his observation and analysis. The winged knight's eyes had a sense of oppression when they regarded others as possible terrorists. Do you still want to buy? Li Yi was worried about the business. Yes, Li Dongzhu personally bought the folding buckets. 1 for 1. It's cheap. How many buckets did Li Dongzhu earn from selling one? Take it out and tell others. It'll be glorious. I'll buy 100. I'll buy 1,000. I don't have enough money on me. I owe them. I'll immediately send someone home to get them. Everyone clamored to buy more. Li Dongzhu was here, and the beauties beside him were guaranteed to be Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. How much did Wen Tianlanxiang Pavilion sell for? The folding buckets were only 1 for 1. Why buy so many? Resell? No. Each person can buy at most 5. They're things that the winged knights use. Li Yi refused. He didn't have any more inventory. What if he suddenly encountered a situation and didn't have anything to use? 44 people bought the buckets satisfactorily and left. They promised Li Yi that they wouldn't sell and would leave 1 for him. There were also people who muttered that they would go home and put their babies in the buckets so that they wouldn't get sick. As expected, the asking price is too low. Alas, Li Yi suddenly felt the same as Baigu's experience. Money. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan covered their mouths and laughed. Li Yi didn't reveal his identity before. Let's go back and check the water quality and the fish. Li Yi put away his fishing rod. The others were responsible for helping him bring the fish back. Others were making a duck banquet, but he was checking the water quality and fish. He knew whether the heavy metal exceeded the standard. All cement factories and steel mills had high standards and were not allowed to directly discharge wastewater into the river. The people relied on the river for their livelihood. If they got sick from eating, it would affect Li Yi's life. Other people's lives were worthless against conscience, but what about his own? Baigu found Princess Yongmu. Princess, is Xiao Yi selling folding buckets 1 for 1? Bai Zaifu is indeed well informed. He didn't sell a lot. There are 44 people, and each person has 5 buckets, so it's only 220 buckets. Princess Yongmu looked at Baigu in surprise. You won't even let go of such a small amount of money? Xiao Yi didn't sell more, but it's not that there's no demand. If there are buckets in Luoyang, can't there be any in other places? Baigu did some calculations. If the buckets were sold for 1 million, he would sell them for 1 million buckets. When Li Lang is free, let's take a look. Princess Yongmu couldn't directly refute Baigu, but she was afraid that her family would suffer losses. That's the only way. Baigu couldn't call out Li Yi who was working, unless there was a major incident. When dinner started, Li Yi strolled out. He changed into a white coat, and a stethoscope hung around his neck. It was a duck feast, and there were a lot of ducks. Fortunately, they weren't fed hormones and antibiotics. If they weren't fast-growing ducks, no one would be willing to feed them. Everyone still ate in a buffet style. Li Yi came to Li Longji's table. He didn't want to be caught by Baigu again. Behind him, Tao Hong and the others pushed a cart. There were braised fish, steamed fish, boiled fish, fried fish. He took time to bring Taohong and the others to cook a fish feast. The quantity wasn't much, but the number of dishes was quite large. Looking at the situation, both water and fish can be used? Li Longji saw that the food could be made into dishes, so it obviously passed the test. The people's big vats can be used, so they don't directly discharge sewage into the river. Li Yi understood the situation through the water quality test. The sewage he carried was fecal water. The people in Luoyang Palace buried big vats and kept them as fertilizer. The other places were probably stored in fecal pits. The operation process was similar to Chang'an, and the river water was clean. Chapter 1894. Zhang Shua, who was eating with them, had a happy expression on his face. Li Yi's words were praising him indirectly. As the magistrate of Hunan province, he had governed the place well. Xiao Yi had become more handsome after not seeing him for a few months. He looked at Li Longji. Is he praising me? Yes, of course. Li Longji said with a nasal voice. It's all thanks to His Majesty's grace, the efforts of the officials, and the efforts of the people. Zhang Shua quickly said modestly. Look at Li Guiheng, he knew how to conduct himself. He had to learn from him. Third brother, Chang'an is currently short on manpower and busy with work. When we return next year, we can add a prime minister. The assistant minister of works, Li Yuanhong, should be familiar with government affairs. He can be transferred to Hunan province. Li Yi wanted to bring Zhang Shua back and control the people in the Tuaner. He and Yao Chong were worried. In this way, the Tuaner's patrols would be more meticulous. They would cooperate with Gao Lisher's people and the imperial court's people. In addition, they had the responsibility of supervising the printing of the newspapers. It was under the control of the Li family Zhuangzi. With so many parties supervising each other, who would dare to turn a blind eye? We'll discuss it again. Li Longji deliberately ignored Zhang Shua's yearning and longing. He needed Zhang Shua to show off. You can't be too harmonious in your daily life. For example, when Li Yi was in charge, which county, city or province's first and second leaders were harmonious? If they dared to be harmonious, then they would be harmonious too. Was Li Yi's contribution and authority big? The prime minister still had to show some appreciation. They would occasionally find trouble with him, no matter how big or small. Zhang Shua looked at his colleagues and took a deep breath. He reached out his chopsticks and picked up the duck's head. He was not lacking in political wisdom. Zhang Jiling smiled. He was on good terms with Li Yi, but he always quarreled with others because of Li Yi. He was able to become a prime minister not only because of his ability, but also because he disagreed with Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan. In the end, he resigned in anger. Choosing Bai Gu as the prime minister meant that Bai Gu's social circle was different. He chose Song Jing to be the prime minister because Song Jing had a good relationship with Yao Chong. After choosing Su Yi as the chancellor, Su Yi had a close relationship with Zhang Shua. At this time, Li Longji was very skilled. Unfortunately, he encountered his brother Yi. He had no way to find someone to balance him out. He was unreasonably strong. He had no choice but to win him over himself. Gradually, he got used to brother Yi's lack of ambition. Princess Yongmu was in another position to tell the people in the imperial harem the story of Li Yi's fishing. He threw the hook into the water and it floated down. Every time he threw it, it floated down. He actually caught a lot of fish. Yuan, are you going to open another fragrance pavilion in Hunan? Empress Wang glanced at her daughter, who was sleeping soundly after drinking milk, with a kind look in her eyes. She felt that her daughter was like her. She was very active, always kicking her legs, clenching her small fists, and grabbing people with her hands was very painful. I don't know. I have to ask Li Lang. He should open it. I can't find anything to do. Princess Yongmu was not worried. Other women from rich families were not allowed to do business in public. Women should communicate with each other. She was an unmarried princess, and she already had a husband. It was even more impossible for her to do business. However, she could have her own business. It was like playing. She did not have any worries, and there was no pressure to sell. Thinking of this, she was very happy. She used her chopsticks to cut a big piece of braised fish meat and stuffed it into her mouth. She smiled until her eyes narrowed and her eyebrows curved. In another place, village chief Ma Jin, Xiaowei, and Li Guiheng were eating. Every few minutes, he would pick up some food and put it in his mouth. He was waiting for dinner to end. He went back with Xiaowei tonight. Li Guiheng said that there would be a lot of leftover food for the villagers to eat. He asked for extra wine to drink with the villagers. Now that he was full, he would not be able to eat. Xiaowei also had something to pack. It was a roast duck, fat and fragrant roast duck. He brought it to the officials in the county. Even if it was the yamen runner, he would at least give one. He decided to distribute it personally. He did not dare to let others handle it. If someone embezzled a few, the emperor would die in Luoyang. You dare to embezzle the emperor's favor. Are you going to tamper with the emperor's imperial edict? I don't care who wants to die. Don't implicate me. I just broke through the gates of hell. I almost died. Guiheng, how do we take the duck soup away? Ma Jin stared at the small bowl of soup on the table. He had scooped it himself and did not drink it. Soup? Put some green onions and coriander on the duck rack. Put the green onions and coriander later. When you go back, bring the duck rack. A smoked duck rack will not spoil in a few hours. Our Shaluo village makes our own soup. The duck rack soup is fresh and has no meat. We can't bear to throw it away. It is a pity to throw it away. There is no gain in eating it. Xiaowei said, quoting the classics. Xiaoming residence is really full of poetry. Li Guiheng put down his chopsticks and cupped his fist. Xiaowei. He felt humiliated, but there was no evidence. Other people's village lords were real villagers. The Li family Zhuangzi's village lord was more powerful than the county magistrate. Have you ever seen a manor lord using an abacus in one hand to fill out a form in the other? He even muttered, the number of piglets, the number of castrated pigs, the number of breeding boars, the proportion of sows is poor. If that's the case, I want to buy a few villages. People should always give themselves a dream, right? Guiheng, the roast duck you gave to the county magistrate. After cutting the duck rack, cook the soup with refined salt and large grains of salt? Xiaowei adjusted his state of mind and asked after calming down. We have a set of tools and material bags. We use a special slicing knife. The owner gave us a kitchen knife. It's made of steel and is used on the blade. This way, the magistrate will have a good kitchen knife, and it will be more convenient to cut other things. There are a lot of bags, not only for the soup, but also for the return journey from the Ming residence. Don't worry, once Dongzhu arrives, there will be no need to worry about logistics. Us villagers will not be able to compare to Dongzhu. We are just like ants. Li Guiheng introduced, and at the end he also quoted from the classics. Are you still giving out wok? Ma Jin understood part of it, and asked with a smile. Yes, the magistrate of Feishan County. Each person will have a 3-foot 3-inch iron wok. The owner said that seeing the pot is the same as seeing the country. Where the pot exists, the country exists. Li Guiheng did not smile this time, and his expression was solemn. When I return, I will definitely clean up the county magistrate. I will not let the people have no food in the wok, and I will not let the Tang dynasty suffer any losses. Xiaowei understood. Giving out knives and wok, if there is a problem, there must be blood. Dr. Li is too ruthless. How can he take the benefits for free? No wonder people say that the officials of the capital office are clean and honest. If they are not, they will lose their lives. With the Ming residents, the people of Feishan County, and the people of the 5 villages will be lucky. However, the Ming residents must not indulge in the heavy work of the county magistrate, and must go out to experience the people's lives. Therefore, Xiao Luo Nan Village's Drunken Immortal Tavern membership card, Ming Fu took one, so that when the common people are suffering, they can stay at my humble abode. Li Guiheng took out a Drunken Immortal Tavern membership card from his sleeve, and handed it to Xiaowei with both hands. Xiaowei was moved to accept it with both hands. When he received it, he suddenly realized that the other party was bribing him. Xiaowei was not stupid, he just did not understand. Chang and Earthly Paradise, the Prime Minister, and assistant minister all have membership cards. His Majesty is very kind. Li Guiheng gave an example. Don't be afraid. Everyone knows that His Majesty giving money to the officials is not a bribe. Chapter 1895. Li Lang, shall we go out for a walk? Princess Yongmu wanted to see Luoyang Palace after dinner. Luoyang Palace was not a palace. It was the same as Chang'an City. Luoyang's Ziwei City was equivalent to Chang'an's Imperial City. Luoyang's Imperial City was much smaller than Chang'an's Imperial City. The eastern region of Taihang Mountains was like a plague of locusts. Henan Prefecture was the first to bear the brunt. Chang'an was unavoidable due to the drought in Guangzhou. Princess Yongmu planned to stroll around and shop with her boyfriend. In 2 days, we will start to deal with the underground forces in Luoyang. A large number of people will be arrested. Are you willing to walk around and see a group of people being escorted? Li gave the order. Li family Zhuangzi collected a large amount of intelligence and information here. They just needed to arrest people according to the list. Nothing happened in Luoyang Palace. Gao Lisher and Yang Sison had been instructed by Li Yi in advance to deal with it properly. Others thought that His Majesty had just arrived and did not impose punishments. Li also hinted so. In fact, he couldn't wait for a day. Hinting was to numb others. He was skilled in this kind of method. He would tell you that there was nothing wrong while collecting evidence and suddenly taking action. If he didn't have this kind of skill, how could he support a medical equipment company? When it came to medical equipment companies, wasn't it normal to have a few people die? Moreover, every death was an accident or suicide. In a war between countries, one side would first say that they would give the other side a chance to negotiate and prepare to meet the leaders. In the end, the first night at dinner, they would announce that they would solve the problem peacefully. In the middle of the night, the bombing would arrive. Find someone to drink wine, and the executioners would be lying in ambush. Play a game with you while drinking. Dance with the sword and smash the cup as a signal. Li Yi wanted to cut the Gordian knot, so his method was slightly. The winged knights, under the guidance of mannerly family Zhuangzi, went around arresting people. If anyone dared to resist, they would be killed without mercy. During the day, he would give an explanation. At night, it was another operation. Princess Yongmu didn't know. Li never said anything about the arrangements. Right now, Princess Yongmu's eyes were wide open and her mouth was slightly agape. She looked excited. Li Lang, go and take a look. When you see the bad guys being caught, beat them up and break their legs. Princess Yongmu strongly requested. Li Yi. He looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan's eyes were shining, and she couldn't wait. Li Yi wanted to grab the person who wrote the history book and beat him up. He wanted to break his legs, no, break his hands. Who was it? Who wrote that Princess Yongmu was benevolent, filial, upright, and beautiful? Just like that. Li Yi asked tentatively. Yes. Listen to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu approached Li Yi and kissed Li Yi. If you kiss this side, where are you squeezing? Let's go. Li Yi said to Xiaolan, who was in a bad position, and wanted to kiss him. Xiaolan pouted. Obviously, she couldn't kiss him anymore. How did she find the position just now? Be careful next time. The three of them went out again. Guazi led the winged knights in disguise, but they didn't wear uniforms or emblems. The guards of the Li family's farmstead were the real ones in disguise. There were those who carried poles, those who pushed carts, those who drove livestock, those who waved banners, those who told fortunes, and those who were missing a leg who walked on crutches. There was also a group of female special operations team members. These women were beautiful and didn't look like the burly female guards. At the same time, Chang'an should be wearing more clothes. The weather in Luoyang was still hot. Li Yi walked on the right side of Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Tang Chao walked on the left side, so he was on the right side. He could face the threat from the opposite side immediately. Don't run around. If something happens, immediately lie down. I will shoot indiscriminately. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. I know. Everyone will lie down, Princess Yongmu replied. For a moment, she was a little nervous, as if a battle was about to break out. The winged knights had long understood. When they sensed danger, the important people under protection would lie down, and they would crouch down and attack. Then, the Dongzhu would activate indiscriminate and high firepower mode. They had only practiced it once. It felt heavy and memorable. They could even wake up from their dreams. Didn't you say that you would give us a chance to change before the end of the year? You liars. A man with a bloody head and his arms tied behind his back shouted. He couldn't accept it. He felt that he had been deceived. His Majesty should have granted amnesty to everyone. He was still thinking about changing his style, but he was caught. He wanted to run, but when he was on the roof, he was kicked down and almost fell to his death. Bang! A stick hit his head, and more blood flowed out faster. You caught women and lied to them, saying that you would let them go as long as they received customers once. But when you did it again and again, did you ever think that they would be deceived? The person who hit him continued to whip and question him. I didn't. I'm innocent. You're innocent? The women who died unjustly are waiting for you. When the Li family Zhuangzi catches people, there are only those who escape. There are no unjustly accused. I'm willing to talk about other people. They're worse than me. Go back and talk. If it's useful, you might not die. When everyone was strolling, they saw and heard Li Yi looking at Princess Yongmu. Did he mean that she still wanted to continue? Li Lang, this person deserves to be killed. He bullied women. Princess Yongmu wanted to beat him up if she didn't care about her status. It doesn't matter if you kill him. Kill the umbrella. If the evil forces can do this, they must be protected by the government. Li Yi shook his head. There was no point in beating this person. He would feel pain if he hit him with his fists and legs. It would be tiring to hit him with tools. It would be difficult to continue investigating if he killed him. In many cases, people who took bribes were also cautious. Li Lang. Princess Yongmu's voice became gentle. It's not good for you to abandon your main business. You're an existence that can perform surgery. Without Chang'an, there's a shortage of people. Princess Yongmu suddenly felt that she shouldn't kill these people. Humans were not saints. Who could be free of mistakes? Give them a chance to repent. Rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff, and change their mistakes. For example, putting them on the operating table, and letting Li Lang lead people to practice was a contribution to the progress of the medical industry in the Tang dynasty. That makes sense. Li Yi picked up the walkie-talkie. Capture their families as well. Take away the women and children who have mistresses outside. Send them to the mountain. Li Yi saw someone poking his head out and sneaking around in the crowd. So he gave an order. Xiao Lan said anxiously. The officials' families. Yes. Li Yi reminded her again. The entire Luoyang Palace's minor officials, miscellaneous officials, and other exiled officials would participate in the underground forces. This thing was related to the bureau chief of the Ministry of Defense at his time. He was in charge of the middle contact. Then someone was arrested. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, someone told him that they would help take care of his family. In the end, he fell from a high altitude and died. The matter was over. Li Yi wanted to catch the big fish. What if the small shrimps died? The reason why he took action immediately was to solve this problem. Otherwise, a group of people would die before the end of the year. Most of them would commit suicide. It seemed that the people were waiting to see who would be dealt with. Let's go back and mobilize more people. Third brother is short of people. Someone wants to fight to the death. Li Yi didn't want to wander around. He wanted to guard Ziwei City. Yes. Princess Yongmu nodded twice. If the soldiers are angry, 2 people will die, 5 steps will bleed, and the world will be in mourning. Oh, they're not soldiers. They're sinners. Chapter 1896. The sky gradually darkened. Squads of 16 guards and winged knights galloped through Luoyang Palace on horseback. The main exits of Luoyang Palace were guarded by people, allowing entry but not exit. Ziwei City was under martial law. Rows of guns were set up on the city walls, and a string of explosives were set off. Hot air balloons rose into the air, and torches and kerosene lamps were hung on the city walls. The officials attending the banquet, including Zhang Shua, were left behind. Everyone was protected by two winged knights, and their swords were drawn. Li Longji sat on the dragon throne and slowly sipped his tea. When he saw Li Yi and the others, his expression changed slightly. Finished strolling? How is Luoyang's prosperity compared to Chang'an? Li Longji asked his eldest daughter with a smile. I didn't go too far. I'm afraid that something will happen. I'll go again tomorrow. Princess Yongmu told the truth. After answering her father, she ordered, spread out and serve me Tangmingchen. Her female special operations team searched for people according to their official robes. There were not enough people for those with low ranks. The officials suddenly realized that His Majesty acted quickly. Some people were sweating non-stop. They looked around anxiously, but didn't dare to move. Your Majesty, this subject, Zhang Shua said to Li Longji with a bitter face. Daoji, don't be anxious. Hunan is not like the capital. There are fewer people patrolling, and the power is intertwined. You don't have many people you can trust. Li Longji comforted Zhang Shua, saying that he didn't blame him. You're the Hunan magistrate, and the soldiers you use are from Hunan. You can't control the thoughts of the officers and soldiers. Luoyang's tax revenue was too lucrative. There would always be people who would think of ways to take risks. Xiaoyi, is it safe? Bai Gu stood not far from Li Yi and asked in a low voice. They didn't know that His Majesty and Xiao Yi even hid it from them. There's no turning back. We can't be lax. The idea was mine, including not telling others. Chaos is born, so words are the order. Li Yi shouldered the responsibility of the matter. He did not want to be estranged between the monarch and his subjects. Bai Gu waved his hand and said, I don't need you to tell me that if a ruler doesn't keep his secrets, he will lose his ministers. And if a minister doesn't keep his secrets, he will lose his chastity. I'm afraid of making a mistake. Impossible. You dare to rebel? I will personally take action and wipe them all out. Li Yi was not worried at all. His fist was big, otherwise, how could the people of the capital government be so obedient? A bunch of people will die. Yao Chang's expression was calm. If he wanted to hide it, then so be it. Right now it was not dangerous, the Black Tortoise Gate was the difficult one. That's right. North of Ziwei City was also the Black Tortoise Gate. Could it be that someone would come from there? As he thought about it, he even began to look forward to seeing if anyone would attempt the Black Tortoise Gate. With Xiaoyi around, she wanted to see how he harvested the wheat. Not dead. His Majesty has just arrived. Let's capture him first before pardoning him. I need people to practice. The officials were exiled to the south of Hunan province, and they all went there together to be county magistrate, registrar, and deputy county magistrate. Take out the things that they have embezzled, and let them lead the local people to become rich. If they don't make any political achievements, I need people to work on roads and roads. Li Yi told everyone about what happened after that. Some of the officials were used as practice, while others were released. According to the law, if they did not collude with outsiders to commit treason, they were all low-ranking officials. The confiscated wealth belongs to the Ministry of Revenue? Bai Gu forgot that he was not trusted and focused on the income. Of course, His Majesty has no use for it. Li Yi had never intended to take it. After the normal inspection, he handed the money to the Ministry of Revenue and kept the items in the right treasury. He wanted to sell the items in an auction and exchange them for money. The starting price was low. If others did not buy it, he would keep it in Zhuangzi as collateral for the currency issue. If an item was worth 100 liang, the starting price would be 10 liang. After he took it, he would be able to print 80 liang worth of coupons. What's the plan for tonight? Song Jing looked at the sky. The big stars were peeking out. Go back to sleep. We have a busy schedule tomorrow. Capture the officials. The administration of Hunan province cannot be stopped. I will participate in it tomorrow. I still remember when Xiao Yi replaced the provincial governor in the Huazhou prefecture. Lu Huaishan sighed. During the flood in Huazhou, Xiao Yi impeached everyone in the prefecture, and he personally went to work. He organized disaster relief, post-disaster reconstruction, audited accounts, and found new ways to make money for the local people. It was at that time that they witnessed his ability. Who dared to say that he did not know anything about administration? There were so many accounts and documents, and he tidied them all up. At the same time, he increased the income of the people of Huazhou by several times. After the disaster, the lives of the people became better. When the time comes, we'll see which aspect is the most difficult to deal with, and leave it to Xiaoyi. Yao Chong agreed. In any case, Li Yi had nothing to do these days. He could work quickly and efficiently. Deal. Li Yi agreed. He had a disciple. The little girl took her junior brother to the Imperial Medical Department and asked for help tomorrow. The two of them were good at accounting and had photographic memories. Where could they find such good labor? Although they said they were going to sleep, they did not rest. They were excited and waiting for the results. Outside, the nightlife in Luoyang Palace stopped. The people went home and closed their doors and windows. They were also waiting. The people of the 16th Guard stood in the square. The kerosene lamps swayed slightly in the wind. A few children ran in from outside the Shangshan Square, next to Luo River. They were carrying bamboo shrimp cages. They saw people with weapons huddled together and slowly moved into the square. Shangshan Square. A person of the 16th Guard tried to make his voice as soft as possible. Yes, yes, yes. The older child, who looked like he was 8 or 9 years old, shrank his neck. His eyes were filled with fear as he answered with a trembling voice. The other children could only nod. They were too scared to make a sound. Do you have shrimp? The 16th Guard squatted down. Yes, last night in the morning. The child tried hard to make himself speak. The group of children put in shrimp cages last night. In the morning before going to school, they collected them and put in new shrimp cages. They sold the shrimp they received, went to school, and came back after school to take a look. If they had any, they would take them home. If not, they would forget about it. In the end, many of them changed the shrimp cages. The shrimp they collected should be sold to the restaurant in the square. How were they going to sell them now? The restaurant was closed. How much can these shrimp be sold for? The 16th Guard looked at the shrimp cages and asked. 8 coins. The child didn't know what was going on, and just answered. Here's 10 coins. Buy the cages together. Go home. The 16th Guard dug into his pocket and found 10 coins worth of coupons. He also took out 6 pieces of wrapped fruit candy. Take the money. 1 candy per person. The non-commissioned officer handed them over and waved his hand. The people next to him came over to take the shrimp cages. You're really paying? The child's eyes widened even more. The 16th Guard is His Majesty's army. If you don't take a needle or a piece of thread from the people, you'll be beaten if you don't pay. The non-commissioned officer stuffed the money and candy into the child's hands. Not the winged knights, right? The child tilted his head and said. The 16th Guard is no worse than the winged knights. The non-commissioned officer felt wronged. Oh, I know. Let's go. The child was once again sure that he could leave. Go quickly. If you don't go, you'll be spanked. The non-commissioned officer raised his hand to scare him. Run. The children ran toward the house in a clatter. The candy fell. Don't drop it. The non-commissioned officer yelled from behind. The child turned back to pick up the candy. After picking it up, he continued to run, laughing as he ran. Who's on patrol? Take it back to Li Dongzhu. 20 coins for something reimburse. The non-commissioned officer looked at the shrimp cages. He was going to make a profit. Where's the candy? The person next to him asked. Take the candy yourself. It's for the children. How about the shrimp for 30 coins? The non-commissioned officer raised the price at the last minute. Chapter 1897. The 6 children's homes were next to each other. The older children took the younger children to and from school. They also made shrimp cages to make money for the family. Today, the shrimp cages should have been sold for 8 or 7 coins, 1 coin per family. The extra money could be used to buy good food. There were 2 girls in the house, so they would eat the most. The 6 children were happy to make more money. The shrimp cages were not worth more than 2 coins. They could be easily made. Also, they didn't need to buy anything to eat. They ran home to tell their families. The 16th guard ran with kerosene lamps to help light the way. They ran to the next kerosene lamp and stopped. The families of the 6 children were waiting. The door was slightly open, and the windows were not closed. The 16th guard looked through the gap, but they were not too anxious. They were worried about Luoyang's soldiers. They trusted the 16th guard, who came with His Majesty in Chang'an. But it would be better if it were the Winged Knights. They dared to go out and talk to the Winged Knights. The Winged Knights were a team personally trained by Li Dongzhu and Ba Shuai. Li Dongzhu had Zhuangzi on the mountain west of the city, so he never lost anything when he traded with them. The 6 children's laughter could be heard. People jumped out of the doors of the 6 families and looked at the 16th guard next to them. When they saw the 16th guard running with kerosene lamps to light the way, they let out a sigh of relief. Under the light of the lamps, they looked relieved. "Brother, are you the same as the Winged Knights?" a man said to the 16th guard standing next to him. "No worse than them. We received the same training." The non-commissioned officer hated the name Winged Knights. "You misunderstood. I meant to get along with us commoners," the man quickly explained. "Yes, that's even more the same. We also received Li Dongzhu's training and teachings." The non-commissioned officer thought Chang'an was better. The commoners of the capital knew the 16th guard. "Oh, I can see it. It's near the river. It's very humid at night. I'll get you a bowl of hot water." The man realized that he had said something wrong and wanted to make up for it. "Thank you, but I won't drink it. I drank it when I came out. If I drink too much, I need to go to the toilet." The non-commissioned officer refused first and then explained. "Brother, are you doing well at home?" The man thought that soldiers were poor. A member of the imperial clan. The non-commissioned officer's answer was very hurtful. He had a high status and was number 1 in the imperial clan temple. Many of the 16 guards were like this. They were descendants of nobles and officials, and their roots were upright. A red root meant that the ancestors were loyal. Miao Zheng said that he had not raised them wrongly. It wasn't a wrong way to say it. It was the root that was red. If one were to check the generations, the red at the root was just the root. The man was so embarrassed. Fortunately, the children ran over. "Just now I met a soldier from the 16th guard. He bought a prawn that was worth 7 or 8 cents for 10 cents. We'll make more tomorrow and give him some sugar." The older child reported to his family and neighbors. He stretched out his small hand, and the coupons and candies were all there. "I'll give each of you another piece." The non-commissioned officer who spoke took out 6 pieces of fruit candy from his pocket. Li Yi requested that they carry the fructose with them, not for themselves but for the children. How could they quickly make the people feel at ease? One was good discipline, and the other was good to other people's children. When they saw other people's children, they took out the candy and said kindly, "Little brat, eat the candy and work." This candy. The man didn't want it. Li Dongzhu ordered it. The non-commissioned officer added, Take it, take it. Thank you, Li Dongzhu." "Oh, and thank you, brother." The man was relieved. He took the candy and distributed it to the children. It seemed that the children wouldn't get sick after eating the candy and could live a long life. The children were no longer worried. They smiled at the 16 guards, waved, and went back to their homes. Luoyang's nights are quite cold. The local peonies are beautiful. We'll see them next year. Li Yi felt the coolness of the night. He sat beside Li Longji and ate popcorn made from indica rice. He wanted to use the indica rice popcorn to make snacks for all the children in Luoyang. He couldn't give them the entire Henan prefecture. It was too big. Even Shandong was considered Henan prefecture. The distance from Luoyang to Weihai was quite far. It was more than 2,000 miles by land, crossing mountains and rivers. "Brother Yi, aren't you afraid of messing things up when you drink?" Li Longji drank tea. He was a little worried about Li Yi. Li Yi stir-fried a large bowl of field snails, spicy and yellow wine. The popcorn was just for show. "It's fine as long as you don't drive. My yacht will arrive soon. Stop on the west side of the bridge, near the north bank." Li Yi looked at the notebook on the table. A small dot was gradually approaching. His yacht. It wasn't a satellite connection but a radio. The entire imperial city was north of Luoyang River. Luoyang Palace was divided into 2 by Luoyang River. The north side of the imperial city was on the south bank, facing Heavenly Street. There were 3 bridges on the water. From south to north they were Xingjin Bridge, Tianjin Bridge, and Ecliptic Bridge. His yacht was parked on the north bank west of the 3 bridges. He could insert himself next to any bridge at any time. If he flew to the yacht, it could change from a cruiser to a battleship. There were even helicopters on it. He brought Guozi with him, and put a heavy machine gun on the helicopter. Tell me who else? Li Longji reached out, and took Li Yi's bowl of wine. He drank a mouthful, and grabbed a spicy field snail to eat. This was because he saw that everyone, including the officials who were temporarily detained, was eating. The kitchen had prepared it. The common people didn't like to eat field snails. There was little meat, so cooking them was strenuous. If they weren't cooked well, they would get sick. Now they knew that they were called parasites. Spicy fried snails were delicious, but chili noodles were expensive. They couldn't afford it. Someone beside him brought a new bowl of yellow wine. Li changed it. Don't drink mine. I despise you. Will there be any losses tonight? Li Longji picked up a field snail and looked for an angle to see how to suck it. Li Yi had pinched it in advance. It was sucked out in one breath. The kills on the mountain burn more tiles. Before the snow arrives, the common people will burn the tiles. Count it as His Majesty paying for it. It's not easy to come here. The common people deserve benefits. Li Yi said there were losses. Some people were strong and knew how to do parkour and jump on walls. The winged knights also knew how to play, and their practice was more scientific. Everyone chased each other above the houses. Some of the tiles hadn't been used for a long time. The bottom was empty and would shatter with a step. As for the winged knights being injured, it was impossible. That's good. How much does it cost to build the entire Luoyang Palace? Li Longji asked about the cost. If it were an ordinary person, such as Princess True Jade's gigolo Ron, he would directly answer how much it cost if he could calculate it. Li Yi's EQ wasn't as low as Ron's. He replied, at least 60,000 jobs. Don't let the common people work on their own. What about the temple's people working on their own? Li Longji asked again. They have money. They saved it up in the past. Burn glazed tiles for them. I'll help adjust the color and make the new tiles old. The color is uniform. Li Yi didn't answer the question of labor this time. The monks and Taoists usually exercised their bodies. They could build the tiles themselves. Tiles were different from other tiles. Many temples used glazed tiles that were burned new. They were like the big white tiles that were scraped off in a small area at home. They looked like patches. The old tiles could be replaced if they were broken, but they couldn't be replaced completely. Newly burned glazed tiles could be made old. Li knew what answer his third brother wanted. When he asked about money, it definitely had nothing to do with money. When he asked about manpower, what did it have to do with manpower? Okay. Li Longji received a satisfactory answer. When he spoke, he sucked the field snail meat in his hand into his mouth. Chapter 1898. Princess True Jade, who was silently eating popcorn at the side, was stunned. It took her a while to understand. When her brother asked about money, he was actually asking how much manpower the commoners could have. When he asked about manpower, he was actually asking how to get money from the monasteries. Thinking about it this way, Luo En felt wronged. He was still repairing the roads, right? She should send someone to deliver something to him. Luo En, I misunderstood you. You're actually quite good. It's just that it's too difficult to become an official through the recommendation channel. Imperial brother, Princess Jinxian sat beside Princess True Jade. She sensed her sister's thoughts and whispered, Sister, those who pass the recommendation can directly take the county-level examination. Yes, Princess True Jade was helpless. There was still the county-level examination, but the requirements were even higher. The county-level examination was cancelled because it was too strict. No one could pass it now. Next year's examination in Luoyang would include mathematics and medicine, and the contents of other subjects would be included. If they wanted to take the county-level examination, it seemed that only Li Yi had no problems. If he wanted to take the examination, he would have to take it alone. He was the true all-rounder. He could take any examination. Who could give him a question? Who would dare to give him a question? Who would be afraid of him asking back? The purpose of the imperial examination was to select talents for the country. What was Li Yi taking the examination for? If he wasn't willing to answer, wouldn't he be removed from his official position? His civil and military positions were both secondary second rank. If her brother compared Li Yi, how would he recommend talents in the future? It would be better to think of a way to get a spot for the imperial examination and let him take the examination. This seemed simpler. Otherwise, the county-level examination, Li Longji seemed to have a tacit understanding with his sisters from the same mother. He looked at the two who were taking the official's pulse and using a stethoscope. Next year, Qing Dai and Fu Quan will take the county-level examination? If they pass, arrange a small official position. Third brother. Qing Dai is now the Empress's palace advisor and an external female official of the Imperial Physician Department. She's a third-rank official. Li Yi reminded, don't arrange a small official position. My eldest disciple's salary and other benefits haven't been given yet. Who did you give mine to? It's perfectly justifiable for you to take the imperial examinations. Li Longji knew the little lass's ability. The imperial harem was all depending on the little lass to see a doctor. The little girl would bring a female nurse to help with the examination. Whether it was taking the pulse, prescribing prescriptions, or performing surgery, she was the best among the women. If she couldn't do it, Brother Yi would have to do it himself. There was no one else. When she was wronged outside, she didn't need Brother Yi to care about her. The entire harem would help her get back at her and make her happy. Don't take the children's science exam. The children's science exam is too easy. The two of them were good at mathematics, not to mention medicine. They were good at memorizing scriptures and had no problem with current affairs. The only thing they lack is the accumulation of literary knowledge. I will teach them well. The interview after the written test was to see how healthy the candidates were. There were also some practical questions about the law. There's no problem with the law. And they're not disabled physically. They're quite cute. Li Yi agreed. Songda also wanted to take the exam. If he passed, he would fulfill his dream and continue to be Zhuangzi's manager. Even if you have the ability to score an exceptional grade, you will still be a manager. You still want to fly. Can you fly out of the palm of an exceptional grade in the martial arts? Since Songda was going to take the exam, he would make the two children happy. They would both get first place in the Jinshi exam and continue to study hard. Alas, Li Longji sighed. Brother Yi, tell me, how did you get here so quickly? It's so fast that there's no time for you to take the imperial examination. Other people take the Jinshi exam as an honor, but you can't do it. How will the history books record it? They will say that you are a high-ranking official, but you didn't take the imperial examination. You lack something. Li Longji was worried and embarrassed. He wanted his son-in-law to be perfect, but unfortunately, he couldn't take the imperial examination. It was just like when Li Yi didn't graduate from kindergarten. He went to be the principal of the Central Party School. The degree was too low. No matter how you got the degree, you should at least have a doctorate, right? It's okay. I'll set up a Li family Zhuangzi school. I'll be the principal. Third brother, you'll be the headmaster, and I'll be the deputy headmaster. It'll be easier to write the history books. Li Yi was amused. He didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Okay, then all the students of the Tang dynasty will come out of my school. Li Longji said. You can organize the subjects in your free time. If others ask, I can at least answer 1 or 2 questions. That's right. Li suddenly thought of Old Jiang, a group of students who schemed against each other. Yes, Old Zhou was also from there, and his position was not low. Old Chen was also very good at fighting. He was also from there. Third brother, let's set up a regular military school. Those who can fight can be the professors, and you can be the headmaster. Li Yi thought of Old Jiang and suggested. There was a military school in the Tang dynasty that specialized in teaching. After Guizi took the military examination, he would learn it. It was the same as the civil officials. They would teach him how to handle affairs. He knew that those who weren't born in an official's family wouldn't know how to handle affairs. You can continue to be the deputy. Li Longji agreed. I don't know how to fight. If you ask me to command tens of thousands of people to form a formation with the enemy, I'll definitely lose. Li Yi shook his head. Not only did he sneak attack others, he had never fought a war before. Isn't logistics a part of the army? Li Longji asked. Yes, it's very important. Li Yi nodded. If you teach logistics, the soldiers won't think that you're bad. As for commanding, there's suddenly no one around. If the enemy attacks, are you competent? Li Longji found an area that no one dared to say that Li Yi was not good at, logistics. Li Yi looked around. I can mobilize reasonably. Li Yi stopped joking. He really knew how to. He didn't know how to do it before, but after coming to the Tang dynasty, he worked hard to learn. The combination of different types of soldiers could be mobilized as the situation on the battlefield changed. If there was no one to command now, he would have to take on the responsibility if the battle suddenly broke out. What a pity. Li Longji felt regretful. If no one dared to fight, there was no way to organize the troops. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A person ran more than 20 meters away from Li Longji's table and was stopped. He shouted. Everyone looked over. The person shouted again. I'm guilty. I'm willing to confess. Who is it? Li Longji couldn't see clearly because of the flickering light. Hunan Province's Assistant Minister of Revenue, Guang Yanluo. Li Yi immediately checked the information and gave the answer. The officials were all photographed by the Li family Zhuangzi and given to Li Yi with information. Li Yi noted it down. Assistant Minister of Revenue. Li Longji frowned. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money and food. What are you shouting for? Go back and eat. No one cares if you're guilty now. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Eat in peace. It's all your confession. Li Yi shouted even louder. If the other officials who were about to make trouble heard, they would all run over to confess. Thank you, Dr. Li. Assistant Minister of Revenue Guang Yanluo shouted and retreated. In the past, he had always heard that Li Yi had a good relationship with His Majesty. Now he understood that it was to this extent. His Majesty didn't say anything, so His Majesty wasn't afraid of him. Assistant Minister of Revenue, Brother Yi, did he tamper with the taxes? Li Longji was worried about the money. They can't be embezzled. They haven't thoroughly researched it yet. They've used some tricks on the land that belongs to the Yamen to make money. Li Yi was very clear about this. He didn't care about it before. You guys can go ahead and fish. Anyway, I have to make a trip here. The more you fish, the more you'll reap. The more you fish, the more you'll reap. If you investigate immediately, the other party can argue that you've misremembered. You've fished up so much, yet you've misremembered everything? Land lease? Li Longji was still puzzled. Chapter 1899. Official land can't be sold easily. When I first came to Luoyang, I rented a piece of land in the mountains nearby. Li Yi talked about the past. He had bribed the officials first. Then, Li Longji remembered this. He was at a loss. Could it be that you started it? And that's why the officials of Hunan Province took the opportunity to act? I paid extra. The land was cheap, and I returned it to the people. My goal was to quickly deploy the troops. They were people who did things. After they received the money, they were very cooperative. They were good officials. Old Bai knew about it and came to me. I agreed to give him dental implants. Li Yi removed himself from the situation. What I did was illegal. I was more flexible. If that's the case, shouldn't they be arrested? Li Longji didn't care about the outcome. You were bribing them. Now that they were following the prescription, would you be judged? They didn't even enter the money into their accounts. I went through the official channels. I gave them benefits. They had the money, but the land they rented increased. Li Yi pointed out the key point. If you didn't go through the official channels, you would be breaking the law. Li Longji pondered for a moment. Daoji. How would old Zhang know? He can't see for himself which land belongs to the government and which belongs to the people. Moreover, the people who used the land didn't cut down trees, dig ponds, destroy mulberry trees, or grow crops. The land was relatively intact. To be honest, they only dug a few holes for compost. Li Yi, who understood the situation, laughed. You haven't seen it before, right? Using the land wasn't enough. Li Longji was confused. Rented land? What do they use it for? He asked. We have the same place in Zhuangzi. It's on the mountains. Third brother, you even praised the chicken for being delicious and fragrant. Li Yi pointed to the northwest. They use it to raise pigs, chickens, and frogs? Li Longji suddenly understood. Indeed, they didn't touch other things. They just needed a place. They don't know how to raise frogs. After I came over, everyone raised pigs and poultry. It was faster to raise them manually. You need a place to raise everything. The newspaper said that you can't raise hundreds of chickens in cages. It's easy for them to fall sick and die. This was how the local families rented the land. The pig dung was gathered and composted. When the chicken dung enters the forest, the rain will fertilize the forest. It can be considered helping the forest. Li Yi told the truth. Otherwise, how could he tell the other party that he was surrendering? If they handed over the money they had embezzled, they would be fined extra. Those who had saved a lot of money through bribery would have to pay extra. Sigh. Li Longji sighed and took a sip of wine. You're stuffing your own pockets. If I were them, I would be able to earn more money on my own. I would be able to earn income from the imperial court and not break the law. I would even be commended. They made a mistake. Li looked like he was feeling sorry for the others. He didn't want to pursue this matter. Why did he take the initiative to confess? The other party clearly knew that the crime wasn't serious. Thieves could turn themselves in and hand over their gains. If they were given a light sentence, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue was prepared to accept the punishment and pay the fine. Li Yi, what should we do? Princess True Jade, who had been silent all this while, asked anxiously. I'll write a letter saying that official land is not for hiring mulberry silkworms. It can be used for other purposes. The people are ignorant and don't dare to go. As a parishioner, I will personally pay for official land and raise livestock. The people will have a smooth life. Li Yi said according to the letter that there was a new method of land use. He was afraid that the people wouldn't dare. He would spend his own money first, and then everyone would be fine. When the time came, who didn't know how to raise things themselves, others would be responsible for raising them and selling them for money. They wouldn't even have to pay for their own food. The yamen would only take a small amount of money. It was considered an additional economic growth point and a project that benefited the people. Look, I'm earning more money. The people aren't at a disadvantage. There's also revenue. Give me a promotion. Princess True Jade was stupefied when she heard this. How could earning money be so dignified and righteous? She noted it down and asked on behalf of Ron. Later, she would write to him. How could one learn such skills from reading books? Princess Golden Immortal's eyes turned. If you earn money yourself, how will the other officials deal with it? They can't eat it all by themselves. They have to bring along the Hunan prefectural magistrate. Look at how much official land there is, and give the order that the Hunan prefectural magistrate must choose a piece of land and pay for it themselves. They will be responsible for different areas according to their official positions and ranks. They will be responsible for promoting it to the people. My position is small, and I'm in charge of 1,000 mu. Zhang Shua's position is big, and he's in charge of at least 10,000 mu. He's a role model. He will lead the prefectural magistrate and do his best for the welfare of the people until his death. Li shook his head and waved his hand. He couldn't take the benefits alone. Otherwise, he would definitely get into trouble. Yes, 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 yes. Princess True Jade agreed and noted it down. Li Longji. He suddenly reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head. He hadn't rubbed it in a long time. Li didn't react. He picked up a snail and ate it. The people eating at the nearby tables all stopped and looked at Li Yi. They had heard everything from beginning to end. When Li Yi mentioned old Baigu even recalled it. Zhang Shua was grateful that he didn't keep an eye on him. Li Yi spoke up for him. How did he get involved in using his status to make money? How should we deal with this matter? Li Longji learned it and returned to reality. The country has its laws. I'm just a scattered official. I don't care. Li Yi removed himself from the matter again. Xiao Yi, you're the disposal commissioner of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing reminded. You want to run away at such a critical moment? No, I resigned. Li Yi spread his hands. When did you resign? Su Yi asked doubtfully. I just resigned. Li Yi answered matter-of-factly. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji helped. Why did they have to look for Brother Yi for everything? Everyone turned back to drink. They couldn't live anymore. You hide it from us when you take action, but we're responsible for the aftermath. I wonder what's going on outside? Li Longji looked at the night sky. Tonight, Luoyang Palace was sleepless. Nightlife had stopped. Everyone didn't sleep, but hid behind doors and windows to listen. The lights outside the windows were slightly reassuring. Luoyang Palace's troops were assigned to the 16th Guard, each with one guard. This showed that they were valued and prevented them from mutiny. They didn't understand the situation. If they were cajoled and instigated by the general, they could be easily slaughtered. Mutiny was a major event. Heavy machine guns might appear. The local soldiers were scattered. Whoever wanted to cause trouble couldn't be gathered. The non-commissioned officer helped carry the lamps. They were willing to look at kerosene lamps. There were too few in Luoyang. This kind of kerosene lamp could adjust the size of the flame through the length of the wick. But it couldn't be pumped. If it could be pumped, it could be used for hot air balloons and pressurized blowtorches. How long does a kerosene lamp burn when it's filled with oil? A Luoyang soldier asked the 16th Guard, who had been communicating with the children's parents. With such a big flame, there's a lot of space to store oil until daybreak. The small ones the students use for their studies start lighting when it's dark. They'll stop lighting at midnight. Tell them to go to sleep. Since the kerosene lamps in Chang'an aren't carried, they'll be bigger and burn through the night. The 16th Guard had nothing to do, so they chatted. Otherwise, they would be sleepy. Does it burn a lot of money in one night? The local soldiers felt that it was a waste. The people of Chang'an sleep soundly. They don't get sick. They work to earn money to buy things. The taxes they pay are enough for the kerosene lamps. The 16th Guard explained from another angle. When the people saw the hazy light outside the window, not only would they not be unable to sleep, they would sleep even more soundly. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.